What's this tea? What doesn't it? Bread. Kathmandu. It's me anyway. Well. Hey. Alright, last night Mama came out from underneath the house and there's some poop on her butt again. So it looks like it does have tapeworms. And so I gotta try to get tapeworm medication into him now without Trident getting it, because Trident can't have it. So this is gonna be interesting. As soon as I see Mama Cat out there, I'm gonna go out there and pick all the bowls up and leave one bowl down with that medication in it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go out there with my headphones on, and if once I'm out there, y'all will know if Mama Cat went back under the house once I saw her feeding and went back out there, but I won't know yet. So if she hasn't went back under the house, just give me an Apollo 13 and I'll know that she ran off and I shouldn't put the medicine down back. I shouldn't put the medicine down with the food. I should stay with it because she's not going to come right back. If she's under the house, she's going to come right back out and she's going to eat the medicine, or he's going to eat the medicine. That's what we're going to do with that. I am going to put down a bunch of bowls now to try to get all the hungry cats out of the way. Hopefully Dom will come later like she has been. He has been. And man, I've used steroids. I mean, I got a fucking sores right on this my top lip, right in the middle, man. It's like having a split in the middle of my lip, but it's a sore, so it's worse. So it's making me kind of like, I don't know. It's hard as hard, dude. And dude, steroids aren't working as fast as I'd like them to. I probably should have used them last night again, but yeah, alright, whatever. They didn't do as well this morning as they did yesterday. Kind of hurting. You see it.
Why do they talk like gangsters? Why they don't move like gangsters? Why do they walk like gangsters?
That fucker's hurting. Anyway, I'll be right back, man. Every time my lips touch together, they rub up against my teeth. Not to mention, I got one right on my gum on the other side of it. Right on my gum, dude. Touching, they're like sore to sore. I don't know, dude. It is what it is. Welcome to my world. And Simon's not eating very much at all this morning. The least he has eaten since he's slowed down on eating. But he'll lick Sweet Pea's bowl clean. And he's lost weight. He's down to 12.1. He was 12.5 last time we took him to the vet.
Shut your noise. Silence when I run the voice. Open your mind. Why do they talk like gangsters?
Oh, you don't have to do it yet. I don't have the medicine on me anyway.
Why do they walk like gangsters? But they don't move like
Later.
gangsters. Why do they act like gangsters? But they don't move like gangsters. Why do they rap like?
I'm stuck. I'm sorry. You had to endure that. I'm Kaiman Sal. I know what songs suck. Some of these that I've let play suck, but they didn't suck as bad as that one. We have a winner! We have a winner! Wait, yeah, I'll be right. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. There, it's gonna be like that. There you go, there you go. Alright. 90 degrees.
Did you really think I'd just sit here and watch?
Dad? It's the first time I've heard any. Oh. Not bad though.
Try to be honest, I'm not good at letting down my guard, but I really want it. Before you, I was running in the dark. When you said this was goodbye, that's when I realized I can't live without you.
Pepe! I'll go out there and pet him. I'll go out there and... I need Simon to eat though, dude. I don't want to walk back. Damn it. I need Simon to eat.
He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Mad as savage, me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it, mum and grow. Then they're ringing off my phone, then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made though. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like bait, just come close, but swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud, get your bird whacked in my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away, rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way, never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang, took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone, make space when the bags land. This must be the daydream, Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on, due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crepe, same fucks, bait squad, say lots, but flop ain't what I'm on. Aim up, don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song, and the vibe is right. The mic will let me onto the sounds of light. I spit it strong in the line. Pick me first before I'm gone. I am straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllable spinner, don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think, but my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Link Tandy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth.
Something's coming. Seems like it. Man, he didn't eat very much. Weird. He skipped past the tree retreat. And the food on the left has nutritional yeast in it. The food on the left is actually the most expensive one out there. Well, aside from the tree plate. as a topper slash. The topper food that's with the treat is actually a fully nutritional. Like you can feed that as a food. That's why. But man, Simon's not eating much, dude. Simon don't like much anything. He likes dry food, I think. Pepe or Tux was a wet food connoisseur, possibly. I also think Tux was shitting in my backyard every now and then. I haven't seen it in a while. The grass next to where he used to sleep is like this tall. The grass to where he used to sleep is like this tall. Interesting. Growing back in green. I wish the front yard grass would stop growing. Hey, the Booyah. Yeah. Tesla charging stations intentionally set on fire. You know what's fucked up? It's probably a Democrat that did it. And I bet Teslas are driven by more Democrats than Republicans. So they just fucked over their own people. Now they can't charge their cars. Hey, get this.
The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Fire marshal says tonight that these Tesla charging stations in the town of Littleton were intentionally set on fire. You can see them
Colorado.
really badly burned, just charred remains of those two stations right there. A couple more here as well. WBZ's Louisa Moeller's live for us in Littleton tonight. Louisa, police are asking for the public's help. Try to track down whoever did this.
Littleton, California.
And David, can you see these right behind me? I mean, they are so...
Why isn't there a yeast? Why isn't there a yeast, Boston? Why isn't there a yeast, California? A yeast! Yo, man, where you live? I live out in yeast, dog. Yo, that's the hood, man. What you fucking doing out there, man? You alright? You better get you a piece, man. You strapped? Yeah, Yeastyville, dog. Oh, I just shared something the other day talking about that. Why the town's called Yeast. I don't remember what we were talking about. And then I was like, there are like 3 or 4 different Memphises in the United States. But I don't know why I was looking up the city of Yeast for some reason. There wasn't one, is what I found out. There's no cities called Yeast in the United States. What's really going on?
Charred in some spots that you can't see the Tesla logo anymore. And actually there was
somebody
a Tesla
just left right now because they're Googling it. They're like, this fucking idiot. There's a yeast somewhere. Well, it's not. Show me.
told me to step a little bit further away for safety reasons. Now, here's what we know at this point. There is actually a residential street just up the hill from here. Someone late last night was going to bed, saw the flames down here, called firefighters. And the firefighters say there was some sort of evidence left behind that would suggest this was intentional. Each charger charred in various shades of black, evidence of the fire that broke out in this Littleton parking lot last night. And the fire chief says these flames were no accident.
At this point, it does appear that it was a set fire.
Around 1 a.m., firefighters were called to Constitution Ave and found 7 Tesla charging stations up in flames. They burned for nearly an hour until electricity was finally cut to the units, a challenge for firefighters.
The electricity is one of our bigger issues that we're dealing with, and making sure that not only the public but the firefighters are safe. So we kept our distance from the charged electrical equipment.
And although investigators won't say what evidence was left behind, they do say it suggests arson.
It's suspicious based on the evidence that was found on scene.
This comes amid protests of Tesla and its CEO Elon Musk around the country for Musk's involvement in the Trump administration. Littleton police and the Massachusetts State Fire Marshal's office are now investigating what happened here, and thankfully, no one was injured. Now, there is also the nuisance factor. All this afternoon, we've seen Tesla drivers showing up here. One woman had only 7% left in her vehicle. She said she drove 10 minutes to get here. We do know that there is an ATF agent who's always assigned to the State Fire Marshal's office, and that person is involved in this investigation.
Dude, we say to ask that lady, like, ma'am, what do you think about the current Elon Musk situation? And she would have been like, I wish I'd have never bought this car. You know what I mean? Or something. Like, she probably blames this. Oh, what's rich about it is if she's a Democrat, she probably blames it still on the Republicans. She probably thinks Musk deserves it. And therefore she deserves. She cat of nine tails. Self-hating. What was I thinking buying this car? I should have known Elon Musk was a Nazi. I ain't deserve this. That makes sense. Human psychology. Dude, I've had a lot of group therapy. I don't know, man. It could be, though. Anything's possible, and that's definitely a possibility. I got them to burn. Anything, man. Investigation is still active.
Hardworking Americans.
Oh, look at these fucking tards.
Families rely on while steering.
Hey, why is this? Hold up. Dude, every news conference from the government now is fucking. They start late. That was Associated Press. CBS was late.
25% tax. Naval Station, Great Lakes.
CBS is even later. What is going on in the White House? See if the Hill was late.
President Trump.
The Hill was early. Alright, let's see what we got here. But the Hill's only in 360p. Ain't that some shit? You know. That's some shit, dude. I just don't worry. Hey, get the fuck back.
Good morning. Pleased to be joined with my colleague Ted Lieu, Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, as well as Greg Prasar, the Chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and the Chair of the New Democratic Coalition, Brad Schneider. Last week, House Democrats from every corner of our caucus voted against the House Republican budget, which cut Medicaid $880 billion to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. We want to make health care more affordable and more available to the American people. This is in stark contrast to Republicans who voted to kick children off their health care and to put seniors at risk. As President Trump prepares for tonight's speech, it's clear that Democrats are on the side of working people while Republicans are only looking out for their billionaire friends. Trump and Republicans have broken their promise to lower costs on day one, which was his commitment to focus on tax giveaways for corporations and billionaires that don't need any more help. In fact, Trump's reckless tariffs, just announced last night, will raise prices on gas, produce at grocery stores, beer, lumber to homes, build homes, crude oil, and parts that make cars. As families struggle to make ends meet, Democrats are united against Trump and Elon Musk, dismantling the services that families rely on while steering more taxpayer dollars to themselves and their billionaire friends. They're dismantling the VA healthcare and laying off thousands of veterans as Trump stands with Putin and risks our national security. Tonight, we expect the president to put on a master class in dishonesty. We expect the president will focus not on everyday Americans, but on his friends and his ego. No matter what he says, he cannot change the damage he's done already, and the fact that his agenda is going to raise prices for everyday Americans. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. Honored to be here with Representatives Greg Casar and Brad Schneider. I want to tell you about a meeting I had today with Vote Vets. They brought in a number of veterans who were fired. And I want to tell you a story about one of them. Her name is Eileen. She is an Air Force veteran. She then went to work for FEMA. She's in a rural part of Alabama. She was one of the first to volunteer with FEMA to deploy to Hurricane Helene. On President's Day, she got an email firing her with no notice, and she couldn't even go back to her office. They sent her UPS boxes saying, you put your government cell phone and laptop in this box and you ship it back to us. A few days later, she had to go out to a field where her supervisor from FEMA had to walk out and give her her box from her items at her office. She has 2 kids, 4 and 10. She now has no job. This is not how we should treat veterans, not how we should treat federal employees, not how we should treat any American. And this is what Donald Trump did to her. And he's done that to a large number of federal employees. And if you look at the federal workforce, about 1 in 4 are veterans. This is not how they should be treated. And most of these actions are simply brazenly illegal. We have a number of court cases being filed. We're winning a number of those cases. Others are going to go into litigation. And I call on the administration to stop illegally firing our veterans and other federal employees. I also now want to touch on the subject of tariffs. You've seen with the indiscriminate tariffs that the president has both imposed and threatened to impose, that not only is the stock market tanking, but also inflation is up, consumer sentiment is down, and the Atlanta Fed has now predicted that we're going to contract this quarter in terms of GDP. Now, that is shocking, and that is all because of actions of one person, the president, who is massively harming our economy. And then I'd like to conclude now on Ukraine. I don't know why Donald Trump is scared of Putin. He clearly is. He acts like he's scared of Putin. And right now, with his pause in funding to Ukraine, I just want to let Ukrainians know to please hang in there. The President of the United States cannot extend that pause because it will be illegal. Congress, on a bipartisan basis, appropriated that funding to Ukraine. Ukraine is going to get that funding. And with that, I'd like to introduce our amazing representative from Austin, Texas, Greg Casar. He has done a fantastic job as leader of the Congressional Progressive Caucus.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Lieu and Chairman Aguilar. I also want to thank New Dems Chairman Brad Schneider, who I'm proud to call a partner in the fight to protect Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and the American people. Tonight, millions of Americans will tune in to watch the President address a joint session of Congress. I do not know what Trump will say, but I can guarantee you that he is going to lie to the American people and not tell them the truth about what MAGA Republicans in Congress want to do to you right now. So let me say it clearly. whatever political games that Donald Trump plays tonight, whatever lies he tells and whatever show he puts on, people watching at home should know that Trump and House Republicans want to steal your health care, steal your taxpayer money, and hand it over to their billionaire buddies and to their donors. In Congress, Republicans are advancing a budget that would end Medicaid as we know it. And Elon Musk is trying to cut your Medicare and your Social Security. Social Security that seniors earned throughout their lifetime is what Elon Musk just recently called a quote-unquote Ponzi scheme. I'll say it again. Elon Musk just called Social Security, quote, the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time, end quote. That's right. A guy that makes $8 million per day from federal government contracts thinks that seniors getting $65 a day from Social Security is a quote-unquote Ponzi scheme. Their plan is plain and simple. Guys like Elon Musk get richer, and you get screwed. But here's the good news. Democrats are united and fighting back to protect your Social Security, your Medicare, and your Medicaid. New Democrats, Congressional Progressive Caucus Democrats, the two biggest ideological caucuses here in the Congress, have put out a joint letter that includes 100% of our members from our two coalitions saying we will not vote to cut your Medicare, your Medicaid, and your Social Security. Over 200 House Democrats showed just in a matter of days that we are united with the American people in this fight. So while we may not all agree on every single issue, we are saying with one voice, hands off Medicare, hands off Medicaid, and hands off of Americans' Social Security. So now the question becomes, will any three House Republicans grow a background? Will any three House Republicans do the right thing and act like U.S. representatives instead of like Trump employees and join us? Because if three congressional House Republicans join together with Democrats to do the right thing, there will be no Social Security cuts. We can prevent cuts to Medicaid and Medicare and to Social Security. But if House Republicans choose instead unanimously to come after Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare, then they will own the terrible consequences for working people. Thank you so much, and now I'd like to hand this over to my partner, the chairman of the New Democratic Coalition, Brad Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Kassar, Chairman Aguilar, Vice Chair Liu. It's good to be standing here with you in one common voice. Before I read my prepared remarks and talk about our joint letter, I want to touch on what Vice Chair Liu talked about veterans. I have the privilege of representing Naval Station Great Lakes in North Chicago, Illinois. Every single sailor, recruit who enlists in the Navy shows up in North Chicago for 10 weeks of basic training. I've had the privilege of attending those graduations. I see those 17, 18, 19-year-old young people, men and women, who say, I want to serve my country. I want to put on the uniform of the United States, go to places I do not know, do things I have no idea if I'll be able to do to protect the American people and the American way of life. Many of those people serve 2 years, 4 years, many serve 20 years or more.
What's wrong with the boot camp?
All of them committed and dedicated to bettering our country. And many of them, when they finish their service, are not done serving our country. And they go to work with the federal government. They're dedicated federal workers who are serving their nation in their local communities, many here in Washington. They're the people who work in Social Security, the forest rangers in our national parks, the folks who provide care at VA hospitals. And they are the ones who are getting the letters from Elon Musk and Doge in the middle of the night saying your services are
They're the ones. What do you mean they are the ones?
value your performance. This is wrong, and this is weakening our country. And this is why we are standing before you united.
I don't know if I believe
it has
that.
to stop.
One veteran got fucking let go or what?
That the CPC.
See, they're not giving us the numbers on this, and that's what's concerning. That's what leads me to believe they're cherry picking information and leaving shit out and making us, they're trying to fool us. I need to know the numbers on this. How many veterans exactly? You should know the numbers by now, right? If you fucking wanted to tell us, if they were large enough, he would tell us. He would be like, 2,500 veterans have been let go in the past 2 weeks. The VA, but no, he's like, veterans were let go. Is that what you want? What, two veterans? What the fuck were they doing? Because check this out. I know some vets that are working at the VA that drag their ass all fucking day, dude. Straight up. They fucking be acting like they're cleaning something. They're trying to find their boy and go talk to him. Just chill. I know this happens, dude, because I volunteered at the VA for almost a year. So, yeah, they need to trim the fucking fat, possibly. Maybe they got too many janitors or some shit. Fucking knows, dude. I trust what they're doing, though. I don't notice any difference the last time I went to the VA to get... Well, I did actually notice a difference last time I went to the VA. There was a longer line for the lab, but they had some sort of fire alarm bullshit. I don't know. They had something go off. Plus, the lady said it was Monday, and Mondays are always really busy at the lab. I didn't realize that. I did ask about it. But aside from that, everything, I don't know, seemed like a normal day at the VA.
Congressional Progressive Caucus, New Democrat Coalition, others have come together. We've made a very strong statement. I'm proud to lead the 110 members of the New Democrat Coalition in joining in that statement, saying we cannot allow dangerous cuts to programs that Americans have actually paid for out of their hard-earned dollars. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. The headline is, and should be, House Democrats are united, in deep contrast to what we're seeing from our Republican colleagues. While the Democrats are focused on lowering costs, Republicans are pushing a budget that will result in cuts to health care and benefits that have been earned by hardworking Americans. While Democrats are focused on making our communities safe, Mask and Doge are firing thousands of employees who help keep planes in the sky, prevent diseases like bird flu and measles from spreading.
They're only firing the retarded people. Those like people aren't trying to keep the planes in the sky. Well, they're trying, but they're firing the DEI hires. We don't want those there, man. They're a liability. Only top of the class, cream of the crop. Motherfucker, we need regulations when it comes to getting these people in there. Not, oh, he's black. Hey, man, we don't have any black people yet. You're hired, even though you got a 75 on the test. That is, what are they talking about, man? That's not making the fucking skies safer. We're trying to make it safer by filling the seats with anybody we can. We need people in those seats.
And serve our veterans after.
What was the other thing he said? It was bullshit.
Democrats are focused on making our communities safe. Mask and Doge are firing thousands of employees who help keep planes in the sky.
It was before that, whatever.
Diseases like bird flu and measles from spreading. And serve our veterans.
Right. The bird flu thing, as far as I know, like that could have the implementation of there's an anti-bird flu way to build a barn, right? And the Biden administration could have been doing that because there's something about the Trump administration did it, and there's so many bird barns were protected, and only like 97% of those barns were bird flu free, apparently, after when this started. I have to look into who actually approved the federal funding for that retrofitting of those barns, if it was the Trump administration or the Biden administration. But that shit should have been done quicker, apparently. All the barns should have been retrofitted with better ability to safeguard against wild birds getting into the flock. If that would have happened, we'd be good. Sure, Biden killed all the birds, and I don't know if it's either here nor there whether that was necessary. I don't really know for sure, because from what I read, bird flu kills them anyway within a few days, and I guess culling them keeps it from spreading as much as they can. But maybe they could have vaccinated them instead. I don't know if that's a thing to just do Do we want these vaccines in our chicken? Is that safe to eat? Do we know about that yet? I don't know. There's a lot into that. But my main thing is why the barn's more resistant to outside infiltration. Wild birds. It's because that's how it happened. It's either by that or by Democrats making it happen with some really shady shit. Getting an infected bird and taking it to near a fucking chicken farm that they know isn't protected. Yeah, let Trump fix that, motherfucker. No.
Complete their service to our nation. Democrats are working tirelessly to bring down prices of everyday products, while President Trump, just today, levied 25% taxes on the American consumer that will raise costs for groceries, for cars and trucks, gasoline, new construction for houses, and many other everyday products. Meanwhile, President Trump and congressional Republicans are doing everything they can to give a free ride to oligarchs like Elon Musk and his wealthy billionaire friends. And they're putting the burden for all of this on our seniors, our children, our first responders, on people who educate our children, build our houses, work on the factory floor, who take care of our communities and tend to us when we are sick. It is these hardworking people who are on the crosshairs of the Republicans' actions. One of these people is my guest tonight. Adam Mulvey is a 20-year Army veteran who served 3 tours in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and 1 in Afghanistan. He's one of 6,000 of these veterans we talked about who was fired between February 13th and 24th. He worked at Lovell Federal Health Care Center. James A. Lovell Center is the only hospital in our country that serves both veterans and active military and every one of those recruits I just mentioned. His job was to help provide emergency management services, planning and preparing in the case of a tornado.
James A. Where did he say it was? I didn't see that. I never heard about that.
Or another emergency, or even an active shooter. He served 35,000 veterans in our area, tens of thousands of active duty sailors and other military members, and the 40 to 50,000 people each year who go through Naval Station Great Lakes. We all believe government should be efficient, but Trump and Musk are taking a sledgehammer to Americans' lives and our livelihoods. I am proud to stand with all of.
I thought Balboa did that though, dude. I could have sworn I was seen at Balboa for something, Naval Medical Center, when I fell off the back of a Jeep, dude, in school in Point Loma, in San Diego. I'm pretty sure they took me to a VA to get worked on. I thought it was. And I remember being in Balboa. He just said there's only one hospital that works on veterans and active duty. So it's called Naval Medical Center. I just put that in. I want to see San Diego. Okay, Naval Medical Center. A Naval Medical Center, like the Naval Medical Center San Diego, can provide medical care to both active duty military personnel and veterans. Although veterans primarily access care through the Veterans Affairs VA system after leaving active service, and may need to verify the eligibility for specific services at the Naval Medical Center. There you go. This guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. Active duty focus. Primarily, Navy medical centers are designed to provide health care for active duty military members and their dependents. Limited veterans access. While veterans may be able to receive some care at the Navy Medical Center, they generally need to transition to the VA healthcare system for most post-service medical needs. Okay, so they do accept. Maybe the one he's talking about always accepts both, no matter what you like. What was it called again? Hold up. Sometimes I wish I could lock her up in a smaller cage. And put her in a cat carrier for a day. This is what you get. Remember how it was like being in here? So this will feel like it's a big space again, and she won't want to go out there so much. Rewind this. Really, bro? Really? We're starting this already? Can we not? Can I not do? Come on, man. Fuck, Simon. You don't eat anything all morning. Now I gotta think about it for the next fucking 12 hours. If you stay over there, thanks. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm fucking.
James A. Lovell Center is the only hospital.
James A. Lovell.
In our country that serves both veterans and active military and every one of those recruits I just mentioned. His job was to help provide emergency management services, planning and preparing in the case of a tornado or another emergency or even an active shooter. He served 35,000 veterans in our area, tens of thousands of active duty sailors and other military members, and the 40 to 50,000 people each year who go through Naval Station Great Lakes. We all believe government should be efficient, but Trump and Musk are taking a sledgehammer to Americans' lives and our livelihoods. And I am proud to stand with all of my colleagues here today saying it has to stop. Thank you, and I am proud to yield back to Chairman Aguilar.
Thank you, Brad. Take some questions. Nick?
Republicans are teeing up a year-long, or at least through the end of the fiscal year, continuing resolution that could come as soon as this weekend. Is this something that Democrats could support?
Well, let's be very clear about kind of the facts, but also about where this process is.
That's full of shit about this hospital, by the way.
Ability to shut down government.
Anyway,
Republicans.
the Democrats are retarded.
They demonstrated that last week when they went after health care and Medicaid.
He's being very fucking persistent today, isn't he?
American families. They have the votes. They have the responsibility to govern. But let's talk about the process. Rosa DeLauro has submitted an offer to Republicans. They walked away. Speaker Johnson has said that he wants the CR to be bipartisan. There has been no outreach.
Why is playing a guitar in there?
From the administration or the speaker
to
Leader Jeffries. So that's where things stand. Republicans have walked away, and Republicans have the votes. Then they have demonstrated time and time again that with their unity, they can go after health care and programs that we feel are important to the American people.
How would you gauge the effects on the public if the government were to shut down? What would be the level of suffering?
Donald Trump shut down government before. Many of us up here were in Congress at that time. The administration historically has wielded that ability to keep agencies open and closed. But the American public will absolutely feel it. The potential to have offices closed. As my colleagues have mentioned, that is part of the point of what Trump and Elon Musk are doing here, is to fire employees, to close down offices, is their justification toward eliminating services that everyday Americans utilize and have paid for. That's where the focus is, but we understand that Republicans' goal might be to enact pain on the American people. We're angry about it. The Democratic caucus is angry about it. We do not have the votes to keep government open. Republicans have the votes in the majority here, and so that's what we are. That's what we are concerned about, and we stand, as we always do, willing to be partners in every aspect of governance. But Republicans have the responsibility here.
Can you talk about tonight? Is it an opportunity for Democrats to get a certain message out to the public? And what exactly, in a succinct way, is that message? What's the top priority for people to know?
We want the American people to know that we need to judge President Trump, not just by the words that he says tonight, but by his actions that he has demonstrated. Time and time again, he has said one thing and done the other. Tonight will be no different. So we want the focus to be everyday Americans, their economic security, their health, their safety. That's what guides House Democrats every day. And we're going to use every tool available to amplify our message against this chaos. But we understand within that House chamber, he's the only one with a microphone. And so we will use our platforms and our opportunities to have our voices heard for our constituents and for the American people. Vice Chair Lieu.
Chairman Aguilar is absolutely right. We need to look at the actions, and let me just tell you what has happened since Donald Trump took over. Inflation has increased. Consumer sentiment has fallen. There is now a measles outbreak in West Texas, even though measles was deemed eradicated a number of years ago.
Yeah, because all these fucking migrants brought it in with them, douche. What do you think? We had lower rates of vaccine uptake because we had herd immunity, but then we let in a bunch of fucking people that weren't from our herd. What do you know? Hey, Mark, I didn't know you're still here, man. Have a good day, dude. Don't bust your knuckles.
The stock market is tanking.
Or should I say bust a knuckle?
And the administration has done nothing to help reduce the price of eggs. In fact, you can't find eggs in a number of places. And then they made it worse by firing people who work on bird flu research. Those are the actions of Donald Trump, and he is harming America.
Hey, well, apparently those bird flu researchers weren't doing a fucking very good job. If we got a fucking bird flu epidemic going on, you dumb shit, maybe they were DEI hires that didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and we need to hire some people that get hired on merit, and they're going to be like, boop, 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 boop. Hey, what were they thinking? Why did they hire those people? What were they doing in here?
We'll see what happens tonight, but he can't escape the
It's
really
like,
bad record.
it's like these people expect for someone to keep their job forever, even if their performance at it is shit. Oh, kind of like them. I see now. That's funny.
He's already set forth.
Makes sense.
A couple of you mentioned the tariffs. I want to ask you about the retaliatory tariffs from Canada, Mexico, China. First, are you concerned about an escalating trade war? And what's your message to the American people out there who are already concerned about the high cost of living, the affordable housing crisis, the affordable child care crisis, and then to add these tariffs? What's your message to Americans who are...
Ay, ay, ay. Hold on. I don't know.
Said that Donald Trump will make America less safe and more expensive. That is exactly what he's doing. Rarely do the four of us get up here and would acknowledge Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal, but they call this the dumbest trade war in American history. And we agree. The retaliatory tariffs will be coming from those countries. This is going to make auto parts, energy, things that Americans use more expensive.
Check this out. I think that they use more shit from us than we use from them, actually. I do. I think they do. Because they need us to buy their shit. That's the thing. We don't so much need... You really... I mean, no, actually, scratch that. They don't, you know what I mean? They need us to buy their shit because our country is so massive. We have so many open mouths to feed. We have, like, you know what I'm saying? We need them vegetables we want to eat, right? Well, guess what? They want to sell those vegetables just as much as we want them. That's why Trump is bitching at countries that have a trade imbalance with us. Because when countries buy your goods, it helps your country, right? These countries have a trade imbalance with us. Trump's going after us so that they buy more of our goods because that helps us. Well, think about Canada and Mexico. We're buying tons of their goods. Well, if they make it so that we stop buying tons of their goods, what's going to happen to their fucking economy? We have to buy their shit or they don't have money. Where are they going to sell it? We're huge. We're massive, dude. You know what I mean? They can't fuck with us. They want us to buy it. They're salesmen. Canada and Mexico are selling their produce, their syrup, whatever the fuck. They're selling it, though. If they don't sell it to us, what are they going to do with it? Just sit on it? They're going to increase the tariffs and then make it even harder for us to buy it? And so that we start buying locally shit. We stop buying stuff that's exotic. We stop buying tequila because, oh, fuck, I can get whiskey. It's a hell of a lot cheaper. I don't really need that tequila. That's what's going to happen. These Democrats act like we're made to fucking buy Mexican products. We're made to buy Canadian products. I buy hardly anything that's made in Canada, by the way. I'm sure people up north might buy more Canadian products. But produce, yeah, we buy a lot of Mexican produce. Dude, we got farm fields here in America, too. How about we start using them for different products? Instead of the farmer that's growing a bunch of shit to ship out to, say, Ukraine, wheat or corn that they're sending somewhere else, maybe grow 2 different crops now so that now we can have fucking bell peppers that aren't coming from Mexico or something. I don't know, dude. We can figure this shit out, though. Shit changes over time. Just like Trump's talking about getting rid of the daylight savings time. Like, shit changes. We didn't always get all our shit from Mexico. Like, I don't know what the hell we get from Canada. Car parts, I guess. But, like, dude, we didn't always do that. Oh, there's Carl's.
And that's terrible. And the American people are absolutely going to feel it.
Yeah, you know what? Motherfucking American people can feel it for a little bit. We're the most obese country in the world, for one. You know? Maybe people can start losing a little fucking weight. Maybe they can start eating a little better. Maybe with our diabetes and obesity rates will start dropping a little bit if we can't eat all this fucking junk food that's coming from Mexico or whatever. I don't know, dude. This could be a good thing, but all they look at it as it's totally bad because it's change. Change is good. We need change so bad in this country, dude. These people just want everything just to stay the same. Keep on the same path that it's on. It can't work like that. It's not going to work like that.
Acknowledging that everyday Americans are going to feel it, but they are not
willing
to stand up against it.
Like, we had to go through a Great Depression, didn't we? And we came out on the other side of that shit. Apparently, we needed to go through some pain to get on through to the other side of it. Without pain, there's no progress, right?
They time and time again have proven that they will not push back against Donald Trump. And so that will translate to Americans paying more. And it's something that House Democrats are concerned about, or angry about. But that's where the administration wants to focus their time and attention. Brad Schneider.
Thank you. So a couple weeks ago in my district, I had a roundtable meeting with farmers in my district, farm bureaus from each of the 3 counties in my district. We were talking about the prospect. We're now past the prospect. China has announced a 15% tariff on U.S. agricultural products.
Prospects, whatever, it's Crossback, so it's okay, but he's eating Trident's food.
One of the observations made, in fact, this gentleman opened up our conversation.
So why are my views all over the fucking place this morning? I'm going from 6 to 3 to 6 to 3 to 6 to 3. Motherfucker can't make his mind up or what?
Remarking that United States farmers are the most productive. We're blessed to have incredibly fertile land, but we're also blessed to have an incredibly hardworking, capable agriculture industry. We produce more food than we can consume as Americans.
That's what I was just talking about. We send our food somewhere else to reproduce so much of like specific crops. I haven't even seen this, dude. I didn't even talk about this. We make like so much corn that we can't eat all the corn ourselves here in America, so we ship it out to other countries. Well, what if that corn farmer, instead of making all corn so we can send it out to other countries, maybe he makes half corn, half bell peppers now, because now we're no longer getting the bell peppers from Mexico because, I mean, of course it is seasonal crops here, and that would make it so our vegetables would be more seasonal. I'm cool with that, man. You know what I mean? I don't need to get the same shit all year round the way we do. I don't need that. It's nice and all. Yeah, sure, it's cool being able to get a cucumber, a bell pepper, or whatever in the middle of winter anytime I want because we're getting them from South America or whatever. Because the climate's so much warmer there, and they can still grow. They grow them at a different time of year, all year round if they want to. Yeah, sure, that's cool, but is that necessary? Do we want our country to go to shit so that we can have nice things all the time? Because it'd be a trade-off. We'd be trading our freedom, pretty much, and our economy would fucking tank if we go keep on along the route we're going. %80 of the world produce. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Well, wow, like North America, us?
It's a good thing. We can help feed the world and a growing population. Challenge is that farming is a very low margin business. So if you take that food that we're exporting around the world and you make it more expensive, harder for American farmers to sell that food around the world, many of them are going to not make their numbers for.
No, what they're going to do is they're going to change the crops. They're not going to grow an abundance of that. Wow. It's too easy, man. They're not going to grow all corn. They're not going to grow all something. They're going to do more of a rotation. It'll just make them change their growing. That's it. They do it all the time anyway. They'll grow a crop of soybeans, and then to rejuvenate the soil, they'll change it up with corn. Because if you do the same crop over and over and over, you deplete your soil. You have to change it up anyway. So, as long as the climate, the temperament is suitable for that specific crop, then they don't have to, they're only doing the abundant shit probably because our government is subsidizing them to ship it to another country because we got some contract with the other country so that they have more wheat or corn or whatever. So there's that, dude. These people like speak half truths. They say it could be like that if the farmers are fucking retarded. They're like, oh, I got this corn I can grow. Oh, what am I gonna do now? I got all this corn building up, corn's everywhere. Oh my god, I can't even sell it to nobody. No, switch the fucking crop. That's the beauty of being a farmer. You're not locked into a certain crop. So I said to change their expertise in something.
Their expenses are going to exceed their income. And
that's what's so badass about America is we're so fertile for growing almost anything, dude. Hell, I got a guava tree in my front yard. My neighbor's got an orange tree in his.
We saw this script 8 years ago when President Trump put tariffs in place then. And that trade war led us to have to bail out those farmers.
Actually,
farmers don't want to bail.
He has a guava tree too, and so does my neighbor to the left of me. There's that many fruit trees right here, just right here. They're just wild fruit trees. Exotic stuff that would normally be grown in Mexico or Florida.
They are hardworking people who want to succeed and pass what they do from generation to generation. And what the president is doing is undermining our agriculture sector, our rural communities, our nation as a whole.
Whatever.
Last question.
House Republican leadership has told its members that they should be doing fewer in-person town halls, more teletown halls, as there are more protests. And this morning, Speaker Mike Johnson said that Democratic activists are kind of overtaking these town halls in their districts. I'm wondering if you could speak on that a little bit, especially as Democrats have been doing more town halls in their districts.
House Democrats are interested in holding our colleagues accountable. But these are not paid individuals, no matter how many times the speaker says it. These are Americans who are angry. They're angry that their health care could be taken away. They're angry that Elon Musk is running around firing people out of agencies that are providing services to them. And House Republicans are running scared. That's what we see. They are scared to answer the question from their own constituents about why they continue to support these efforts. That's the nature of where we are this moment, and I think it speaks a lot about House Republicans that they aren't even willing to take those local questions, or it has to be so specific, it has to be so filtered that they don't want to even answer questions from their constituents. But we will continue. House Democratic Caucus, New Democratic Coalition, Congressional Progressive Caucus, House leadership. Everyone in our caucus is committed toward making sure the American public understands exactly what's at stake. Director Sutton.
And I think that today's letter answers that question perfectly for you. It's pretty simple to go back to your district and face Democratic and Republican voters alike if you're willing to represent your voters and protect their Social Security and their Medicare and their Medicaid and their quality of life. House Republicans would have a much easier time going and speaking to their constituents if they weren't trying to steal their health care in order to give a billionaire a tax break. So right now, I think many House Republicans have to make a choice about whether they want to fulfill their job title as representative, where they can have a town hall and actually speak honestly to their constituents, or whether they want to change their job title to Elon Musk employee. And I think that's very hard to host a town hall if who you're working for is Elon Musk instead of your constituents.
Vice Chair Lou to close.
In 2017 and 2018, House Republicans ran away from the voters and didn't do any town halls. How did that work out for them?
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
guys.
All right, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau there taking questions from reporters.
Said, listen, groceries and gas at the moment.
Except for Canadian energy, which will yet against detail. Let's take a listen in live.
The United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods, starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time.
What's made in America anymore? Who gives a shit?
Encore aujourd'hui, on se voit forcé d'imposer des droits de
It's gonna hurt them more than us, dude.
have to impose milliards de dollars
on $155 billion worth of
We're gonna stop buying Canadian shit because I already don't buy Canadian shit.
Immediately, and in 21 days, $120 billion worth of U.S.
Today, we will also be challenging these illegal actions by filing dispute resolution claims at the World Trade Organization and through the USMCA. But in the meantime, our tariffs will remain in place until the U.S. tariffs are withdrawn, and not a moment sooner. And should these tariffs not cease, We are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures, measures which will demonstrate that there are no winners in a trade war. Now, just like I did a month ago,
he's just dumb enough to fuck his own country over, isn't he?
Directly to the American people. We don't want this.
Trader Joe sucks.
We want to work with you as a friend and ally.
Overpriced bullshit.
And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you.
The only thing that was good at Trader Joe's is Charles Shaw, $2 Chuck, and that wasn't even really good. It was just cheap.
As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government...
I think it's $4 Chuck now probably. It was $3 Chuck like 10 years ago. It was $2 Chuck in the mid-2000s, remember? A $2 bottle of wine. They had all different kinds, too, all the different grapes. Cabernet, Shiraz, like all of them. Every one of them was only $2. $1.99 a bottle. See, that's how you create a wino right there.
Has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between.
They're not bad. They're
chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families.
Why does this bitch keep shaking her head as if we need that? As if the women of America are like, yeah, girl, you know it's true. Yeah. They got the girl up there shaking her head. Where's the black guy? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I forgot. There aren't any black Canadians. Too cold up there.
Chosen to sabotage their own agenda that was supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States.
She keeps shaking her head.
And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped.
No, he's shaking his head.
So on that point,
who are
let me
they?
be crystal clear.
The head shakers.
There is absolutely
She just shook her head.
no
I don't know, for no reason she shook it. It should have been a no, but it was a yes.
For these tariffs today.
Not the right shake.
Now, the legal pretext your government is using to bring in these tariffs is that Canada is apparently unwilling to help in the fight against illegal fentanyl. Well, that is totally false. Let's look at the facts. Our border is already safe and secure.
Is she his fucking
1%
cheerleader
of
or
fentanyl
something?
flows and less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States comes from Canada.
It's like she has to do this to swallow.
We acted because we know we can always do better. We responded to concerns, including from the president, by implementing an ambitious $1.3 billion border plan. A border plan that includes generational investment.
Dude, if you count the amount of times this woman, she's a fucking bobblehead, dude.
In new AI and imaging tools to stop the flow of fentanyl in its tracks.
Both of them.
Stronger coordination and information sharing with American agencies, along with the deployment of drones, helicopters, and additional personnel to keep our border secure. Now, a month ago, as part of an agreement with the United States that paused the tariffs, we made further commitments. We appointed Kevin Brasseau as our fentanyl czar, a man who dedicated his multi-decade career in law enforcement to combating organized crime networks and drug trafficking. We designated 7 drug cartels sick, evil groups who cynically profit off the pain and suffering of people on both sides of the border as the terrorist organizations that they are. And just yesterday, we launched a new joint operations partnership supported by a $200 million investment between Canada's security and law enforcement agencies, a partnership that will enhance the coordination of information and intelligence in order to thwart criminal gangs involved in the illegal fentanyl trade. And critically, our actions are working. As the U.S. Customs and Border Protection just acknowledged, there was a 97% drop in fentanyl seizures from January compared to December, to a near zero low of less than half an ounce seized in January, even with all the further enforcements and actions we've taken at the borders. In sum, we stepped up. We engaged closely and constructively with the President and his administration. We did everything we promised. We stuck to our word. And we did it because we believe in working together to protect our citizens. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American, Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the US have done together for decades, for generations. And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want to see. And now, to my fellow Canadians, I won't sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough, even though we're all going to pull together, because that's what we do. We will use every tool at our disposal so Canadian workers and businesses can weather this storm. From expanding EI benefits and making them more flexible to providing direct supports to businesses, we will be there as needed to help. But Canada, make no mistake, no matter how long this lasts, no matter what the cost, the federal government and other orders of government will be there for you. We will defend Canadian jobs. We will take measures to prevent predatory behavior that threatens Canadian companies because of the impacts of this trade war, leaving them open to takeovers. We will relentlessly fight to protect our economy. We will stand up for Canadians every single second of every single day because this country is worth fighting for. Les derniers mois ont été stressants et honnêtement épuisants
really tiring for all of us.
Je crois qu'on peut être rassuré par l'incroyable solidarité
by the incredible solidarity that
solidarité
our
entre
society
nos entreprises, nos
showed
syndicats, notre
with our
société
companies,
civile, les communautés
civil society,
autochtones et tous les Canadiens. L'ensemble de la société canadienne parle d'une seule voix.
The entire society
entendre de nos partenaires américains
unanimous.
Pour illustrer que
We have to talk to our American partners.
C'est une très mauvaise
Those
idée.
tariffs are a very bad idea.
On travaille à l'interne pour faire tomber les obstacles au commerce entre provinces et territoires.
obstacles between trade between our states and to find new markets throughout the world, to have better economy, more solid, more robust. In the last years, I discussed with leaders all over the world. My message hasn't changed. Canada is a reliable partner, and our doors are open. During the last week, we made more efforts to increase our collaboration with Mexico. That is also a victim of these tariffs. Together, we will find other ways of working and rely one with each other to confront this. Confronted with this uncertainty, Canadians show much solidarity. You share products to help companies. I saw you change travel plans to remain in Canada. And I saw that you were making more efforts to support small businesses and workers. I saw that you defended your culture to make it shine even more. I saw you encourage your athletes with unwavering support and enthusiasm. I cannot be more proud of my fellow Canadians. But there's something else I want to ask you. Ask from you. Do not abandon. Do not fight for your country. Do everything you can to choose Canada, to defend Canada. We will go through these difficult times together. I've never been so optimistic after seeing how you have reacted in the past weeks. And we will go through, we will survive these difficult times. Canada is the best country in the world. There are reasons to be so proud of this country and this Norway country. And I am proud of our solidarity, our capacity to weather the storm. We have different origins, different languages, but when it comes to defending our country, we are one. Through the storm, Canadians can always on each other, on one another.
Tough spots before. But every time we've faced long odds and seemingly insurmountable obstacles, we've not only survived, we've emerged stronger than ever.
Time is constipated too.
To defending our
His
great
poop
nation,
came out really slow today. I watched him.
We all
are
willing to pay.
I gave him some hairball
Today
stuff.
Is no different.
Hopefully his next poop will come right on out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Merci beaucoup. We will now take 20 minutes of questions. Nous prendrons 20 minutes de questions. One question, one follow-up, une question, un suivi. Merci.
Hi, Prime Minister. Tom Perry with CBC. You're reaching out to the president today. You're speaking directly to him. We heard from U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who says that Donald Trump will be speaking to Canadians. And he also says that he wants to see more progress on fentanyl. So my question to you is, do you have any conversation scheduled with Donald Trump in the coming days? Is that something maybe your successor should do? And do you really believe that this is about fentanyl, or is there something larger at play here?
I have offered to speak to Donald over the past number of days, and I expect to speak with him in the days to come. I'm always there to talk with him about the importance of working together to take on the world at this time. The facts show very clearly that in terms of taking action on fentanyl, we are doing everything that is necessary, and not just for the United States, for ourselves as well, as Canadians are suffering as well from the scourge that is illegal fentanyl. We have laid out extensive plans, actions, cooperations, including as recently as the past days in Washington.
Is that an appointment for
and
tomorrow?
They have always been very well received. And the numbers bear that out. I think in what President Trump said yesterday, that
supposed to
there
rain
is
all day.
nothing Canada or Mexico can do to avoid these tariffs underlines very clearly what I think a lot of us have suspected for a long time, that these tariffs are not specifically about fentanyl, even though that is the legal justification he must use to actually move forward with these tariffs.
Monsieur Trudeau, en français, à part l'allocution que vous avez eue envers Monsieur Trump, lui avez-vous parlé au cours des derniers jours, des dernières heures?
Have you talked to
Non.
Mr. Trump?
Je me suis mis à sa disposition pour parler pendant les derniers jours, comme on avait fait il y a 30 jours. J'espère lui parler dans les jours à venir. Je suis toujours ouvert
to him in the future.
You mentioned this.
My door is open.
You're seeing the United States seemingly moving closer to Moscow. This is the same day that the United States has announced it's suspending aid for Ukraine. The Kremlin just said that U.S. foreign policy now is in alignment with Russia. So how do you successfully, or your successor, successfully negotiate with a president who seems to regard his friends as his enemies and his enemies as his friends?
In this regards, Canada and Canadians are very clear. We know who our friends are. We know who our opponents are, and there is no question that Vladimir Putin and his attack not just on Ukraine, but on the rules-based international order, on the founding principles of the United Nations.
What was that again? The rules-based
international, Vladimir Putin and his attack not just on Ukraine, but on the rules-based international order, on the...
What does that mean? He's not allowed to... It seems to me that a lot of leftists believe that the world's never going to change. The imaginary lines are never going to move again. Countries are set in stone. No other country is allowed to take over any parts of any other countries ever again. And in history, it happened so often, dude. Like, the world has changed so many times over from people taking over different areas. Why do leftists think that the world should stay the same forever? I mean, of course, America should stay America forever, but these other small-ass countries that aren't America, that don't have nearly as many people as we do, the resources, the guns, the freedoms that we have gotten because of our sacrifices in the past, they haven't done that, possibly. Or it's been too long ago since they did that, when they were a huge, like Syria at one point was massive. Syria at one point was bustling. Beirut was bustling. And now, like, Muslims were the first doctors. They were, at one point, ruling the planet, pretty much. And, well, I mean, they weren't really traveling like white people were, though. White people went out and got around and took over shit in other areas more. And they were faulted for that shit. I gotta show you something later. That we had that, I forget his name now. Damn it. Bloom, I think it was the YouTuber. He came out here to the Long Beach College and was questioning kids out here. It's really good. I watched it last night. Now y'all can understand why I don't go outside very much. This campus is right next to the VA hospital too.
Founding principles of the United Nations is an opponent of Canada. I think the question that we all need to be watching closely is, what do the American people think? How do Americans feel about jettisoning one's friends and allies in favor of a country that has never wished Americans well and continues to act in ways that harm the global economy and specifically the American economy and American values and principles?
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau, Valérie Gavage de Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada.
Sur les programmes d'aide, au Québec, on parle de 160 000 emplois qui pourraient être
we talk about 160,000 jobs that could be lost.
dans les usines d'auto. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose sur la table aujourd'hui qui
Is
peut
there something, a plan
ne serait-ce que de
on the table
limiter le délai pour avoir accès à l'assurance emploi?
the delay to have access to employment, workers' compensation. I want to remind people that our objective is not to find ways so Canadians can go through these terrible times. It's to prevent these terrible times to last longer than the minimum time necessary. We can eliminate these tariffs tomorrow. That's what we're going to try to do. Our priority is to end this commercial trade war.
Le fait que des Américains font faire face
already today will be confronted with layoffs,
au niveau de leur
difficulties with regards to
va nous aider à mettre fin à ces défis le plus
This will help us to end these problems as soon as possible.
I say that because she actually is the best vet in the world.
That we can do.
This is a Mother Teresa vet. She
last longer than 1 or 2 days, even with immediate actions with the.
She gave me a free vet visit once for Sweet Pea when I thought that her leg was hurt. When she jumped up too high and she meowed funny and like wasn't walking right the next day. That visit was free. That was the day I was blown away. Whoa, this woman, amazing. I don't know why it was free.
Workers' compensation
to remember first and foremost as we reflect on the impacts on Canadian workers.
Because she didn't know if I was going to, like, I didn't know if I was going to keep her at the moment, maybe, and she was trying to convince me to keep her. I don't know.
Is that, first of all, there will be similar impacts on Americans losing their jobs, American families paying more for basic goods that they rely on at a time where times are tight everywhere. But our focus has to be on getting these tariffs lifted as quickly as possible. What can we do in the coming days is our focus to make sure that these tariffs don't last a second longer than necessary. So we will be looking at, including looking in the coming day at things we can do around adjusting EI to support people through this difficult time. But her priority has to be not on figuring out how to manage through these tariffs over the coming days and weeks and months, but on doing everything we can to get them lifted and put an end to this unjustified trade war that hurts American families and Canadian families.
On a l'impression que vous n'avez plus beaucoup de cartes dans votre jeu. Est-ce que devancer la renégociation de la CEUM fait partie des plans actuellement?
To go forward, accelerate the renegotiation, is that something that you plan?
Dans les conversations
currently, in the conversations with the president,
c'est pas très clair ce qu'il veut.
It's not very clear what's going on.
Ou peut-être
or maybe
c'est ce qu'il a dit à multiples
what is clear is what he said to several times that his objective is to kill Canadian economy, to talk about annexation. That's what he wants.
Je ne sais pas.
So I don't know
quelle négociation on pourrait entamer
we could start currently to
lui convaincre que c'est pas ça son.
To convince him that that shouldn't be his goal. Our answer today
est ancré dans le fait de démontrer à quel point
we want to show how our economies are intertwined, and if we create obstacles, families in both sides of the border will suffer. To show that we should do things together.
Pendant qu'il fait le choix de vouloir ruiner l'économie canadienne.
Canadian economy.
Je ne sais pas si devancer des négociations dans une situation de si mauvaise foi dans laquelle on se trouve maintenant,
in such bad faith that the bad faith we see that
justification factuelle aujourd'hui
by putting tariffs that have no justification at all. I don't know
if à le faire s'il le voulait, mais c'est
are open to those negotiations
pour le présent.
But currently, no.
I'm just trying to remember. What was that? Customer, that's right. I think in terms of what he wants, I heard he talked about banking again this morning in a tweet, which doesn't make any sense because American banks, there's about 16 American banks currently active in Canada holding about $113 billion worth of assets in this country. So the American banks are alive and well and prospering in Canada.
Eating Trident's food.
It's an example of not really being able to see what it is that he wants, because even the excuse that he's giving for these Paris tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us, is the second half of his thought. Now, first of all, that's never going to happen. We will never be the 51st state. But yeah, he can do damage to the Canadian economy, and he's started this morning. But he is rapidly going to find out, as American families are going to find out, that that's going to hurt people on both sides of the border. Americans will lose jobs. Americans will be paying more for groceries, for gas, for cars, for homes, because we have always done best when we work together. So we are, of course, open to starting negotiations on the customer review, but let us not fool ourselves about what he seems to be wanting. And I will admit, I have been holding out hope that these tariffs were just a clever negotiating ploy that would have the impact that they're having now without even bringing them in over the past weeks, as we've seen order books dry up for Canadian companies from American customers, as we've seen expansion plans in Canada put on hold, as we've seen people choosing to invest in the United States over the past weeks because of the threat of tariffs. But now that he's moved forward with tariffs, we're going to see the real impact of a trade war between our two countries. And that impact will be to hurt American families.
Prime Minister Tonda McCharles with the Toronto Star. I hope you can be as specific as possible for a number of these points. Everybody's looking to what actually you're going to do. In your statement last night, you referenced non-tariff measures, and I want to know exactly what you're prepared to contemplate there. And given that your likely successors, both Carney and Poilievre, have said it should be dollar for dollar retaliatory tariffs, that's on $600 billion worth of American imports. If you were to do that, is that on or off the table?
I will be sitting down, as I have every week for the past many, many weeks, with the premiers this afternoon to talk about our individual, combined, and collective response to this. As we've put on the table, the federal government has $155 billion worth of tariffs that we can move forward with immediately, and that we will be moving forward with both now and 21 days from now to give Canadian companies time to adjust their supply chains to not be overly impacted by this. But there are many other things that have been surfaced by different premiers in different approaches that we can look at. One, for example, is around purchasing and around suppliers and around contracts, whether it's municipal, provincial, or federal, with American companies. There are many different things that we've been looking at, and that conversation with the premiers this afternoon is going to be very, very important. But I can tell you what we have seen is Canadians across provinces and territories, across political lines, are united in knowing that this is a time to hit back hard and to demonstrate that a fight with Canada will have no winners. And the sooner we can get past this fight, back to working together to take on the world, as our two countries always have, the better we'll all be.
To what extent have you turned or gotten cooperation from any other allies to exact more pain on the U.S. to accelerate getting to a solution? And are you concerned that Mexico appears to be trying to do their own thing maybe next Sunday? Where are you with any guarantees you've got allies?
I've just spent quite a bit of time over these past couple of weeks meeting with European and international allies to talk about a number of different things, including standing up for the rules-based order by defending Ukraine, but also being there for each other in a more challenging and uncertain world. And I can tell you that every country is very, very aware that if the American government is willing to do this to their own closest ally, neighbor, and friend, everyone is vulnerable to a trade war. And our ability to work together thoughtfully and strategically to make sure we're supporting our citizens, we're doing things together in a more diversified way is something that is on the mind of all of our allies.
En français, vous en êtes où dans les discussions avec les alliés, que ce soit européens ou africains?
Comme vous savez, au cours des dernières semaines,
where are you at during with the conversation with your allies, with several of our allies and our friends from Europe and international? Everybody is worried. They know that if Americans are ready to do this to Canada, they're the closest ally and interconnected partner. Everybody risks the same.
De travailler ensemble,
our capacity to work together, to do more together, to diversify supply chains
de façon encore plus délibérée.
More in an even more deliberate manner. That's the conversation that we're having, and we're continuing to have with the allies, with our Mexican partners. We continue we remain in contact with them, close contact, and we're going to analyze how we can do things together, as I said.
Pour ne pas souffrir plus que nécessaire.
So we don't need to suffer more than necessary.
Prime Minister Rachel Haynes from CTV.
Hey, my question is, guy.
We know the Liberal Party is going to be picking a new leader over the weekend, but when is it going to be your last official day as Prime Minister?
That will be up to a conversation between the new leader and myself to figure out how long a transition is needed. It should happen reasonably quickly, but there's a lot of things to do in a transition like this, particularly at this complicated time in the world.
My last day will be determined once the new leader of the Liberal Party has been chosen. That will be a conversation about how long will be required to make that transition. There are many different elements to be considered, but I know that we want to do it quickly.
So it sounds like it won't be immediately on March 9th or March 10th. So it sounds like you'll probably still have some time remaining to put in some more actions on this. Is one of those things that you're considering going to be taxing oil, gas, and potash exports, even if premiers don't consent to that?
As I said, the most important thing we're facing, as I've said, the most important thing we can do is ensure that Canadians remain united. That's why whatever response, individually or collectively, we do across the country, we have to make sure that no single part of the country is carrying a greater burden or suffering any more than everyone else. This is going to be tough for all of us, but we need to be pulling and holding Canadians together every step of the way. And that's the conversation I'm going to be having with the premiers this afternoon in our now weekly meetings. There will be many different ideas we discuss, but the most important thing, more important than doing specific or effective pressure points on the United States, is keeping Canadians united together. As we go through the pain that these American tariffs will inflict on our economy, on our workplaces, on Canadian families, we will be able to say this is happening to us by the decisions of a different government. As American families suffer the impact of these tariffs, of this trade war with Canada, they will be saying this is happening because our own government is choosing to do it to us. That's a very different proposition. And the most important thing right now, more important than anything else, is for Canadians to remain united. And that's why all premiers will be focused on things that make sure Canadians don't get divided amongst ourselves. This is a time for us to pull together, because the Americans will be having very real and very challenging debates and discussions about these actions. There will be no debate in Canada about whether or not we should be pulling together and responding. Everyone is aligned on that, and protecting that is job one for the Canadian government and the Canadian Prime Minister.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau.
Okay. Évidemment, il y a différentes choses que
Clearly, there
différentes
are
provinces,
different
secteurs
things
peuvent
that
faire
different provinces and sectors can do to put pressure on the United
plusieurs
States.
idées qui ont été mises sur la table, mais je veux être extrêmement
Many ideas have been put on the table, but I want to be
ce sera
very
pas le
clear.
fait qu'il y a une région ou une industrie au
One
Canada qui
region or industry in Canada will not suffer or carry a larger burden than others.
doit être équitable.
We need to be fair with our response and our supports.
Parce que la chose la plus importante dans toute cette affaire,
And the most important thing in all of this is that Canadians remain united.
c'est de ça que je parlais avec les premiers ministres.
And that's
des
what I
provinces et
spoke about
territoires
with the
cet après-midi.
premiers of the provinces and
Que-
territories this afternoon.
L'unité de mission et
Unity,
de courage et de
mission,
détermination
courage, and
dont les
determination.
Canadiens vont
All
faire
of
preuve
these
dans
values
les
that
jours
Canadians
et
will
semaines
be
à venir
showing in
va être
the days
notre
and
arme
weeks
la
to
plus
come
effective.
will be our
Parce
strongest
que
weapon.
les familles canadiennes qui vont faire face à
The
des
Canadian
impacts négatifs à
families
cause
that
de
will
ces
be
tarifs
negatively
vont être en
affected
train
by
de
these
dire,
tariffs
mais nous, on va se tenir
will
ensemble en
be
tant que
saying to
Canadiens parce
themselves,
que c'est
we
un
will
autre
stand
pays
united as
qui nous est en train Canadians de faire
because
ça.
it's another country that is doing this
Et
to
nous,
us.
on va tenir bon, puis on va
We
réussir
will
à
stand
passer à
together
travers.
and we'll get through
Les
this.
familles américaines qui vont voir des pertes d'emploi
American families that
vont
will
voir des
see
augmentations de
lost
prix
jobs,
à cause de ces tarifs,
price hikes,
eux, ils
and
vont
more
devoir
because
se
of
dire,
these tariffs.
c'est à cause de notre propre
They
gouvernement.
will say to themselves, this
qu'on
is
est en train de
because of
souffrir.
our own government that we are
Et
suffering
ça
now.
va amener des conversations
And
extrêmement
that's going to lead
difficiles
to very difficult
entre Américains
conversations amongst
sur le
Americans.
pourquoi de cette guerre
Discussions
commerciale.
on why this trade war, this
We will take one
unjustified
last
war is
question
happening.
and follow up. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. Mackenzie Gray with Global. You mentioned the markets earlier. Someone who knows a thing about them, Warren Buffett, came out and said that these tariffs could be viewed as an act of war. Does the Canadian government believe these tariffs from Donald Trump is an act of war from the U.S.?
Canadians are not angry at the American people.
Dumber
for
than
this.
American reporters.
We don't have anything against Americans. Americans are our neighbors, our friends, our partners.
Word.
We do things together. We've done
partners
things
would be
together
so stupid
for
to go to war
decades
with
and
us.
generations. This is a policy
NATO could even
decision
save 'em.
by the American government designed to go after the Canadian economy. This is a trade war, yes. But Canadians are hurt. Canadians are angry. We're going to choose to not go on vacation in Florida or Old Orchard Beach or wherever.
Stay cold. We don't care.
We're going to choose to try to buy Canadian products and forego bourbon and other
Your whiskey is
classic
shit,
American
though.
products.
Actually, you're known for having
And
shit.
yeah, we're probably going to
whiskey.
keep booing the American anthem.
That works
But
out.
let me tell Americans, we're not booing you. We're not booing your teams. We're not booing
You are.
your players.
You are. We're not.
We're booing a policy that is designed to hurt us. And we're insulted. And we're angry.
Oh my, get up. Come on. Let's
But we're Canadian. which means we're going to stand up for each other. We're going to fight. And we're going to win.
There are probably a lot of folks watching on TV today who've been laid off or they were told not to come into work today because of these tariffs. Can you explain to them why you've not announced any relief measures today to help those folks out?
As I've said, our entire focus has been on preventing these tariffs from coming in, if there was at all a way, and it now looks like there was never a way we were going to be able to avoid these tariffs that the president was determined to do. And our focus now is going to be on making sure that they get lifted and that there is an end to this trade war as quickly as possible. But over the past month, we have been working on measures that if these tariffs last longer than a few hours or a few days, we be able to help Canadian citizens, Canadian workers, Canadian companies make it through this time. But let's also be clear, this is going to be tough. The American trade war is going to hurt the Canadian economy and is going to hurt all of us. What our government needs to make sure we're doing is try to make sure that nobody goes hungry and that everyone carries their share of this. And that's a hard thing to do, but that's where we're leaning in, both as a federal government and with provinces and territories on responses to be there for Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Merci.
That concludes today's press conference.
All right, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau there taking questions from reporters and beginning with some opening remarks, a lot of which is noteworthy and certainly important to communicate to you. A couple of quick programming notes. I'm Vashi Kapelos coming to you out of
Man, my seat cushion is starting to. The fabric is busted, and now the cushion is wearing. Well, something just ate the rest of the food on the. Oh, Crossback ate it. I see. Oh, this is actually perfect right now because Trident hasn't come by though. Trident comes by though, I can go out there really quickly and she'll stick around until I get food to her. Same with Mama. I can go back there and click at the back door. This is alright. If one of them comes up, I'll run back there and be like, and the plan with Mama is, or Dom, if when I go out there and she isn't under that, like if I think that she's went under the house, I'm gonna put down the medication for her. If she hasn't, and you see me out there, just do the Apollo 13 command, and then I'll know that he ran off, and that I shouldn't put the medication down. Tapeworm medication. I need it to just go to him because it could hurt kittens through lactating through the milk. Kitten almost eaten by hawk. It's not really. This is in LA too. That's Slauson Avenue. Wow. Wow. Sad that the bird's hungry. Pretty healthy looking bird. That's a young kitten. Still has blue eyes. Creepy still had blue eyes when I found her.
Attorney General Pam Bondi now says the Justice Department has received more Jeffrey Epstein files from the FBI after last week's release turned out to not include too much new information, including Epstein's contact list of already known individuals. Bondi told Fox News host Sean Hannity Monday night, quote, truckloads of additional documents have now been delivered to the DOJ. Bondi says the FBI is now going through thousands of new documents, and Director Kash Patel will release a detailed report as to why the Bureau did not release them in the first place. This comes as we've learned the top special agent overseeing the FBI's New York field office, James Dennehy, has been forced to retire. Multiple news outlets are reporting Dennehy sent an email to colleagues saying he was told to put in his retirement papers last Friday, but was not given a reason why. Dennehy was just put in charge of the New York field office in September by then FBI Director Christopher Wray. Wray left when Joe Biden left office.
A seat patch on this so it stops rubbing down, I think. Something. Now he's going to take over her spot. Oh. No, dude. Oh, man. Great. I left for an hour and a half already. Fuck, dude. I have a limit, okay? I'm sorry. Do you want your cat in your lap 24/7? A little clingy lately. It,
I'm making this video to share my experience as I am beginning self-deportation.
Editing out the moment, she broke down in tears.
Acknowledge this what I came up with last night.
Down over
A to-do
here.
list to leave her home in South Florida and move to Mexico.
Prior to the current mass deportations that are going on, I
bed.
would
It's a
have
good
never
bed.
thought to move back to a country where I know nothing and no one.
In days, millions of views and thousands of comments.
There was an overwhelming amount of people that related. Thank you for sharing.
A drastic move, but one Quebec Vasquez and her husband feel is necessary.
I feel like it's our only choice to make sure that our daughters are protected and with us at all times.
Since day one, the Trump administration has implemented significant changes to immigration policy, mass deportations, suspending refugee programs, canceling migrant appointments, and expanding ICE's powers.
We're living right now in a moment in time where everything is sort of being appended.
Dr. Elizabeth Aranda is a sociology professor at the University of South Florida and director of the Immigrant Wellbeing Center.
So you don't know if the processes that you could rely on in the past to go smoothly will go smoothly. So there's always a sense of fear surrounding something
lady.
wrong.
Vasquez is a DACA recipient.
That's how it works when you come here and you don't fucking go forward with the steps. You're like, I'm DACA. I'll just sit on my ass and have as many kids as possible so I have some anchor babies. And that's how it is now. Anchor babies work. I don't have to do anything. See? And now you have to do something. And you're like, what the fuck, man? You were supposed to do something the entire time. What were you waiting for?
And her daughters are U.S. citizens. But being protected from deportation doesn't protect them from the fear policy changes have ignited.
You don't know someone's legal status unless you ask them, but the proxy then is to just racially profile people. Then people might substitute that for, oh, they must be here undocumented.
More than 500,000 people in the U.S. have a DACA status, a short-term solution for people in America who were brought here when they were children, allowed to stay but not allowed to leave.
DACA did a lot of great things, but from the very beginning, it being a temporary status, it just isn't sustainable.
And it's just a constant cycle of proving that you're worthy of being here.
Do you feel like an immigrant?
No. I don't. This is home, and to feel like I'm being pushed out.
Her mom moved from Mexico to the U.S. to give her a better life. Now she's preparing to move back to give her own daughters the same.
There are a lot of us who are just living average lives, just trying to make it, support our families, and they don't see us that way.
Jennifer Glenfield, Scripps News Group, Tampa.
Can't fucking get it, dude. Oh, disgusting. Oh, maybe his butt won't stink. That'd be sweet. Amaranth had a home invasion, apparently.
Other Destiny stream, we went like all tomorrow. I appreciate everybody being here. And thanks to everybody who joined for both streams as well. So we're going to get into the Amaranth home invasion. So I added it, but that is criminal and they don't report it to police. I am extraordinarily biased against it. And I think it's almost fair at this point. We've even seen people like Jack Doherty. We saw with like when he was driving a car and he crashed it essentially through his recklessness from streaming. And it seems almost like the crash was what he was intending to do for clout. That's the type of really reckless and dangerous behavior that we can see from content creators. And once again, I'm saying with the Jack Doherty incident, that's how it appeared it might be. Whether it actually was that way, we cannot conclusively decide. I don't believe there's been a conclusive decision on whether Jack Doherty crashed his car. I believe it was a McLaren. Whether he crashed it intentionally or unintentionally. I'm sure you guys remember that. We covered that in this channel. King of Monsters 1954 with the Gunnar glasses. I got you, bro. I got you. People do make exaggerated claims. They do make, extreme attempts to do things. And when Amaranth made a post today, and the first thing I saw from this post, the very first thing, and this is what everybody saw, and we're going to go into all the other posts and everything else, but the first thing I saw was, I'm being robbed at gunpoint. I'm being too robbed at gunpoint. What? This was the post.
You didn't call the cops?
This was the post she made. So when you saw that post, my gut instinct is that this is full. She's full of shit.
Yeah.
And that's just my gut instinct.
Posts on Twitter after being robbed.
Least, I need to see the Carfax, right? Because she's done a lot of content farming in her day, and she's not innocent of that, right? And my comment would be, why are you posting on social media? Why don't you call the police or, text a hotline or text somebody that could text the police? Why do you need to post on X? So my instinct was that way. But then we got a bunch of other posts, including posts by other people, which seem to corroborate. So, she starts posting stuff like that. Police outside. Well, implying that a police report was filed. That's one I saw immediately. Then start posting this type of stuff. We'll watch this video. It's a longer video. I'll watch it in a second. Let me scroll down, actually. This was first. I'm covered in blood, but only some of it is mine. I'll update y'all later, but I'm safe now. Was at gunpoint. They gave me phone and said, log in with gun to my head, and I tweeted because calling would be a death sentence. So that to me was a little bit questionable. And then says, I believe I shot one of them. They wanted crypto is what they were yelling. They pulled me out of bed. So she says she shot one of them. Now remember this. She says she shot one of them. This is a very interesting point that she posts here.
That would be a public record.
Amber says, this was a home invasion. SWAT here. Now I'm safe. So there you go.
Why would SWAT be there?
Then shows up here. They kept shooting my bedroom door. They finally kicked it in, showing the bedroom door. A trail of his blood along the driveway, forensic testing. And then there's this video. So let's play this video. And real quick, the narration of this is 3 gunmen. He screams, I got shot after. I'm not supposed to post the scene itself, nor the casing, which are evidence. They beat me before this video and pistol whipped me. The pummeling felt like it would never end, and I protected my head and putting on my arms. And I learned how to do in boxing. Blood was streaming down my head, and my hands were beaten brown. They brought duct tape and masks and were armed with handguns. So let's watch this video. Let's watch this video. So, and I've got a larger version of this video, but you can see this is kind of like one of her home camera videos. So you can see in the middle, she's running.
Oh, right here. It's in here. I'm so sorry. Come on. Go. Hurry up.
So one does say, I got shot. They say, open this shit, and they run out of there. So, okay, let's see. I think I have a better version of that. Let's see here. Yeah, here's a better version. Let me play it one more time. One more time on the with the large screen, right? Here's the bigger version. Zoomed in. Now, one thing that's very curious, I'm gonna, since we've watched it once, I'm going to pause it here, is they're all running across this, and they're not like, this guy's not holding the gun to her head or like forcing her across or anything. Like, she's running ahead of them. So apparently she's being held down, and they had duct tape and all this, but they didn't use it. They allowed her to run freely with her access to, everything without, and like even to enter the home before they did. Very interesting. I mean, either very low IQ or whatever else.
Why does he say I'm sorry? I'm so sorry. What the fuck was that?
Definitely a gunshot.
You seem like some clown, dude.
And then kind of the end there, just the dogs barking. So very interesting. Very interesting. So I at first was very suspect of this. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, real quick, Inori says for 38 Hong Kong, I was in the theater watching a stream before, and a new Gundam movie started, and now a new stream starts after the movie finished. That was Deja Vu. No, you are not hallucinating. This is double mindset for the evening. I even have a new suit on. Look at that. So to not confuse you, I had gray earlier. We're blue now. Da-boo dee, da-boo die. All right, so this was actually confirmed by the police, which I thought was interesting. Now, to be fair, and let's be very fair about this, the police confirmed Jussie Smollett's situation.
Yeah.
So if you remember Jussie Smollett, Juicy Smooth, who is one of the cases of false reporting, right, of staging events, where he said that two people in MAGA hats at 2 a.m. in downtown Chicago beat him up while yelling, "This is MAGA country." Two white supremacists who were white beat him up while yelling, "This is MAGA country." It turns out it was, I think, some Nigerian brothers that were paid by him to beat him up to create a staged event. The police sincerely investigated it for a while. So the police will sincerely investigate something, even if they're not going to know it's staged right away. They're going to take you on your word. They're going to take you to your face and look into that. So they could put this information out there, even, if it was one way or another, authentic or not. Yeah, this is MAGA country. Yeah. That was a very hilarious case. But when I saw them confirm it, I'm like, well, this at least happened, and there was a police report filed. And now at this point, if it was staged, there are serious consequences for Amaranth. She could face jail time if she was staging this, falsifying a police report, falsifying statements, which lends me to believe her more, because it now carries heavy burden. That doesn't mean it's 100%, it's not possible, but the belief is absolutely higher. Let's see here. And then from this, there were also others who commented on this saying this was authentic. One of the ones that was more believable, and that's been been more quoted, is Donut Operator, right? Who has some, police background, and says, spoke to some folks. This 100% happened. And he said, no sarcasm, she was robbed by that dude. And then goes on to say in a separate comment, though, which is very interesting.
Attempted robbery. He didn't get anything.
I would like to point out, though, that she didn't fire the shots. And then Ian Runkle, the elf, the law elf, the other law, well, I don't want to call him a lolly. I don't think he applies it to himself. He's an elf of the north, an elf of the northern forests. So our northern elvish friend, he says interesting, and he details, and he responds, husband popped them coming through the door. So if you remember, she said that she shot them. That's a very interesting detail. She said that she shot them. And mind you, donut operator used husband, in which case I am genuinely wondering if this is the same husband that allegedly, in case you guys forgot, was forcing her to do adult content and threatened to kill her dogs. So the same husband that was, forcing her into pornography and threatening to kill the dogs was also the one that stepped up and protected her and shot these robbers. Very interesting detail, very pertinent point. But at this point, it would be a lot to say, hey, it's staged, and it would end up with some serious consequences if they did get caught. But I want to hear what you guys think in the chat. So, in the chat, knowing all this information, because I'm now giving you pretty much all this information, knowing all this information, real or staged, and I'm not gonna let you fence it on this. I want you guys to give a real honest opinion, what you guys think. Let me read these super chats though. Mayhem says, she seems to be jogging at best, seems staged. I really think if you have a gun pointed at your head, you're either going to be in a scramble or you're going to try not to move fast as not to make them shoot you. So, or whatever, or they'd be subdued or you'd be subdued. It just doesn't, it seems like a weird scenario. Now, look, once again, I haven't been held at gunpoint before. I've had guns pointed at me before, but I haven't been held at gunpoint before. Rigo says for 10, those shots were slow and deliberate. Typically, from everything I've seen in self-defense situations, shots are fired faster in fight or flight situations. Yeah, that was a really interesting question. Rigo, what I was debating was if the husband had the cameras for the house and he knew where they were coming and knew where she was leading them, and she kind of set them up to be shot. She's like, oh, I'm gonna, she took him in a way, and the husband saw them coming and he waited and he popped them. I mean, that's a scenario that I could believe, without a doubt. I could certainly believe that. But that would be a lot of patience and trigger discipline on the part of the husband. So it does raise a question. Doug Dimiodo says these days it seems like police put it on the internet so the internet autists can go through it for free. Honestly, it's not a bad idea. By the way, I got an email yesterday. I'm not going to say who it is or the name of the person, but somebody got mad about my use of internet autists or quote unquote weaponized autism, which I use only as a positive reference, right? In a completely positive manner to depict the absolute amazing ability of people on the internet with the most minor of details to figure out people's locations, which is going to be very relevant for our next topic when we're talking about the streamers getting cited at the Santa Monica Pier, which, by the way, if you're going to go somewhere, the Santa Monica Pier is probably one of the worst places because it's very, very iconic, right? I'll leave a little amaranth here for you guys because, I know what the people want. But I use that term endearingly, and I'm not going to censor myself or change my language, because if you start censoring yourself or changing your language, you end up not saying anything at all, and the world ends up silent. So for anybody who does not like the term internet autists, I just got to say.
Not a sin. I cannot absolve you. Mega-based.
Ain't changing. But yeah, no, I think they are putting it out there for people to solve it for them. Let's see.
The CX community, or ICE, used to call it weaponized autism.
It says, looks to be a Tom and Jerry robbery. Just need to yell with the bad guys leaving the house. It could be really incompetent. And people are stupid, so don't underestimate stupidity. That is possibility, and I leave that open to the realm of possibility. I'm going to be fair. I'm not convinced either way, but I have a leaning towards, well, there's a police report, so it's probably a little bit more. It's probably a little bit more on the side of being legit. But I mean, the chat, you guys, 63% of you think it's staged. So, and looking at, some of the comments
That's
not
funny
lining up,
because staged was winning when I posted my answer, and I put staged.
I could see stage 2. Not all dogs are attack dogs. Some just run around. Oh yeah, I had a dog that was so kind and nice. It passed away, unfortunately. R.I.P. I miss you, Lucky. My old dog, Lucky, my boxer. She would have licked a robber. It didn't matter. Like they should have licked the robber to death. Like there's been no point at which that dog was like attacking anybody, right? Most dogs, I think, especially modern dogs, are not attack dogs. That or they're just like barking at everyone. Like they're a small dog that barks at everyone. In which case, it's not functional as a guard dog or even a warning dog because they're just going to bark no matter what, right? Silbury says, what's up? If real, social media unwellness. If staged, social media mental unwellness. Joke's on you. Those fence posts feel good on my crotch. Thanks.
Bit my finger like it was a piece of food or something.
I know you're like sitting on them, Silbury. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate that. Gasparius for 5 says, was there a time skip between her entering the house and leaving? That seemed too quick, and Hubby was just waiting to shoot them. That's just a clip. So she's claiming that she can't show anything else. She's claiming that's all she can show because the rest is evidence. But I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's other stuff you might be able to show. I don't know, like how about the when they like first broke in and when they first like snuck in, or maybe when they like caught you and were beating you, like how did you get with them in the first place? You were outside and you led them to, I guess might have been the garage. So maybe she was going from the main house to the garage, but I really don't know. It's very interesting. It's Kyle for 5 says, where's she coming from going to two? Why was her husband not in the same room and house that she was sleeping in, even in separate rooms? I don't know. Maybe they have that sort of relationship where they sleep in separate rooms. Maybe she was streaming. Maybe she was in the goon cave. I mean, who knows? Are there pictures of her with injuries? According to the police reports and the news reports, she had injuries. So I want to believe she did have some sort of injuries. I haven't seen a photo of her with injuries, so I haven't seen that yet. It may be out there, but I haven't seen like her level of pistol whipness, because she did claim to be injured. So that would be a thing that you would want to see, and I didn't see that in the post. I saw other stuff. I saw OnlyFans is free right now.
Gotta go.
But I mean, I didn't see anything else. Right? Oh yeah, there's one more here. Let me switch this over. Sorry, I'm just looking above. I'm just keeping above. OnlyFans is free. I can't scroll down here, ladies and gentlemen. I know. I wish I could. But this is not a prank help. So this is the I'm being robbed at gunpoint. This is not a prank help. My OnlyFans is free. It's the next one before that. Sure. Hey, listen, chat. I know you, okay?
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
But I haven't seen any of the injury photos. I'd be interested to see those. Shadow19869, thank you very, very much for the memberships. Very base. Yes. So much. Let's see. Bad News Badger for 50 Danish krona. All 3 running out. Shooter had a bad aim, not able to down at least one of them with the element of surprise. Yeah, that'd be real bad. But I mean, maybe he just doesn't train that much as a shooter. I have no idea about his shooting prowess. Secret Attorney for 5 says, you couldn't pay me enough money to stage a robbery where I might get shot by a real cop from a real firearm. Exactly. So you're going to rob a house with what looks like a real firearm. So you're carrying a real firearm. You're going to rob a house, and then you're going to run away and have a chance to get like shot while you're just running away. Yeah, no. We're going to go with no on that one. But is it possible? I mean, Amaranth has a lot of money. She's very rich. Is it possible? Yes, but I wouldn't do it. I was a Nightfall for 50 Norwegian krona. Says I wear my internet autism with pride and my real autism under my coat so as to not be too antisocial. Hopefully. Yeah, I think people underestimate how many I get written by all the time, like people that are like, yeah, I have autism and I love your show and I don't take offense to that. It's like 1 out of 200 people. And usually they're very, very normies that are just like tourists to one of the topics I've covered. And they wander into the chat and they think that I'm going to be, Sesame Street meets, I don't know, the Joy Reid show, RIP, right? That's not what we have here. This clip is going to be analyzed like Elisa Lam. Yeah. Repton for 5 says, as long as we don't have more concrete evidence, people will keep doubting this is real and presume it's staged. Also, Sobri is based. That's very true. Sobri is based. Tatsumi for £10 says there is a potential for inconsistency for who shot the robber. It could be that she did not want to mention her husband given the past controversy. Tweeting while being robbed is stupid, though. Exactly. But frankly, you shouldn't lie when it's coming to describing a crime scene because it's going to look really bad. And it could also be a crime, too, if you're lying about what happened. So you got to be very, 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 very careful about that. And once again, I don't see the point in tweeting publicly while being robbed and not, once again, messaging someone privately or saying, hey, can you call the police? First of all, the public doesn't know where you live. Maybe some people do, but most people do not know where you are, right? So most random people are not going to know exactly where you are. Mayhem for 5 says, no fence sitting. You're the one to tell us to wait for more information. I know. I get to do it, and you don't get to do it. See, that's the power. That's the power of being. Oh shit. I'm joking. No, I lean on the side of real, but I have big doubts in my heart. Okay. Mike Estacios says, Amaranth doxed. How could they find her house? I'm sure that people have doxed her on certain places on the internet. I'm sure, I don't know, I haven't seen her doxed personally, but I'm sure that people who are really, 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 can closely look and find it. They certainly can find her now because they have her gate in the city she's in. So that gate and the city she's in and some details of the neighborhood based on the camera are enough to give away where she lives. So I'm sure if she wasn't doxed before, she's doxed now. Kiernath is saying she's doxed everywhere. Danielle says she's doxed. Yeah, if it ain't on the farms, it's somewhere. Yeah, it's somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. People know. Mayhem for 10 says, as a competitive shooter, I agree with whoever mentioned the rate of fire. It's odd. Much slower than a self-defense rate. Statistically, in defense shootings, most shots past 10 feet will miss. Yeah, most gunfights are within like a few feet. So it's not this, you're usually at the range and you're shooting at targets at, maybe 20 feet or 25 feet or something like that, right? You're usually going to be getting in a gunfight, especially a pistol fight, in like 3, 4, 5 feet between you. It's not going to be a lot of space between you when the pew-pews are going off. And when you're that close to somebody, you're going to be panicked. I would panic. And I'm a trained, at least I haven't shot in a while, in over a year, but when I was in the US, I would go shooting every other week, usually with my pistol. Some months do skeet with my shotgun. But I would consider myself a pretty disciplined shooter, but that's a situation that would freak anybody out. It's a home invasion. It's at night. You're freaked out. You're probably going to, rip off a couple of rounds there. Brian Dogue for $9.99 said, it would be a shame if it started raining. Oh, yeah, getting that golden shower going. Thank you, Brian Dogue. Appreciate that. And also said, 12 months, time flies. Yeah, congrats to everybody who's been here for 12 months. Appreciate you for being here with me. Is she in the U.S.? Yes, she is in the U.S. Yeah, and Ava says, I love donut operator. Yeah, look, I generally trust him. And him saying it happened leads me to believing that there were people that broke in, but it doesn't conclusively prove that they weren't paid to do so. So I would still want more proof that to make that conclusive, to make that absolutely 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that this is, something that was not at all concocted, that was not all made up. I'd really want to see that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You lit it off a 9mm in a confined space. Yeah, it's not competitive shooting. No earmuffs is a good point. So you're going with no earmuffs, no eye protection, none of that other stuff. You're lighting somebody up in the dark, maybe 3, 4, 5 feet away. Yeah, no, that's a totally different scenario. Mazurva Palma for 10. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. There's some people out there. Old Destiny tonight.
Emotional damage.
Don't worry, we're gonna get to Old Destiny. Mayhem for 5 says, there is what's considered the rule of tens. Within 10 feet, 10 shots fired in under 10 seconds. These are the averages for self-defense. Yep. That is very, very true. And most people they talk about like fast reloading, but I was reading this book by this cop. I think it was a New York cop.
Smoking stand.
The most gunfights. I think it's called the
Gunfighter.
Gunfighter.
Smoking stand
And he was saying
syndrome.
he always just carried extra pistols on him because there's no time to reload in that situation. You just pull the new pistol and start firing. Like no matter what, you're not gonna, even if it's a real, like some sort of speed loader or whatever else, you're not gonna have time for it. You're just gonna go for the new gun and fire. So good. It was a good book. It was a good read. It was a while ago. I read that like 10 years ago or something. A while ago. All right. So let's move on to the IRL streamers getting harassed. That's a good one. Garfield says, who's worse, Destiny or Johnny Somali? I think Johnny Somali is worse, but Destiny has more of an audience, and he still has an audience. So, you could say that Destiny has a bigger potential, but Johnny Somali is definitely worse. For now, for what we know now. Let's see how Destiny's trial plays out. Let's see how the accusations play out. We want to see more evidence. I have more evidence on Johnny Somali than I have on Destiny. What I have on Destiny is not as deep as the amount of evidence I have and I've seen personally against Johnny Somali so far. We'll see though. We'll see. Jordan Keith for 10. By the way, that doesn't make one of them good and one of them bad. They're both, Destiny has his own flaws, but yeah. Generally missed lives due to timing. Glad I can see this one. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I try to space them out at different times. Some of them are in the morning because if it's catering to Korean topics, like Johnny Somali, in the off like PH. Rigo for 5. Emin's so funny right now. Okay. So Valkyrie, Emery, and Sinha were harassed during an IRL stream, and they got stream sniped. Now, we're going to watch the video, and we'll talk. You can go
You hold me hostage. You know I want to see that fucking video. You got a super chat out of it.
Full, you guys. This is kind of cringe. In fact, many times it's very cringe. So we're going to play this 2-minute video.
Yes, please. Oh, God. Oh, God, yes, I didn't see it. Can I sing for a change? A change for the better, as you would say? Okay. And the change would be the order number. Oh. Can I get your number? I don't have a phone. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, put your number in mine. I don't know how to use a phone. I'm sorry. Wait. So I'm gonna keep following her. Huh? I'm gonna keep following her.
So at the point in which you say, "So sorry, this is so cringe. I can't even look at this." When the girl says no, and that's a very tactful no, bro. Like at first, that's a super tactful no, a very tactful no. And we are at a point in which there's peak lack of calibration, peak like lack of social skills. And I don't want to be on the other side of saying, well, make it a crime for a man to talk to a woman in public. No. I'm not on that team. I've never been on that team.
Is it tactful or tacky? If a girl tells me she doesn't know how to use a phone, that's kind of a tacky way of turning someone down a little bit. You're gonna say, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." You know what I mean? I don't know how to use a phone. You're being a little cunt. It's not tactful. Not for me, it ain't. It's a phone. Fuck you, bitch. That's how I think. If they're just like, I'm sorry, I'm just not interested, I wouldn't think anything of that. But saying you don't know how to use a phone, now you're being a little cunt.
At the point at which she's kind of said no, you kind of got to fuck off, right? Like, I mean,
not always.
You asked twice, you know, so once to, and then
I lost some viewers off that
but
comment.
When someone says no,
Fucking,
you gotta kind of
probably some Gen Z or
answer.
idiots that's how they talk to each other.
It's kind of over for you, bro. Sigrun says, after the Kiki Hime thing, yes, that was really bad. I covered that. I don't blame any female streamer celebrity out in public being a little bit paranoid. No, I don't at all. And honestly, it's unfortunate. It sucks, but it's a reality. And because it's a reality, they have to deal with it and plan for it. And
you expect? It's not just a reality. It's what they fucking are doing it for. What do you think? What do you think of some hot chick that turns a stream on and just walk around in public where everybody can see where she's at? You don't think she is doing it? Some motherfuckers will come up to her and she can turn them down. She's using this shit for content. I don't care if it happens, unless they actually hurt her or something. She knows the odds are against that happening. So female streamers are extremely attractive to walk around doing IRL. They want dudes to do what this guy's doing. I don't feel sorry for her. Fuck out of here. And this lawyer dude's kind of stupid. He's smart in some ways, but in others, he's kind of retarded.
It sucks, but
he's like a fucking dick sucker to the Asian culture also.
Not going to change every human in the world. You're not going to change dudes. You're not going to change people simping for you.
He lives out there.
And, you know, once again, it kind of is also the nature of parasocialism, that parasocial relationships with e-celebrities, and of course VTubers know this very well, parasocial relationships where they think this guy probably thinks that he knows them so well, but what do they know about him? All they know is he's a creepy guy on the street. They don't know anything about him, and he thinks he knows everything about
but that doesn't matter what he knows. She knows all that. She knows that, what he's saying, right? She understands that, just like I understand that. I've talked about this just the other day. I didn't realize it was called parasocial relationship. That was news to me from Mark Hopper. Thanks for the new word. But I had spoken about this type of thing with, what was his name? It was a Canadian streamer on IP2. I just forgot his name. Anyway, we had this conversation about how the viewer can, you know, get more feelings for the streamer because we get to know you so much better. It seems we're in your life all the time, and it's different. You don't feel the same for us, and like I understood that. She understands that. So there's nothing to feel sorry for her for. If anything, he doesn't understand that. So it's like. But he feels sorry for her more than the dude, even though the dude hasn't done anything wrong in my eyes yet. He's just kind of like beating up, like, hey, can I get your number? And she turned him down. And he's like, oh, I'll just follow you around. Like all these other people are following you around, right? I mean, why not? You're in public. You're IRL. I'm not going to give up, man. I'm going to go get her. You know, let's see what happens.
Right. So let's continue to let this play out.
No! You're going to have to get in line. There's too many stalkers.
What? That's not how you really riz.
Bro, what the fuck?
That's not the riz.
Get behind me!
See, now they're overreacting, making a scene as if this guy's hideous or something, as if he has nothing to offer her at all. And he had the balls to come on her stream. Dude, she got 7,626 Twitch subs. That's a lot, dude. I mean, she's got a shit ton of viewers. It takes a lot of balls to go with someone's stream like this in public, knowing that like they're gonna be like this with their camera and it's gonna be right on you, dude. I know because I've done it to a much smaller streamer, a dude, and he's doing it to a female, so it's like even more intimidating. And then they're gonna treat him like this. I don't approve. And this guy's gonna side with the chicks. He's just trying to get to know her, man. He just wanted to show that he's a real person. And he thinks it's hilarious that the guy's being rejected.
Okay. Oh my god.
Kendrick,
Are we getting churros?
Kendrick, add it into the list.
Thanks for coming in, ladies.
Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow, and take care.
Well, at this point, though, I will say
happened?
when they passed the
That's it?
security, if he was still following them, they could
Is
have
that
said
it?
something right there and been like, "Yo, security, like, can you get rid of this guy?" Right now, this is pretty obvious.
They like it. They
where
want the
they
attention.
are, also based on all the landmarks. So
They don't want to stop.
people could go out here and find them. Could go out here and
They don't
stream
care
snipe
if
them
anybody
pretty
finds
easily.
them.
They're in a
Exactly.
very easily identifiable place.
They're
Very
not trying to
easily
hide their
identifiable location. King Conda
This
said
is content for
I'm
them,
honestly surprised more
hurting their
streamers don't have,
viewers.
some kind of
I've been in
security.
the same situation, dude.
Terrence Buttcipher for
SJC
$2.99 says, "What a
fucking
nice
fucked me over
face
on
to wake
stream,
up to.
dude.
Happy 4:30
All his
a.m.
viewers are making fun of me and shit. I wasn't even a
4:30
streamer yet.
Thank you.
Can we get churros or no? Yes, right here. Oh. You can also get them from the vendors.
'Cause you better believe her viewers are all talking shit right now. So he's gonna go home and read that and probably cry, dude.
There is one. You need,
Actually.
yeah. Do you want some sunglasses?
People don't care about each other at all anymore, dude.
Incognito time. Stand behind me.
Probably should have been like that the whole time. I mean, to be honest.
Fuck you. She wanted this to happen so she could make this dude, like, make someone feel like this. These rich bitch fucking... Fuck them, dude.
I'm gonna keep following her. Yeah. Where's your little Glock? I mean the lighter. I'll
Bitches shouldn't be able to stream.
we're in public.
Yeah, wait, it's California too. I mean, you gotta be careful with the gun laws.
No, I'll be it. I mean,
Okay, it seems like there's a little time skip there, so I think this may have been cut, but
what's good? I think we're just gonna go. Let's go. Oh no, we're not.
Why are they so scared of the guy?
Hey, excuse me.
so the guy's yelling, "I'll fucking fight you right now." So he's like yelling that in the background.
No, Emily, no. Hey, stop!
I didn't hear it.
It's fucking fire right now.
What? Get away from now. Security! You harassing us?
So the security finally does.
The
show
dude's
up,
probably
right?
being a
But it
fucking
does
dick,
take a little while.
dude. The dude's the camera guy, apparently. He might have been mean mugging it, might have been laughing at it, might have been doing something. Like, I don't know what the fuck what got clipped out right there. Something was edited out that this guy didn't see, and he's still making the other guy the bad guy. What the fuck was edited out? If this were a body cam video, we'd all be like, what the fuck just happened? No, we don't know what just happened. This guy, a little shit, dude.
What's going on? What's going on, man? Right now. I'll kill you right now. I'll kill you right now.
The guy's yelling, "I'll kill you right now."
Security, please. Security!
I don't know. How about not laugh to one of your fans when he tries to meet you?
A couple seconds later,
That's a first.
Okay, so if this was a situation that where there really was at risk and the guy was
Take
making
a
a threat,
fucking
I will say I would
person
have
coming to see you. You can't be a
not
streamer.
stood there and kept filming. I would have put the camera away and dealt with the dude. Right? I wouldn't have stood there and
content.
kept the camera rolling for the content. So that's just my comment on that. I will also I'll do a poll on this one as well because we did one for Amaranth. So let's do this
I
one.
don't
for
think the
so
dude was
you know,
being
Emeru,
creepy. It's
Cinna,
so intimidating going up to a fucking streamer,
and Crew.
especially if it's a female that's surrounded by like 8 other hot females. Dude, give me a break. And you're young? That would be so intimidating. I can't even imagine being in that situation like that with a camera on me with possibly thousands of people watching and making fun of me at the same time. Can you? Would you put yourself out there like that? Asking for a girl's number, knowing that like you're gonna get made fun of heavy as fuck. It's like asking some chick to marry you at the Super Bowl and her saying no, and everybody seeing it happen. It's way different than just going to some chick at the mall. She's by herself.
threatened.
It's just gonna seem kind of eerie, creepy, or whatever, dude.
Or real or staged.
Heart was probably pounding out of his chest, and then homie was probably making fun of him for it.
It's a very, very interesting situation. Now,
People have a hard time putting themselves in other people's shoes, I think. I don't.
So would be very interested to see whether there's a police report. Drop the camera to throw hands. Yeah, exactly. Because I'm assuming it was a man, and I'm assuming there were some men there with them, at least like one. And if you
it was the camera guy.
Have a shred of dignity, you would get in the way of that, or
I think he was
potentially
taking
step
him on
in there. Ryobi for $6.99 says worth to know some countries don't have
That's
strong
what they cut
restraint
out.
orders like what one the Dono mentioned with Kikihime. Granted, she is a gaijin in Japan, but still, well, what happened with Kikihime was insane. And frankly, the Japanese police didn't take her very seriously because she was a gaijin, right? Thing to do. It came up in
Super chat time again. I don't need to listen to that.
Okay.
Good, baby.
The and whatever. I know. If it was
content.
So
ban. It's a joke, Lamau. He responds to.
Talking about this now.
Would you tell that joke about Donald Trump? I think people would tell way crazier jokes about Donald Trump, and people.
No, they wouldn't. If you said you're going to kill the president, then you're going to get a knock from the Secret Service. Like you would not.
I'll still go off on a motherfucker.
If the number one streamer put out a call and said we need to, delete a world leader, they're getting a knock in any country, like any country in the world. And in some countries, you're getting thrown into a box for that. In some places you'll get deleted, right? We won't even mention Gonzalo Lira, but yeah, let's continue here.
We'll have told way crazier jokes about Donald Trump. My statement was hyperbolic. That much is obviously clear.
I don't know if it was obvious. It wasn't obvious to most people who watched that video. It could have been. Once again, I can accept the fact that he was being very extreme, but in a reckless way, recklessly extreme. And I think you have to take responsibility for being reckless, not just, it was a tad bit hyperbolic.
But the intention of it was not a call to violence directly against a sitting senator, but instead was to show the hypocrisy of the Republican Party in terms of how little they truly care about Medicare and Medicaid fraud, because that happens at the point of the provider and not necessarily in the point of the recipients. They want to cut Medicare and Medicaid for the recipients to the tune of $800 billion. And in order to justify that, they will do everything in their power to lie and claim that it's actually your grandparents that are stealing from Medicare and not people like Rick Scott. I think
okay, but once again, I don't see how that would make it worthwhile to say you should kill him, and even in a hyperbolic way. It's a pretty extreme statement. Let me read here the super chats, and then we got a little bit left on this. JWT 6577 for 5 says, be careful petting Destiny on the head. You'll probably test positive for speed. Yeah, and also I don't know what else he uses as shampoo. Like if some of the gooning goo that he gets from his grinder excursions gets stuck in that tangle that's up there. Jordan Kuyath says Destiny is now a lawyer. He officially follows the advice given by lawyers covering a case. Shut up and lay low. Yeah, and listen to your lawyers. Just now he has lawyers. He officially has lawyers. Listen to them. And they probably don't want you streaming on this. Did you talk to them about the fact you're going to stream about your case? Talk about the case details? Probably not. They probably wouldn't be happy about that. King Condor for 5 says, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Hassan in Japan right now? Wouldn't all his statements be worse over there? They could be if they were directed at a Japanese citizen. But that said, he's a US-based streamer. He's operating through Twitch as a platform. There's a lot of other implications too, not to mention that Twitch, is already on thin ice with its advertisers. Imagine this same this is the same Twitch that, once again, and let's pull this up, because this just happened today. We just officially had a declaration from the Department of State that the Houthis, Ansarullah, are a foreign terrorist organization. According to Executive Order 141175, they threaten the security of American civilians and personnel in the Middle East and the safety of our regional partners and the stability of the global maritime trade. The Biden administration did not want to label them as terrorists, but they are indeed labeled now. They also spare Chinese flagships while targeting American vessels.
Why didn't they want to do that?
So they're
Biden?
So now, it is without any ambiguity that the individual that was brought on there and platformed by Twitch multiple times was indeed a member of a foreign terrorist organization.
Who was?
Yes, that Hassan supports, right?
Oh, I see.
Nahan for 5 says how bad the punishment is if you threaten a government official in America. Hassan said this clip is out of context. I don't see you can defend it. Yeah, it's hard to defend. You can be put in jail for that. That is something you could be. Now, whether or not they actually want to do that, once again, it can cause a whole, a whole mess of follow-on issues. But if it's really taken as a serious threat of violence, something that you could take, you could take very seriously or call, to incitement, that is something you could be punished for. They don't always do it. They usually will be, kind of understanding, but they will, they will look at the situation. But that said, it's something you wouldn't mess around with. You could get jail time, real jail time for that. Yeah, people saying it wasn't out of context. I don't think it was out of context either. Super Korean for 20 said Hassan should fight for whatever organization he supports instead of being a coward hiding behind his keyboard. I enlisted in the army right out of high school. Exactly. I mean, if you really fervently believe in these ideological cause, he's a young guy, he's in good shape, right? I mean, he's a big young guy. He can go join and, become a freedom fighter in whatever army he wants to be in. I guess you would say he has more impact as a streamer, but I mean, he could be a freedom fighter streamer who's there on the front lines, Of course, I guess that would be the ultimate stream sniping. If you're out there live streaming combat and, all of a sudden people are like trying to drone strike you live, that would be the ultimate screen hacking. Don't forget Amazon owns Switch. Oh, I never forget. Neon said the fun fact, they unbanned him today. Yeah. Oyamada says, if he moved to Japan, will he avoid punishment? No, he wouldn't get out of punishment. And once again, if it was threatening a sitting senator, they would extradite you for that. So we talk about Johnny Somali, and they're not going to extradite Johnny Somali over obstruction of business, right? But they will extradite for threatening to kill a politician. That is definitely a thing that you could get extradited for. In fact, there's many people that are extradited for those type of laws all around the world. Tatsumi for 2 said the problem is Asmongold did look at the longer clip. He did.
That was bad.
And it was disingenuous for Hassan to imply that he didn't. Ryobi says Hassan has been given so many passes by Twitch. Yeah, and Asmongold is very nice to him, despite him being repeatedly coming for him and trying to make him in this political, he's the Republican and I'm the the communist side, and we're going to argue about this, or he's the right and I'm the left, or whatever it is. Even though I would argue Aspen's pretty centrist, almost normie take, like normie, regular, sane person take. But yeah. The Moon Shadow for 5 says Hassan is the only person that looks worse with context. That's very true. And the Moon Shadow for 2 says Hassan is worth context. Thank you. Everyone agrees. Or Sparky's Tech Corner says the same Senator Marco Rubio and a Jewish family were threatened by the same talking points last month, and there was an arrest. Ooh, great point. Yeah, Asman calls himself left. Well, yeah, milquetoast, centrist. Yeah, mostly just like a logical centrist. But rent-free in Hassan's head for sure, without a doubt. It's crazy. There was an arrest. So that just shows you there could have been an arrest here. There very well could have been an arrest here. Let me see.
Okay, I need a commercial break real fast. This titled
Immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
That ain't true. That's what you just heard.
Well, that's weird. So these 3 Democrats made the exact same video? It was just the 3 of them, right? All of these Democrats made the exact same video with the same script. It included January 6th and Elon bad.
Costs of groceries, housing, insurance, all going up.
Prices of groceries, gas, housing,
and yes, even eggs.
Instead, he's pardoned violent criminals who beat police officers,
who bludgeoned police officers,
savagely beat police officers.
He's allowing Elon Musk to literally take a chainsaw.
Elon Musk in charge of taking a chainsaw.
Elon Musk take a chainsaw.
a literal chainsaw to funding the government spends on you.
By the way, Musk doesn't even know how to hold a chainsaw.
Giving him access to Americans' most sensitive
data, giving Elon Musk access
to Americans' most sensitive data.
You gotta hand it to Elizabeth Warren. She's clearly the most dedicated to her performance.
Why? Families lose, while billionaires win.
Who the hell thought this was a good idea? I understand trying to get everyone on the same message, but you know what this makes you look like, right, guys? Do you remember this?
Of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I'm sure a lot of you remember this viral video where all these news stations expressed fake news as a threat to our democracy. When everyone gets on the exact same page like this, the implication becomes you aren't thinking for yourself. You are a puppet, and someone is making you dance. For the Democrats, after the last 4 years, that's the last thing you want people to think. Yet, here they are, doing the very thing that could harm them the most.
And that is the truth.
Stupid, dude. What are they doing? Losing. They're definitely losing, dude. Ew, that's crazy. All right, back to this.
Okay, so some.
I want to get to the next story.
And he just
Next story we got here.
Like so. Let me show you this one here. All right, where is it? Here we go.
You know, I told the son as well. I was like, hey, look. The show is not political. We don't want to deal with politics. You know, we're most likely not going to have you on again. And that's not like anything like, hey man, you know, it's just like, look, we don't want to fucking deal with politics. I think the Trash Taste viewers also don't fucking want to deal with intense fucking comments. It sucks to read. People just getting fucking upset as shit about it. And I know some like fans of the sound will be annoyed about that. But, you know, I just told them, I was like, look, at the end of the day, we don't want to invite, like, a fucking shit show to the comments. And I think it was ignorant on our part to think that if we just didn't talk about politics, that it would stay out of it. Because that was our thinking, you know, because we already had him on once. And it was fine. But some people were angry about it. But, yeah, I mean, it was ignorant on our part to think that, you know, if you didn't talk about politics, it wouldn't matter. But yeah, you know, a lot of things have changed in 2 years. I don't keep up with what's going on. You know, I get all of my news from the BBC. I don't go on Twitter. I uninstall.
BBC is BBC as a news source. There's some questions about BBC as a news source. I'm just going to throw that out there.
It's the only news source, yeah.
You know, I think all of us were kind of blindsided by it.
Dude, the way I see it, if you get your news from one news source, that's a problem. No matter which news source it is. I mean, dude, you see how I do it? I scour all the news sources. I want to see everyone's. I make my own decision, just like he was talking about earlier. You know, we're all getting fed the same shit. It feels like we're being controlled now. I want to make sure that all the news sources are all still different.
It's kind of, you know, a lot of people like they're out of touch. I'm like, I guess, like, I think that's safe to say if being in touch is living on Twitter and engaging with politics 24/7, because we just don't do that. We've never done that. I think that.
The fuck does this guy talk about? Comic books or something all day? Yeah, that old Spider-Man, dude. Yeah, he was like when he fucking hit the guy. Like, that sounds good. Season 2, man. Like. What kind of fucking waste of time is that shit? He probably, if he's not talking about politics, what is he talking about all day to people? Just judging off his background, is he fucking talking about toys? That bunch of kids in his chat, they like to reminisce about what it used to be like collecting Pokemon and shit. Because he's got a bunch of stuffed animals in the background and shit. What the fuck? What kind of man is this? Why you got stuffed animals behind you?
It's unhealthy. I feel like
that's what I'm talking about.
Is almost,
dude. That's what I was just saying. I didn't even see your comment there, Mark. It's like, who's he talking to? Kids? You know? Yeah, it seems like it.
at like at a point that is so like toxic.
Kids don't care about politics at all. Most adults will be hearing me say right now and be like, well, you got Hassan on, dude. He's going to want to talk politics. Like, and the people that were watching that stream probably wanted to listen to some political type shit because that's what he's known for at this point. I don't even know the guy really, but I know he gets political a lot.
Involved.
That's like the key buzzword is toxic. But yeah, I'll let him finish.
That I have no wish to engage with it.
Okay, so a lot of things going on there with that. First of all, oh boy. Okay, so and I had some response to this on X, but I'll just mirror it here. By the way, Sparky, I got your clip you sent on X. Thank you for sending that.
Y'all done, Mark?
It's a news network, but I'll watch that myself. But thank you for sending it. But anyways, about Connor's take there, a couple things. First of all, everybody knew Hassan was a political dude. He's been doing political commentary forever, even arguably longer than he's a streamer. And I would argue that probably what the real issue is they're probably like friends. They probably are like inner Twitch circle friends, right? Because they're all in this like big Twitch content creator friend circle, and he probably just was like, hey, I'm gonna invite my bro on, right? And like we're bros. They probably, once again, I don't think I'm assuming too much, but they probably have generally the same SoCal light type Twitch circle. So the Twitch bubble, you might say. And today, we want to have him on, and I like him. I want to have him on. I don't have a problem with his politics. Probably agrees with his politics. And then there was pushback, and then it became political, and then it was, oh, we don't want politics because if you invite Hassan on, there's really hardly. It's very difficult to make it non-political. It would be like inviting a politician on and then only purely talking to them about anime and not expecting any comment about their politics.
It's as if I just said everything he's telling us right now. Could I be legal mindset?
It's going to be very difficult. Now, you could take the kind of
lawyer
Joe Rogan approach. If I talk to everybody, I don't really care, whatever, right? I'll talk to people like left, right, center, whatever. You can take that approach. Or you can say, hey, we're not going to get ourselves involved in a situation where this person is really highly political, controversial, and maybe anime fans don't want that right now.
Oh, but the thing is,
but I don't.
The fans that, but that's the thing. Okay, so the other guy was an anime streamer. Okay, just as bad as comics. Okay, so then, what you do when you collab with someone like Hassan, you're trying to get his demographic to come to your stream. That's why streamers collab. So they would have had Hassan's viewers in their chat for sure, and while at the same time, they would have garnered other viewers from the algorithm that weren't Hassan's viewers. Like, algorithm's funky. It works weird. Depending on how they titled their shit, but it helped both of their channels grow. But if they just bring Hassan on and talk merely about cartoons, his viewers are probably going to be a little turned off. They're going to want to, like, they come to him to listen to politics. They don't come to listen to cartoons, right? I don't know. I feel like he's got to still be himself when he goes to another streamer's stream, because that's what the other streamers' people are going to be wanting to see if they show up. They don't show up, for sure. They're like, oh, this guy, politics. I like the cartoon shit. They get off. I think his viewers knew that it would have gotten political if Hassan was going to be on. And I don't know if he asked them, hey, you guys think we should get Hassan on? And they're like, yeah, get Hassan on. I don't know the ins and outs of that dude's channel, but I don't think anybody would have been upset about the politics.
I don't think he was unaware. Really? So I don't think it's possible that he was unaware that Hassan was political. I don't think that's possible. With mainly the content he's been doing. I mean, he really didn't rise up as a gamer, as someone who had gaming prowess or whatever else. It was, largely due to his political commentary, being Cenk's nephew. So saying that, okay, we didn't want it, we didn't know it would go there. Hard to say. Saying that you didn't know there was any controversy, completely impossible to be true, because even Dan Clancy has brought up multiple times the Hassan controversies, right? It's something that nearly caused a complete ad apocalypse on Twitch. There was definitely a lot of advertisers that have left Twitch. There's a lot of monetization there that has dropped off.
Really? Is that why Twitch
it's
is
something
less
that's been known
profitable?
on multiple platforms, not just X. And to try to put it on Twitter/X as the sole bad place, I think it's a little misleading, disingenuous, and perhaps even a little bit political, because it's trying to say X, the naughty Elon place versus, other places that are fine. I mean, I think the real issue was on YouTube, getting unsubscribes and getting comments on people that were pushing back. X is X, but YouTube is where your video was. So I think that's really where the main impact was. So that's my take. I don't think it was smart for him to come back out and handle it in that way. I don't think it helped. And in the light of everything that went down, I think it's really bad and unfortunate timing, especially since he was just banned too. So, it looks even worse to respond amongst that. Super says they really shouldn't have, but it's a nothing burger.
I made 6 cents on ads.
I think that was about the earlier topic.
Talk to me for fun. I made 14 cents the month before.
Yeah, BBC is not.
There's a time
that's a very questionable.
where I made $400 in something. It was like $400 something. Some people were telling, remember when People's Convoy was going on, and I would push ads, I was pushing like crazy because I knew we had People Convoyers up in here, and most of the people that liked the channel were subbed to it, dude. So I was pushing ads, and when crazy, man. 3-minute ads going. People had to watch 6 ads in a row and shit. That was crazy.
Questionable news source. And Ori
says, you don't have to watch the ads on there though, do you? You're a sub. You don't have ads. You shouldn't. I need to know if you do. There's a problem. Trying to screw over.
Source Houston, we found the problem. Yeah. The journalistic integrity of the BBC, very questionable.
But the thing is, those people would stay. All other streamers, you can get Twitch Turbo too. It's a certain amount per month, and you don't have to sub to anyone's channel. It's kind of Twitch's little secret. I think it's $12 a month. Yeah, they don't advertise about it, and streamers never tell anybody about it for some reason. I'm all for it. I think everybody should have it. If you want to support your streamer on the side, that's cool too. But for me, I have it because it's worth it to never have to worry about the ads. I mean, they happen at the worst times. They do it unintentionally at hot moments of the stream sometimes, and it's I don't want to be bullied into getting somebody's shit. I don't know them like that. If I'm not talking, if I'm talking to somebody's chat all the time, I'm gonna be subbed up to them anyway. But if I'm just a lurker that's there every now and then, I don't want to have to sub to them.
Very questionable. Let's see here. Mayhem Profiles says, I have a feeling they were just ignorant in how much he was hated. And the thing is, he probably isn't hated in their Twitch circle. Their Twitch circle loves him, and the creators are probably all fine.
Next question.
Drag a lot.
You're into Destiny now, right?
Bad. Yeah. So at least not afraid of. So for us.
How about Hassan for the next hour? Oh, he ended it. Game over. Why? There's a camera at the Mexico border right now. Because of the changes. That's supposed to show. Is there more or less traffic?
LA juvenile facility at the center of a major investigation right now. More than 24 LA County detention officers allegedly allowing, even encouraging, so-called youth gladiator fights, including one incident where probation officers allegedly stood by, some laughing and shaking hands, as a group of teens ganged up on another teenager, seriously injuring him. News Nation's Nancy Liu is live for us at a juvenile facility in Downey, California. And Nancy, we understand there are more than 100 alleged victims here.
That's right, Nicole. And in the worst of the so-called gladiator fights inside this facility, a 17-year-old suffered a broken nose and traumatic brain injury. According to State Attorney General Rob Bonta, the accused officers
I just had him a good time in there.
and even
summer camp.
encouraged the brawls. In a nearly 6-minute video obtained by the LA Times, 8 officers are seen in a day room just standing by and watching, even laughing at times, as multiple attackers go after a 17-year-old victim. According to the newly unsealed indictment against 30 officers, 69 gladiator fights took place over the course of 6 months, involving 143 victims between the ages of 12 and 18. The Attorney General calls it an abuse of power.
The officers look more like referees or audience members at a
Some of that story, we get it. It was only halfway through, but I busted. What else could they possibly tell us? What else happening? Netflix increasing subscription prices. ICE raided an Amazon warehouse.
Trump administration is now free of another thorn in its side. The head of the FBI's New York field office, James Dennehy, says he's been forced out of his job. He sent a letter to his colleagues Monday, reading in part, "Late Friday, I was informed that I needed to put my retirement papers in today, which I just did. I was not given a reason for this decision. Regardless, I apologize to all of you for not being able to fulfill my commitment to you." On Friday, Attorney General Pam Bondi had accused the FBI's New York office, which Dennehy had led, of withholding documents relating to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. She ordered an investigation into the matter.
Earlier this month, the Justice Department demanded that FBI officials fill out a form that asked whether they were involved in the January 6 investigations. FBI leaders were also told to hand over any information on current or former employees who worked on January 6 investigations.
Dennehy wrote an email to his staff last month responding to the Justice Department's demands. He said, "Today we find ourselves in the middle of a battle of our own as good people are being walked out of the FBI and others are being targeted because they did their jobs in accordance with the law and with FBI policy. I'll support each and every one of you, whatever personal decisions you make, but I'm sticking around to defend your work, your families, and the team we call the flagship."
In his parting message Monday, Dennehy wrote, "I've been told many times in my life, when you find yourself in a hole, sometimes it's best to quit digging. Screw that. I will never stop defending this joint. I'll just do it willingly and proudly from outside the wire."
Dennehy joined the FBI in 2002. His career mostly consisted of counterintelligence.
Why are they switching off back and forth?
Substacker Jeff
What's
Carlson
going on?
wrote in part on X, "Not a huge surprise given events of the last week surrounding the Epstein files.
a Sesame
Great
Street
to see
episode or
the
something."
immediate follow-through." Podcaster Brian Krasenstein wrote, "Breaking, head of the FBI's New York office, James Dennehy, is forced out after he questioned Trump's pursuit of agents investigating January 6. These are the actions you'd seek with a dictator." On the other hand, Newsmax host Todd Starnes wrote James Dennehy's office was accused of withholding documents relating to the Epstein files. Why was he allowed to resign? Fire the man and charge him with obstruction. Play hardball, Republicans. I am happy that this swiftly took place because
look at this shit. Normally on a news station, they would have them both have the same brand, but they're trying to like. I mean, she probably uses an Apple and he probably uses a PC, but they're trying to play both sides so that they can appeal to both types of people. Is that it? Interesting. I've never seen it before, actually. Like on a 2 million subscriber professional news station, two different brand, like, and but not just brand though. They're different operating systems. It's unusual. Pick a side, motherfucker.
Epstein files release
But
was just
I'm the
a
same way
disaster.
though. And of course, this is a Windows PC, but it's unusual. You don't see it very often because like this is much different to operate than this is different. And I used to have my iPhone. That's the camera right now. That's for the kitties. I used to have an iPhone here that I would use too, along with the Android that I use for my actual phone. Most people don't have both. I'm not saying because I'm balling over here because I got both of all this shit. I'm just saying it's different types of. You use like a different part of your brain for an Apple than you do a PC when using it. Just the interaction between it and of the operating systems. So I remember when I first switched back over to Android, like the getting back used to it, or first switched to Apple, it was kind of like, whoa, this is different. I gotta get used to this. And the reason why I use both is to kind of keep myself more flexible. I can get one or the other. It keeps both parts of the brain working, exercising, kind of.
Influencers being handed binders full of information that had already been released to the public, in some cases for years. I did my radar on this yesterday, actually. A lot of correct anger in MAGA world, including from people I don't usually agree with, Stephen Bannon and Laura Loomer, but they were furious that MAGA people were being forced to accept information we already have. We want disclosure, and we know, and mainstream media has admitted, that the FBI does have thousands of more files.
Sorry, I need to say this. If you see Dom, I need like do like a sound command. get my attention or something. So I'll look at it. Wait, is that Dom? I'll be back. Now, don't know if he's gonna eat it, man. I put beef down. I only had one more can of beef. That's the one they used to always get. I haven't given it to them in a while. It really needs to eat. It's bigger, though. It's bigger than the other one was yesterday. Hopefully he gets it. He really needs it bad. He's got poop leaking out his ass. Oh, oh no. And I'm really hoping he eats it. Get out of my seat, sweet. Come on. Right. I can still see it. Fuck. Around it. Fuck it, man. Split it in half. I think I can see the pill. If I don't get him today, I won't be able to get him for another day probably. I don't know. I won't be able to do it tomorrow. It's supposed to rain. Gotta eat it, man. Tense. It, man. He needs it bad. He's throwing up tapeworm segments. That's how bad it is. He's leaking the shit out of his ass. He needs to eat this pill right now. Really bad. He doesn't. I'll know I need to make him smaller next time. I'll need to split the pill and make it smaller. It was kind of big, and I was in a hurry. I was like, maybe he'll be depressing if it's still out there. He's probably super hungry too. That's why this beef, he might want to finish all of it. When the plate starts scooting, no, he gives up. Probably super hungry though because of the worms. This is an old friend of a flavor. I only had one can. I saved it just for this. I didn't see the poop till yesterday. I wouldn't have seen it had the stream not been down early. I went out there to see because he came up from underneath the house and was scratching himself a little bit, and I wanted to go see how much fur had came out. And when I went out there and looked, I noticed there was poop on the ground right where he sat for a second, and in the poop was one tapeworm segment, just one. I don't see it though. I don't see a ball. I see the pill there. I might actually. He's gonna go back underneath the house right now, and then I'm gonna figure out what's going on. Somebody else must be feeding Trident today. Does it come by? Odd. I always seems someone might be feeding her though. So, dude, that's awesome, man. That right there is like, without this camera, I wouldn't be able to do that for this cat. You know, without having a camera in a bowl and watching it like this, staring at it, having some help too. Sometimes y'all see something and I can go out there and help. Oh, I was gonna show you. See that hair? Kind of hard to tell. On the left, there's hair. Or like where it's a little fuzzy little spot right that's right there. Oh, it was 11:11 when I was out there. Fuzzy hair. That's the shit that's next to it. You can't see that. That's out of frame. That's where Dom sat down yesterday. I saw that hair right there on the camera, and I was like, "Oh man, Dom's scratching his hair out. I wonder how much hair he actually." See, it moved right. It's moving right there a little bit. You can see it moving the shot. Well, I went out there because of the hair because I wanted to see how much he had scratched out, and then I noticed that there was a shit stain right there on the sidewalk, and I was like, "Oh man." So then I looked closer at it. Like, I didn't get a shot of that, but like I got closer at it. Inside of it, there was actually because I wiped it up, I think, or something. But there was actually a tapeworm segment. It wasn't moving, but I could tell it looked like a tapeworm. So I don't know how long Dom's had tapeworms, but they're so bad that he's puking them up. Those must have actually been tapeworms that were in his puke. They look like small pieces of rice. And that was crazy. He ate a bunch one day and he just like, bleh. So that was a couple days ago. Oh man, he wants more food. All right, I'm gonna get him more food. He's not going to come back out now, probably.
That they've compiled on Epstein that they have not released. Now, I think MAGA sometimes hypes the expectation too much for what's actually going to be in
contaminated
these files,
that plate with his mouth,
more
with
could
his
be
food.
released, and it hasn't.
Thought he was
Pam
gonna
Bondi's
come
in
right
charge.
back out.
She
Hopefully,
is
maybe.
right to fire this person for that reason. I don't think they're being fired for the January 6th related reason, because they would have been fired back then. They've been fired as a result of not preparing the files for distribution in accordance with what Pam Bondi ordered.
Well, no matter what your politics are, something too much is unknown about the Epstein case. And so I don't have a problem with the fact that the Attorney General, no matter who he or she is, wants the information that she asks for. On that, you're correct. However, this issue of
smelling
saying
me.
to FBI
I
agents,
changed my pants, dude.
you've done something wrong. If you were investigating, according to the directions given you by the Attorney General at the time, at what every American should have seen as a proper reason to investigate, which is that there was an assault on the U.S. Capitol. Now we're punishing FBI agents for doing their job, and for doing their job that's as important as that. And then there's a culture of snitching that this administration is really into. We want you to snitch on your colleagues, snitch on your employees. So not only are they saying, tell us if you helped investigate January 6th, but also tell us who else helped, as though they had done something wrong. They didn't do something wrong. They were trying to protect our Capitol. They were trying to protect our democracy, and the people who are coming after them are the ones that we need to be looking at.
Well, I don't personally have much interest in relitigating January 6th or going after people who were involved in investigating it. I don't. Yeah, this is very silly and in the past, and we should just let it go at this point. The MAGA obsession with that is not doing them a lot of good. A culture of snitching, though, I mean, if I do want FBI agents to speak up if they think there's wrongdoing by other agents.
Well, I agree. That's whistleblowing. That's not snitching. There's a difference between whistleblowing. This is snitching, though. If you're told, you need to tell us what other people did their job. You know, they're also setting up a hotline. Have you heard about that? So that if you hear about any educators, any teachers who are mentioning anything that could have to do with diversity or equity or inclusion, call this hotline and snitch. This is not what's supposed to happen in a free society.
Well, no, I am very against snitch headlines. I remember, in fact, when the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, chose as her running mate Tim Walz, someone whose state had set up a snitch line for people during COVID to report their neighbors for not proper behavior and not following social distancing guidelines. I think many Democratic officials are the biggest snitches of all. But yes, I don't. There's no need to tell on people.
If that's true, I agree with you, because snitching is, that's the kind of thing you hear about, like in the old Soviet Union, where everybody's distrusting their neighbor because they might get turned in for something. That's not what we want in America, and that's not even a left-right issue.
I agree with that. I think that was so much of that mindset was so damaging during COVID, and actually we're going to speak to a guest, not on this aspect of COVID, but we will have a guest later today to discuss latest revelations with the lab leak. Look, in terms of Trump, or I guess the Republican war on the FBI and law enforcement, but don't you agree that law enforcement has tremendous power to deprive people of their right to pursue investigations into people, to overcharge, to punish disproportionate to the amount of crime? I mean, this is kind of textbook standard progressive or left-wing thinking, is it not?
No, healthy skepticism about government in any of its aspects is absolutely something that I believe is required for conscious citizenship, and they do have a lot of power, and they should be looked at. At the same time, I believe the majority of people who work in all America's intelligence agencies are good men and women who are being purged at this time for reasons that are themselves nefarious. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I supported charging, arresting, sentencing particularly violent people who engaged in violence on January 6th inside the Capitol. I don't think their actions, or even their leaders' actions, amounted to terrorism, for which you would go away for 20-plus years, which they pursued against some of them, and I thought it was appropriate to wipe that away. But jail sentences, commensurate with a violent riot, yes, totally on board with that. I didn't agree with Trump doing the blanket pardon for all of them. Neither did Kash Patel. Incidentally, when he was asked about it during his confirmation hearing, he said, no, I wouldn't have done a blanket pardon. J.D. Vance said he didn't want to do a blanket pardon.
I didn't want to do one.
They ultimately did that, and We have to live
I think
with
it was
They're
stupid
not
that he
sending
did
us their
that.
best people.
It was really stupid that he
All
did
right,
a blanket
more rising
pardon.
still to come. Stay
Actually,
tuned.
it was stupid politically because it gives them ammo. No. They're still bringing it up.
You see the pizza chain's TV ads with their catchy phrases such as "No one out pizzas the Hut" or "Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's." Now Domino's is looking to catch the competition in the stuffed crust pizza game.
I don't know when.
The chain spent 12 weeks training franchisees and 7,000 stores on how to make Parmesan stuffed crust pizza. This week, Domino's launched it at stores across the country. It comes 30 years after competitor Pizza Hut came out with its cheesy stuffed crust pizza. Later,
dude, I worked at Pizza Hut. I made that pizza.
And
you know,
Papa
check
John's
this out.
in 2021 followed
Check this
suit.
out. That pizza was the only pizza that was actually made. The dough was made fresh because we had to roll. What it was is we had to roll a mozzarella stick into the dough right before we made the pizza. As we were making the pizza, that was always kind of a pain in the ass too, because all the other pizzas have pre-made dough. We just put the dough on the thing and put the toppings on, put it in the oven, boom, it's done. But that dough was always fresh, and we had to, because we had to roll it like that. Yeah, that's how it was decades ago. I guess that's how it is now.
Domino's is the top American pizza chain when it comes to sales, according to market analyst Visual Capitalist, followed by Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, Papa John's, and Marco's. Domino's chief marketing officer Kate Trumbull told CNBC, quote, "Nearly 13 million Domino's customers each year are buying stuffed crust from our competitors. And these are our customers who have to leave our brand because we're the only national pizza brand that doesn't offer it," end quote. She went on to say that when Pizza Hut originally launched its stuffed crust pizza, Domino's viewed it as a gimmick that actually slowed down service, upsetting customers as well as workers. That mindset changed as people stayed home during the COVID pandemic and ordered pizza.
That's off the workers, though.
In 2022, Domino's executives decided to come up with a stuffed crust pizza in what it calls one of the longest development efforts in company history. The company has been working to improve its overall operations,
Figure it
including
out.
retraining
Hold up.
employees on.
That doesn't make any sense. They never got a fucking Pizza Hut employee to tell them how they did it. Like, hey man, you need a job? Yeah, man, I used to work at Pizza Hut. Oh, you did you? Yeah, come on in. Like,
making Domino's crust and introducing a custom dough spinner at its restaurants. The cost of a large Parmesan stuffed crust pizza at Domino's is $9.99 for carryout. For more unbiased updates, download the Straight Arrow News app.
Hello everyone, I'm Jiggling back for another review. This time, as I promised yesterday, and I'm lagging a bit, I can tell. Bang Energy Sour Ropes. No calories, no total fat, 90 milligrams of sodium.
one of these a day.
Total carbs, no sugars, no added sugars, no protein, 140 milligrams of potassium. Get vitamin B6, magnesium, niacin, and vitamin B12.
That's not too bad.
There's also 300 milligrams of caffeine in this one. So this is the only one I'm getting.
Why? Because there's not enough caffeine?
But due to Monster, you never know if they copied off of Ghost. I don't always go for a Bang energy drink, so technically today is the first time today, but it's not really the first time. I have had Bang energy drinks before in reviews.
Oh, how it is teeth, dude.
So let's open
Why does your
this
teeth do
sucker
that?
open and
You get punched in the mouth?
see how good this is.
Like for all of them to
I
just
do have
fold
one of
in?
my little cups.
God, that would suck, dude.
By the way, sorry for not doing a review earlier this morning. Was playing Disney Magic Kingdoms on my Xiaomi Redmi A3X phone. Again, not going to use it for texting or anything, just gaming. So I'm not switching my telemobile plan over to that phone. I will sometime look for a different phone. So that way Best Payments can get one for me. Out of money. But as what Bing always does, clear color.
I bet the place he lives at won't let him
Let's see
drink
if
alcohol.
it'll have a sour
Right? Some group
taste
home,
to it.
right? So they won't. Like, there's no way this dude actually just lives in a regular place and is able to.
It's got a sour taste to it, alright.
Able to do that. No, he ain't doing that. I don't know to see that happen. I don't anything. I was like, what? I don't need to add anything to that. I think this guy could live in a regular place like this by himself. So they probably only let him have this. So, like, that's why he downs them.
Not bad, but
Yo, what happened to that train guy? Did his mom give him to the fucking shelter? I can't find his channel. I don't remember it.
Sourness.
How do I find it? What's it?
Remember, Sour Ropes has a sourness to it too. Because Ghost made an energy drink. Monster's just copying off of Ghost, naming it Sour Ropes. When clearly it's supposed to be Sour Strips.
Never find that guy again, probably. Was I watched him on Kitty Cam?
Huh. Going back in from the can.
I think I might have liked one of his.
I guess when it comes to the beginning of the drink, not much sour, so yeah. Monster is a copycat from Ghost. Then on the flavor. Because you can tell on the color of the can. Red down here, white, blue. You can tell on the colors. Because technically Ghost did the same thing to their can of Ghost Sour strips. While Caffeine Man wasn't able to show you the color though, however, since he was on vacation in Vegas, though, which he reviewed this one there. Blame me for getting the can from Kroger.
Yo, I didn't know YouTube limited your like videos to 5,000. Crazy. That's a bummer.
Yeah, not really too sour. Monster, you guys may be the owner of Bang Energy, but technically, Bang Sour Ropes not too, sour at all. So clearly, Monster, you goofed up. Maybe a good drink, but you need more sour. Have Bang reformulate the drink instead. And, have them create a sourness to this.
Found him.
So, that said, since it's not that sour of a taste, what am I going to give a rating of this drink?
He uploaded 18 hours ago. We're still there.
It does have a flavor profile too, which what it says here, sour ropes. And that belch means medium to medium high carbonation, closing in on high.
Closing in.
So, I am giving this one
8.5.
How about a 3?
I wasn't listening.
I mean, not a 3.
Oh, I had a 3.
How about
3 out of 3.
An 8.8 out of 10.
I was close.
If I had Caffeine Man's rating chart, though,
I was listening up.
8 out of 10. But I don't know how to edit my own video for me to have a caffeine.
This guy's not even special needs, y'all. If you think that
Caffeine
this
Man
is
does.
something like that, it's not.
But as I said before, as I told you,
He said it sucks, but still give it an
I also
8.5.
have Cherry Bomb Frost C4 Ultimate. If you
That's because the way it makes him feel.
Want to know the location for Bang Energy Sour Ropes, I would highly recommend going for Kroger.
We don't have those out here.
Because that's where I got this from, which is Kroger Marketplace.
Safeway out here.
By the way, here's the can to C4 Ultimate Cherry Bomb Frost. That's
sugar.
where I got this from too, Kroger Marketplace.
That's what's wrong with this guy. He's not actually special needs. He just drinks so many zero sugar drinks.
Blue Center has a Kroger Marketplace, if you didn't know.
That's what a Spiritamine does.
But today, I will be going for GNC to get Ghost Warheads Sour Black Cherry Energy Drink.
He's actually reading that list off the wall over here.
Yes, Ghost made a third Warheads flavor. So, I will be getting two of them. One to try warm, one to review.
I don't know what else thought that shit was funny. Come on, man.
Wednesday, tomorrow's Wednesday. Thursday, I will be trying
Save myself $1 for that.
Warheads Sour Black Cherry Warm. Friday is going to be the review, which I'm going to have.
Does he drink them all warm?
For you
so
guys.
They absorb faster? I had a friend that used to do that with beer.
So,
he preferred them warm so they absorbed
give you a
faster.
Friday on how good it is cold.
He might have been an alcoholic.
I mean, how good?
How he's doing.
If it's good warm. So, until the time being, until tomorrow's review on C4 Ultimate Cherry Bomb Frost.
He's still alive.
I'm not sure if Caffeine Man got to it though, however. So, I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video.
He was a good dude,
Peace
man.
out. Later, everyone. Hopefully, hope you guys have a good day or night, wherever you guys are. If you guys are overseas, have a good night. And if you're here in the United States, Mexico, Canada, the UK, I hope you guys have a good day today.
The day's pretty much over in the UK.
Later. Peace out.
This is from an hour ago. But I mean, all that counts. If you guys missed it, if you scroll the screen back a little, stream back a little bit, you can see Dom eating some food, and in that food, I got some medicine in him because he was shitting worms. He's been puking and shitting worm segments. I found out yesterday, and if I wouldn't ended the stream early, I wouldn't known. I wouldn't have went out there and looked. I would have just been, you know, like watching something with you guys probably, but I didn't have anything going on, and I'm like, a hair moving around. He was still sitting there a little bit, and then when he left, I was like, all right, I'm gonna just go out there and look at how much hair he kicked out of him, because I just gave him the flea med yesterday. And last time I gave him the flea med, he got diarrhea on all over his ass too. But maybe it's because he had tapeworms then also. Maybe he's had tapeworms this whole time, but somehow that flea medication like does something with the tapeworms. It's like some sort of side effect of having tapeworms and getting that flea medication. He gets diarrhea real bad. Well, it happened again apparently, and I went out there. I was kind of checking for that too, though. I was gonna see, is he again like he did last time? Then when I saw that, I was like, oh man, the flea medication is messing him up again. Then I looked closer, and it was just one little segment, one little bitty tapeworm segment. I knew that meant that, because he threw up yesterday, right? Or was that the day before? Regardless, it was one of the others. So he's infested with tapeworms if they're making it into his stomach, dude. The segment's making it into his stomach, and he's puking them up. That means needs help. Human intervention. Bad. We got it in him. He's got a full pill in him. I don't think he weighs more. Hopefully he doesn't weigh more than what the hell that thing said. I don't know. I'll give him I might give him another one in a couple days if I can. Though, damn it, the flies are getting on the food. But I could have given him up to 1.5, but I just maybe I should have given him 1.5 of them. Give him one because it's by weight. Happy to eat. We'll get that bottle and see what it says. Lucky I had the medication ready to go too. I actually have a whole nother bottle of this and one more pill in here because I was gonna try to help out some of these cats. Okay, so because tapeworm's super common. These pills aren't cheap either. Elanco tapeworm dewormer. I think they're on sale or something on Amazon. They were a little bit off, so I went ahead and went all in on them. I got bottles. Right now, how much is? I would want to get this now. I'm just curious because I don't remember how much I spend on it. I get it, and then I'm like, okay, I got that, good. And I don't think about how much it costs anymore. I just think I got that in case I need it. It's in that drawer. Don't forget it's there. Is this tapeworm? There it is, right there. Not too bad. It's $17.98 for 3, so it's $18 plus tax. Too bad. For the amount of relief it can give a cat. No, you're gonna have this. I've had to give it to her already too. I give her half a pill, but instructions on the box or something. I bet they're on here too, though. Hamilton mixed or crumbled into food. It says on here. I feel like that's more like less likely to get the dosage they need. Rely on them. Get all their. I mean, I guess if it's a small amount of food. Oh, here we go. 5 to 11 pounds is one tablet. You think she's over 11 pounds? Simon's 12 pounds. You don't think that Dom is as heavy as Simon, do you? Give him more. Right? I don't make enough matter, dude. I spend so much on the like just off of software and shit. Software for streaming and like all like my internet, my rent even counts towards it. Part of my rent counts towards it. So like I'd have to make over so much to even care about all that. But I could write it off. Yes. All this is write offable. Anything I do for kitty cam is write off. Anything I buy, they could be given that pill, yes it could be. If I was really popping off with it. But part of my rent's a write off because I use this room specifically for this. Part of the electricity bill. Oh no, okay, thank you. So I went there. Like, It's hard to because he's so fluffy. Simon's not fluffy like that. Simon's thick. And I think Dom has more long hair on him. It's hard to say really. I don't. I'll just wait maybe a day and then give him another one. I don't want to overdo it to him. I'll research tonight. See what the internet says. It's okay to give a feral at 2 days in a row if they got diarrhea. Maybe they'll say hell yeah. Maybe they'll say I should have given him 1.5 because he's got it so bad. But I don't want to mess with his liver, kidneys, or something that this could be affecting. It's too high of a dose. It is a bummer he didn't come out. I was hoping he'd come out and finish that up to get a little more fluids in it. Because now he's got to process that pill. Probably going through it. But hopefully, yeah, there's this hair blowing around again over there. That hair was what caused me to go check it out. As I saw him kick the hair out, I was like, huh, that's interesting. Out there. And he came out shortly after I turned the stream off. Like, I was meant to help him out. Just like I was meant to help Tux out, but I didn't. I failed him. I don't know, maybe I didn't. Maybe he went back home. I get sick all over again, probably. Right off feeding strays. You can't write off feeding strays when you're a live streamer doing it. Duh, Bill. Definitely can. The fucking stream is dedicated to cats. Are you serious right now? You just Googled a streamer doing it, or you just Googled a random person doing it? I'm streaming it. That's totally different. Bill, stop coming here with stupid shit. Holy shit. I can write off the food I'm eating on camera, dude. I can definitely write off that. I'm a streamer. Look at my ass. I'm a streamer. I'm a PUBGer. Dude, one side is longer than the other, and I'm scared to clip it because I'm scared that I'm tripping, but no, I keep feeling it. Anything that's on this show right now could be written off. The cat food, those paper plates, the bottled water that I'm giving the cats out there. What else we got? What else we got, baby? The pills that I'm using. Anything that's for this show could be written off. It's common sense, Bill. All of it counts towards that because it's used on the show, including the food that I eat on camera. Because who's to say someone's not watching and donating because they're seeing me eat that steak? The business couldn't have been without that steak for that day, I think. Because that's how they see this. Where'd Bill go? Googling ass. You're such a Googler, Bill. You're Googling a little bit more next time before you say something. You know? You gotta Google a little bit more. You know what else is actually a write-off? All the weed I smoke on cam. All the weed. It's part of the show. The bottled water. Almost everything I eat or drink, I do it here on camera. You ever think about that? That's part of the show. Bill, are you catching on yet? I have an extreme amount of stuff that's a write-off ability. I don't need to though, because I don't make nearly enough to write any, like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, making like a maybe a couple hundred here and there. It's I'd maybe 1,000 a year, maybe. That's not profit though. At this point, probably about 1,000 a year, maybe. Done the math on it. What are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you going? Someone behind me. Go. Getting too big for this, girl. Yeah, so we got taxes, dude. You think I make enough money to pay taxes, really? That's hilarious. Doing what? Sitting here and nothing every day, pretty much. What taxes would I have to pay on this? Please, Mark, for me. All I'm doing is I'm making a point that all this shit is write-offable, but I don't make nearly enough. Why would I? I don't have to file taxes for the amount of money that I make here, dude, because it's nothing. On use, what? You still pay tax on the money you used to buy shit. What? Talking about different time by tax though. It has nothing to do with that tax. One is the other. One is state, or one is like local and state, and one is federal. Use to buy shit, right? Used. Dude. Pay tax on what? The stuff I buy? Using Mark. I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about dono tax. Which, by the way, there was just a God, what the fuck is the guy's name? Hold up, I watched it yesterday. He did a thing on it. Tips and how like they've gotten out of control, but they're also like trying to convince people to keep giving tips in places that are under the federal. Oh, I forget what the name of it. There's two different types of minimum wage. There's one for like waitresses and shit. The tipped. God damn it! Get out of here! Fucking being a little pestering bitch right now, dude. I was trying to keep her away from these pills and all this. Now she's bugging him. Ran up me. You'll get it back. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll get what back? At what? No. What money? Oh, he's just hissing at her. Fight. 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 Simon wins. Good job, Simon. You're the winner. Ding ding. Woo! Gotta be hungry, dude. Yeah, shoot. What was I looking for? Oh, I remember. It was like it's called yesterday, like last week, today, or the name of that show with that dude has an English accent, the comedian. Half the shit he says isn't funny. Watch it. Find it. Every day around the same time, she gets like that. Sure. What the fuck is the name of that show, man? Nobody knows it. Who I'm talking about? The English accented guy. He's a comedian. Half the shit he says isn't funny. He's they put clips of him on YouTube all the time. He's in America. What's taking so long? Can't believe none of y'all know, dude. That's crazy. I can imagine just one me not knowing or one of y'all not knowing, but nobody? Embarrassing. I surrounded myself with idiots. Fuck. Over and out. I'll find new ones. Thank you. Over and out. Alright. Last week tonight with John Oliver. Fucking A. I made it so hard.
Our main story tonight concerns restaurants. One of
You
the
think they'll
dumbest things
copyright
we've
me?
used HBO's money to pay for, tied with Russell Crowe's jockstrap, this giant cake, and the contractual day rate of Army
They
Hammer.
might copyright me. It's fucking HBO, dude. It was risky. But, okay, I'll just paraphrase it because they actually might. They go over, like, the tipping culture a little bit. Like, we can watch these. I'm just going to skip past what he's talking about and then just do their clips. I'll be less likely to get fucked with. Three and four people think tipping culture has gone out of control. Oh, this. That's wild. All this talks about Trump is all about the no tips. Tip here anymore. I used to tip the bartender when they actually helped us like find what we were looking for. But now, what's the point? Like, what am I? There's a tip jar with all kinds of cash in it at my bartender or at the place I go. But most people probably order it online and just pick up, or like there's not really. I don't know, man. You can't even look at it or smell it or anything nowadays like you could before. See, the camera's down. I'm about to fix it. So I've stopped giving. They weren't even giving me recognition. I was leaving like. Sometimes I would leave like $5, $6, $7. They wouldn't even say anything, and then I started reducing it and how much I was leaving. When I was just leaving like $1 and some change or something. And the last time I asked for some change, I'm like, they still ain't saying nothing. I'm done with this shit. They're never gonna say anything. So if you're not gonna say anything about me giving you a tip, what's the point? And they're making like regular wages, because he gets into the fact that in other states they don't make the same minimum wage that we do here in California and a lot of other Western states. I can find the map. Yeah, like a map, dude. The place with Omega. What does she have to say? I forget. That is. The other boy, he was going over some stupid joke with that.
Could you survive off of $2.50 an hour and rely on the drunk guy in front of you to pay your rent?
Right.
Yeah, well, who cares? Pick the job. What are you talking about? Joking. Lady's talking about how she would have to. Her check would say like not even a check on it because her money wouldn't cover the taxes she was paying. Apparently, it was all going towards taxes as a waitress. The only money she was really making was tips. I guess there are people out there like that. You gonna get sprayed, girl? You gonna get sprayed, girl? This guy stopped tipping people altogether, he said, and he thinks it's part of the problem. You can't just stop tipping. But you can out here, I think. And people still tip out here, even though waitresses make the same as anybody else. Like, they make good money hourly. Tipping culture, man. They said it's actually considered disrespectful to tip in Japan in some places. Back up now, ain't it? Yep. Magically delicious. Magically. Oh! Bitch, you ain't getting your job back.
In large part, the contractual salary increases that were negotiated.
Yo, hey, she thinks you were going to let her be the LAFD?
The vacant positions recommended for elimination should have been eliminated.
Okay, so there wasn't confirmation of the fact that there were, in fact, a number of apparatus that were out of commission, and there wasn't any independent verification from your office recommending that the chief's request for those staffing positions because they were vacant. But again, just because they're vacant doesn't mean that there wasn't an objective to hire them. And I guess my question, it goes back to underscoring one of the narratives that has been.
Pull it up because I have it too.
I saw you.
I
shared it and it got shared all over the place.
There you go.
Social media.
You guys are the ones following me, sir.
My name's Leslie.
Insane.
My last name's
I'm
Bennett.
staying right here. I'm staying right here.
At an
anti-Trump rally, these people attacked me the other day as I was here at one of their other protests. So today we're going to be asking and talking to people here at this protest, talking to them about what they're protesting for, interviewing them just like we always do here on the channel, getting their opinions as well. And today there will be an extended live stream after this one. So go ahead, become a member. It's $5 a month. You get extra live streams and 2 additional extended cut videos every single month. And as well, check out our own product, Shirley Defense. Keep you guys safe in times of need. Comes with self-alarm, tackle pen, and whistle as well.
Shirley Defense
as well. Here we go. Let's go talk to people here. How you doing, ma'am? What are we out here today for?
Helping people either register to vote or update their
I want a female bodyguard.
Okay, and the people here, what are they protesting for?
Well, they're protesting the current situation of our government officials are basically not following the Constitution.
Yeah, in what ways is Donald Trump breaking the Constitution?
So he's not followed the process as is typical with. He created this organization I call it Doggy, D-O-G-E.
Oh, yeah. It's not a good thing to finding out where all the money's going, right?
Right. Yeah. What are you up to?
Yeah, we're talking to people just like you today.
Okay.
Have a great rest of your day, ma'am.
Okay, you too.
All right, let's get up to the steps. Here we go, everybody. Let's see what's going to happen. You guys, I have a feeling today might be a little chaotic. Actually, I know it will because last time you were here, it got extremely chaotic, and I wasn't even doing anything. And today, now that I'm known at this protest, things are going to get a little hectic. We got an American flag upside down right here. Let's see what's going to happen.
Aye!
This shirt says "Unfascist USA."
Hey,
wow, there's probably upwards of maybe
no,
right now.
no.
American flag upside down. No fascist USA. How you doing, sir? Good. How are you?
Bit me again. Dude. That's the second time she's bit me today.
Protesting the consolidation of power in the executive branch of the United States.
And what worries you right now about the current administration?
What worries me is just what I said: the consolidation of power. How I say this? Ignoring the separation of powers, grasping power and consolidating it to an authoritarian regime.
Yeah, you see a lot of Ukrainian flags out here today. Do you think Zelensky will come back and sign the mineral deal, or do you think that's a bad idea for Ukraine?
I am only interested right now in the American government and what's happening with the erosion of powers.
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. Have a good one. You too. All right, guys. We got the people from last live stream. How are you guys? What's up?
Last time you put your hands on me, stay away.
Okay. How you guys doing?
Stay away.
You the one who came up to me, sir.
You just walked over.
You guys walked over to us. I just walked you guys. I just saw you guys walk over by me, but we'll move over. All right, let's go. Let's keep going. Those are the people from last protest. Here we go. Up on Capitol steps. Let's see who we got today. No problems at all.
We are. You know what happened at the last protest, the last march?
Yeah, I'm not causing any problem. Have a good one.
I am proud to be a member of my teachers union.
No,
I am proud to be a leader and a teacher. I see firsthand the importance of having our voices as educator voices included in district and state decisions. I'm proud of the legacy of my union and advocating for high quality education and supporting educators who dedicate their lives and shaping the hearts and minds.
Department of Beauty Elite.
You don't have to engage with them.
Touched kids the other day.
I didn't touch any kids. I didn't touch any kids.
Yeah, let's go. Normalize being here.
Why so?
You damn near turned that crowd into a riot.
I did, really. Can I get a snack?
Yeah, one of them are bothering people, so problem solvers. People don't have to answer their questions. They're not answering their questions. So you know. HB 267 is not nearly a law.
This is a good one.
It is an attack on the principles of
How long did this take you to make?
a couple hours this morning.
And Russian assets since 1987. What do you think happens with the future of Ukraine?
I hope that all of Europe and all the other countries support where we aren't going to anymore. It's so depressing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zelensky's a hero.
You think Zelensky will come back and sign the mineral deal?
Hero.
What do you think the U.S. should do with the war?
With what?
What do you think the United States should do to help Ukraine win or finish the war?
I think we should keep up with the treaty we did with them when we asked for their nuclear weapons to be given up. They gave up their nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
And we're reneging on it.
And would you rather have
Oh, are
Donald
we?
Trump? Hey,
What's that about?
Would you rather have Donald Trump be an ally or an enemy of Putin?
An enemy. But he owes Putin. Putin's bought him. He owes Putin a lot of money.
Yes. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
How you guys doing?
I don't think it matters if they don't have nukes, so they didn't hit them with nukes, did
Are
they?
you from Salt Lake City? What makes you want to come out here today?
Are you kidding? Everything that's happened in the last 45 days since he took office.
Yeah. What? And a lot of people here are upset with what Donald Trump's done. What makes you upset with what he's done so far?
The most recent was obviously Ukraine, if you look at my sign. What he did to Zelensky is deplorable.
What do you think the United States should do with the situation in Ukraine?
Support Ukraine. Support our allies.
Yeah. And to what extent? My name's Nick. I just have my own YouTube channel. So like, I've been to Ukraine myself. I actually went there back in like 6 months ago. I went to Ukraine. It's really sad to see what's going on there. But
it's worse than sad. It's deplorable.
Yeah. And so my question is like, what can the United States do, or what should they do? Because if they continue to do what they're doing, they're just going to continue to fund a war, and more people are going to die. So what should the United States and NATO and other countries do?
Allow Vladimir a seat at the table when they're trying to negotiate peace. To start with, it's ridiculous what he's doing. Yeah.
And do you think it's wrong of Trump to try to, for instance, the mineral deal? Would that be wrong of Trump to do to try to recoup some of the money?
Not a huge fan of it, but it wouldn't be my first solution. But if it helps continue to fund Ukraine, then I'm for it.
Awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you so much, man. Have a good rest of your day.
She's willing to give a little bit.
Can I get a sticker? Awesome. My name's Nick Shirley. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
Awesome. Myself? We're live right now. Yeah, we're live. We just came here to talk to people here on the Capitol steps. I didn't harass anybody. Yeah, his husband also tried. His husband also tried to take down my live stream. So.
Sign up to be delegates. I'm also encouraging people to make donations to Utah Food Justice to help hunger.
Okay, very cool. Where can I get some information to help with that?
You can sign up to be a delegate. There's information here.
I can't give them.
And we have a QR code. No, all parties.
I'll take a photo. Because I can't get out my information here.
That's it.
Oh.
This is it right here. This is something else. Thank you.
I don't want you guys tracking me down. You guys are following me like a freaking sneak on poo here at the protest, so we're going to move around.
You're a threat to children. You're a threat to... Yep.
These guys are crazy. Literally crazy. They just said some egregious things as well. And now they're just following me like stink on poo. Man, let's get up on the steps. Look at him. Look at him. We're getting on the steps. Here we go. Alright, let's see if they're following me up the streets. How you guys doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Running out of places to run?
What?
Running out of places to run?
I ain't running out nowhere to run. I'm just walking.
He's gonna follow you up here, is what you say.
He is following me. Great. I want to walk up here as well. Hey, these are my steps just like your steps.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let me walk up these steps. I'm not touching you. Jeez, these Alright, we're gonna. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You guys just keep on going.
Thank you.
This has nothing to do.
Jeez, these people are ridiculous. They're the one causing their own riot. Excuse me.
They are the parasites.
It's crazy how scared they are.
Congress, quit abandoning your authority. Stand up for your
Him to be there.
The Constitution. We the people of the United States. First they come for, and you are next. Thank you. Who's being made great, America or Putin? What do you think's gonna happen with the relationship between Donald Trump and Putin?
I don't know. He lies, so I don't know. Are you making money off of this? How are you making money off of this?
We're live streaming, man. We're just talking to people. Well, thank you guys very much. Have a good one.
What's your name? And I see what happens to people when they don't have health insurance.
Here we go.
Do they just not get sick? Are they just not lucky?
Alright, we're getting on the steps.
No, they have to
He's interrupting the speech, though.
before they come and see
Alright, they're following me up here. How are you guys doing? You got a good smile on your face today? What's your sign Biden say? Germany said this doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, are you worried about the agenda of Donald Trump these next 4 years?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's 1939, 1940 Germany. I mean, this has happened. It's already been done, and it doesn't work. It's ridiculous what they're doing. They're just hurting the little guy.
Yeah.
She could have been diagnosed earlier.
You signing waivers for you to make money off of all your interviews?
So we're just talking to people, all right?
Yeah. It's like you were just talking last time, right?
I was. You guys are the ones that are following me.
Yeah, well, some allegations against you right now that'll get you kicked out.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep, I have everything on film, so I don't know what's going on. You're a great lady. Thanks so much. No, they're just following me around. I'm just live streaming. Is there any difference in the news coming to one of these? Same thing, right? We're just talking to people.
They didn't touch children.
I didn't touch any child, sir. Guys, these people literally did. You guys, excuse me. Sorry. Sorry.
There was a hospital system called Stewart Hospital System.
How you doing? I didn't do anything. What did I do?
Fuck out of here.
What did I do?
Get the fuck out of here. You're trying to provoke me. Get the fuck
I'm not provoking anybody.
Get the fuck out of here.
You can watch the film right here. He's the one who provoked me.
Fuck out of here. You came into his. We saw you try to grab her kids on Saturday.
I didn't try to get them to kids. You guys are wild.
Get out of here. I've already told the cops around here about you. Bye.
Have a good one, sir.
Grab kids. These people are nuts. All the viewers know they're nuts too, man. How do they think that
Get mad about yachts.
it's all on video, man?
All right. How you doing, sir? Having a good time today here at the protest?
Just one way to get rid of me.
You having a good day?
I don't want to do it.
All right, no worries. Have a good one. How you guys doing today?
Oh.
Join the protest? What are you guys out here in support of?
There's all those allegations of child touching are clear. I should just stop talking to people.
There are no allegations.
I got half a dozen people in this crowd that are alleged. So.
I'm not even a counter-protest. I'm not even a counter-protest. We're just talking to people.
This guy tried to grab somebody's kid.
Because these people are...
Saturday march. We got it on camera.
I got it on camera too. I didn't touch anybody.
We're almost there.
You guys...
You have on Instagram of you exposing yourself to children.
What? These people are insane. Jeez. You guys, look
Wow.
at this right
Exposing themselves to children. They have videos, they said.
Should I kick the mic? How you doing, sir? Thank you for serving our country. Appreciate it. We're just talking to people out here today. What makes you want to come out here today? I just did. How are you doing?
The billionaires.
What do you guys say for?
That has taken over our country. They want kids from our society.
Yeah, I'm sure my support. Awesome. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
They are cancer, and cancer never stops growing because it's the right thing to do.
Oh, this is a good
cancer
sign
never
up
stops growing because
here.
it's
They're trying to take my cameraman.
It's a conscience. The only way to stop cancer is to treat
this is a good sign.
to cut it out.
Excuse me.
Maybe try to hit him.
Sir, I have to talk to you. Let's see the sign.
I want you to
Very
keep
well painted.
writing
Very well done.
and calling
How you doing today?
and yelling
We're live
and
right now, by the way.
shouting
Let you know. We're just talking to people
they know
here.
that the power lies with us, the
Have a good one.
people, that they
And,
represent.
what's the sign
the
today
people,
for?
and
Not my
they, the
president, Putin,
corporations.
Senator Mike Lee, tattoo, Trump.
Expose yourself to children?
You guys can just leave. I'm just talking to people.
Or they don't care about democracy or human
I
beings.
love
Ignore
democracy.
them.
I love democracy.
Well, then you better find a democratic country to move to.
Really?
Sorry,
I didn't touch anyone's kids.
I actually have it on my phone.
Good, pull it up because I have it
I saw you. I shared it and you shared it.
There you go.
Social media.
You guys are the ones following me, sir. You guys are insane.
My last name's
I'm staying right here. I'm staying right here.
Lovely human being. Right here. Is my
You guys.
and her name is
Yeah, W cameraman here in the chat. How you
This
guys
is crazy.
doing? Bro.
I'm saying he touched her kids.
Fuck Donald Trump, he's a stupid bitch ass motherfucker. Fuck Donald Trump, get the fuck. What makes you guys want to come out here today?
Yeah, I'm 12, but I hate. No,
You can understand. Are you getting college at you?
No, we're not. But I just don't appreciate what's going on. I don't think things are being done fairly. And I just would.
Put me up on the talk, bro. Put me up on the TikTok.
No, we're right here. We're live. Oh, you can tell these guys to stop blocking the camera so we can talk to you for a second. There are no allegations. There are no allegations. These people are. I want to talk to the police officers. Am I doing anything wrong here, officers? I can talk to people, correct? Sure. I have every right to be here just as much as these people, correct?
Did you touch anybody?
No, I'm not touching anybody. I have everything here on footage as well. Because we do a live stream right here. We're live. You can see everything.
As long as you're not making unwanted contact with people, yeah, you'll be fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Making money on their live stream of film spaces in the crowd.
Ask, what does the news do?
You're in a public area, so we're not going to be able to do a lot about that.
But the crowd is upset because of their allegations of the last time when they were touching children.
I didn't touch a single child.
And I don't know anything about that, and I haven't had any further.
So I'm just trying to make my intentions known that they're not welcome here.
Okay, you've made that very well known. We're still staying
Clearly,
here.
not well enough.
We have every right to be here, just like you do.
And he has every right to do what he's doing.
So do I, correct?
Yeah, as long as
you
you
have to get out.
No, when you approach somebody and they say get away from me.
And if they do say that,
I'm standing my ground.
I can stand my ground all I want. We live in America. These people are extremely. Bro, please stop.
Keep your hands to yourselves.
I know.
He's doing the exact same thing that you're doing.
Well, we're like producing a live stream right now, and he's disrupting it. Yeah, well, we're trying to, but they keep following me around.
He's not going to follow you outside over there. Go over there.
Well, that's the point. We got to stay in here.
What's that?
That's a fact.
What's the fact?
I will not bother him if he's over there.
Yeah, just go over there.
All right, we'll stand right there, and then we'll come back in. Because I have a right to be here just like they do, correct?
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you. Let's go over there like you said you're going to. I appreciate you doing that.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. How you doing, man? All right, we're just going to talk to people right here, and then we're going to get back in. Because they also have to do a march today. Guys, how are you doing? Nobody wants this. Did you...
Who are you with?
My name's Nick Shirley. We're live streaming today here.
Live streaming pedophiles.
On YouTube. What makes you guys, what makes you angry about what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing?
I feel like it's irresponsible and ill-considered. It's doing harm to a lot of people.
And what would you like them to do?
I don't trust either one of them to do what they say they're trying to do, but if the government was going to be audited,
them
I would
food
think
right
they would do that
now.
in a carefully considered and measured way so people aren't needlessly hurt by it.
Yeah, how would you like them to audit the government?
I'd like an independent, outside organization to do the auditing and give them recommendations
investigations and then let the governments decide if that's what they are going to do or not.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good one. All right, let's see if these people are they're the ones that are provoking me. Hey, thank you very much. We appreciate it, Ellen 12. Thank you very much. Guys, I've never. Bro, I left your spot. Can you please stop following me? Bro, these guys, this is harassment. I'm being harassed here.
You gotta have fun on stream. Watch live. Watch the talk live. Do bullshit on the mouth.
Look at these people. Look at got one more camera person right there. You got police officer. Guys, I might need it. NATO, not Russia. Yeah, have a good one. I'll make it relevant. How you doing, ma'am?
Good, how are you?
Good. What do you think? Should Ukraine be able to join NATO?
Yes.
Yes. Let's go. You guys. You guys hear what they're saying? This lady looks like a nice grandma. How you doing, ma'am? You having a good day today? Did you come out here for the protest?
No.
No. And when you see all these people out here, they're very angry at Elon Musk. They're angry at Donald Trump. Do you think they should be angry at Elon Musk and Donald Trump?
Their choice.
Yeah, their choice, right?
Part of America.
How do you feel about the current state of America?
You know, we're having a wonderful day at the state capitol. We're just finishing up our 4 days of the legislature. So we've had a lot of thousands of kids up here today, and that's who we're fighting for up here. It's children and grandchildren.
Awesome.
So are you guys local here?
Depends who you talk to. No, yeah. Yeah. We're live right now. But,
Okay, so but are you here locally? Do you live in here?
Sometimes. Off and on. I'm travel a lot.
No, I got 22 grand here.
Yeah.
Legit.
Well, we're live right now. So I can't disclose where I live. But yes.
No, I appreciate you.
No, I live here in Utah.
Only in America can you do this kind of
No,
stuff.
I live here in Utah when I'm not on the road.
So when folks are here from other countries, they can't always do this kind of stuff. So I'm grateful that people are involved and can come up here and speak their minds as long as they stay not violent. It's okay.
I agree as well, man.
Yeah.
Some of these people are getting very angry at me today here for just talking to them.
Well, I would tell you something. Stop recording me.
Oh, well, you can tell my cameraman. He doesn't catch audio. Tell him. We'll keep talking to you. This is my cameraman right there. Let's see. My cameraman's getting an inside scoop right now. I'm getting an inside scoop right now.
I thought that was kind of crazy.
How you doing, man? Good. What brings you out here today?
Well, I'm curious about what you guys have to say because they're telling us to not talk to you guys.
Isn't that ridiculous? Am I doing anything wrong?
Well, I have no clue. I don't know.
From what you saw, was I doing anything wrong?
Not that I saw, but I'm here. I don't really appreciate what Trump's been doing in the government. I don't think he's fair. I don't think he's for the people. I don't think he's helping support the people. And I just want to. I personally want to see what he plans to do, where he plans to take things. And I'm just concerned for the safety of Americans, the safety of people in other countries, and international networking and connection and talking and all that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because I mean, the only way you're gonna learn things is if you come to places like this or come to other things as well and see what people have to say and get their perspective.
Yeah, I want to be involved.
Yeah, it's important. You should be. Do you have any questions for me?
What are you guys?
Yeah, we're just interviewing people, asking them further questions. Look how crazy these people are.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because what happened is I came here 2 days ago. They had a protest, so I did a live stream, started talking to some people. This one big group, they followed me, they like pushed me around, and I was like, you guys stop, like let me just be, like I have a right to be here just like you. Like, no, you can't be here. And they kept pushing me, putting me in other places. And then there was this lady who came up and she started like cussing me out, whatnot. And then her little kid said you're an FMBITCH. So I walked towards the kid and I said, what did you say? Just like this. And they said I touched the kid, which I didn't touch the kid by any means. And so now they're out here saying I'm some predator, that I touched the kid. When in reality, we have it all here live on the live stream. I didn't touch any kid. I was just wondering, what did that kid just say? FMBI, and the kid was just yelling, you FMBITCH. He's like 5 years old. So I was like, what is this kid saying? So I go like this, ask him, and they freaked out.
Yeah, I bet.
It happens.
Yeah.
They don't allow me
But I didn't touch any kid.
They don't allow me like next to like preschools and stuff. It's like similar reasons. Yeah, I didn't really do it.
Yeah. Well, you probably shouldn't be next to preschools if they're worried like that much. But I mean, that's
just allegations.
They're just allegations. There you go.
I mean, technically, like they say guilty, but I think they're lying. Like, I think, I don't think it's true.
Awesome. Hey, you guys have a good one. Keep learning. You guys can learn a lot. You can learn a lot here on Nick Shirley on YouTube. We go everywhere. We've been to Ukraine. Just got back from Israel. We've been everywhere.
That's actually really sick.
My opinions don't come from books or podcasts. They come from experience.
That's really sick.
All right. So
you can also learn a lot in school.
You can learn a lot in school.
Maybe not preschool if I'm around.
Yeah. Don't go to preschools. Don't go to preschools.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
So I've been executive director for 5 governors.
Really? Man, I'm gonna run for governor one day. I'm gonna run for governor of Utah. We gotta fix the state. You know that China's buying property all over the military bases? You are the guy with information. This is the lady, guys. I'm gonna run for governor of Utah. You heard it here first one day. I'm gonna run for governor. You can become governor when you're 30 years old. I got 8 more years to learn. We're gonna fix the state because there's a lot of things going on. Okay, I'll be in contact with you, man. All right, let's talk to these ladies. How you guys doing? Doing great. Can you guys explain the signs today? DEI till I die.
I feel like this one's pretty self-explanatory. DEI, inclusion of everyone, is part of what makes America so great.
Very cool.
They're vipers.
Vipers. That's a new one. I was told if I speak to people out here, I could. Guys, I think I should re-enter the protest. Hey, thank you very much, Dakota. Thank you for becoming a member. You guys, we're gonna do a members only live stream as well today. They're gonna do another march down the street. We're gonna do another live. We're gonna do a members only down there. And thank you, Dirty Cat. We appreciate it. Is this a pro-child molester rally? I don't know what these people are doing out here. Yes, I think I should enter back in. Or there's a big sign over here. You gotta shake these people, but they just keep following me around. Look, there he is right there. He's following me. He's tracking me. This how does he know what he's here for at this point? He's here because of Nick Shirley at this point. Putin's puppet. Wake up, America. Stop. Putin's puppet. Abandoning treaties is breaking oaths. We are betraying the world. What do you guys think's gonna happen these next 4 years, man?
I don't even want to think about that.
Yeah.
We're all going to stand up and come to our senses, and we're all going to vote all of our cowardly senators and representatives out of office at the midterms and reverse all of these unconstitutional.
So you might want to.
Have I done any misconstruing words? I just asked you a question.
Yes. See, they're even coming.
You can talk to me all you want. I
Okay,
don't mind.
thank you so much, ma'am. You got a beautiful smile, by the way. And so, defend democracy, truth, the Constitution, Ukraine, freedom. So I'm curious about what the United States should do with Ukraine. I've been to Ukraine myself. I've been to Ukraine myself. And I've seen.
Is this a microphone?
Yeah, it is a microphone.
So what do you know about the trilateral agreement of 1994?
I can't tell you about that.
All right. Well, the U.S. covenanted with Ukraine that we would defend them from Russia if they would give up their uranium enrichment program and their nuclear weapons program, which they did in good faith. They gave up their nuclear weapons program. They handed over all their nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees from the United States of America in 1994, which we have now walked away from completely broken our promise on, broken our oath on.
So do you think the United States hasn't done enough to defend Ukraine these past, how long has the war been going on, about 3 years?
No, I don't believe we have been quite enough, although we've tried.
I mean, the only thing they could have potentially done would be send troops. We don't want to send U.S. troops there.
I agree. I believe that we've tried hard to ethically do what we could, and I believe it's become more and more clear as time has gone on that the only thing that is going to stop Putin is actual force.
Yeah.
And so I think as Europe has realized that, and as we have realized that, we do have to reassess the situation and say, well, to what level are we ready to go to war? It's obvious Putin plays a long game. He's been playing this game since the 90s. He recruited Trump in 2014. He's ready to play this game for 10 or 20 more years. He'd love to have another frozen war going on in Europe, and he'd love to have us putting troops into it and money into it.
Yeah, well, we put over $200 billion last underneath the Biden administration.
I'm aware.
So me personally, because from my perspective, since I went to Ukraine, one thing I did see when I was in Ukraine is in Kyiv where I went.
Yeah.
For every 8 girls, there was about 1 male my age. So their young men are they're not going to have that many left.
That's an objectivity bias, just so you know. When did you go over there, by the way?
About 6 months ago. So it was pretty recent.
I believe you that there's a problem with.
So it's very sad. My heart goes out to people in Ukraine, but I don't think by continuing to fund the war without coming to some sort of agreement with Putin or Zelensky, Putin and Zelensky, they both need to be involved. I think that's what Trump's trying to do, is get both of them to the table.
If Trump was trying to do that, I'd be all about it. But that's not what Trump's trying to do.
He did bring Zelensky down. He had the mineral deal ready for him.
That was staged. Did you notice that Reuters news organization was not invited to that, and AP news organization, the world's major news organization, and the United States major news organization were not invited to that press conference, to that negotiation arrangement, and the Russian press corps was? Did you notice that? And did you notice that they were negotiating in front of a television camera? That's not how we conduct state negotiations. There's this little thing called diplomacy where we discuss state matters of state and where we are making those negotiations in private. That's what the Oval Office is for.
Yeah, and there wasn't any discussion that wasn't private, but then Trump kicks it over to you.
Yeah.
So that was a little hectic. That will go down.
That was staged. That discussion there was staged. I'm sorry.
It could have been. Time will only tell. And we will never know.
That is Putin wanting to discredit Zelensky, to get Trump to say resign Zelensky, because Putin is trying to replace Zelensky. That is Putin's long game in Europe. I'm sorry to tell you, but we've all been fooled, and you've all been taken in by Trump, who is a pawn of Putin, Elon Musk, who talks to Putin every other week.
You think it was?
We've sold the United States of America to Russia.
Interesting.
So
you think
we're Russian.
Okay. Can I ask you one more question? Okay, have a good one, man. Do you guys think that meeting was staged? That's good. Yeah, what's up?
I was just wondering, since you've been there, I haven't. What you saw, where were you at? I haven't. What you saw, where were you at? Just so I can hear the perspective of somebody who's actually been there.
Yeah, so just to get into Ukraine, you can't fly into Ukraine, so I had to fly to Poland, took a 20-hour bus ride into the capital, Kyiv, or Kiev, how she said it, and it's sad, very, very sad. Men like me and you are at war.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've seen documentaries about it.
The billboards inside Ukraine, they're not like billboards here in Utah, for instance. They're billboards to recruit people to become FPV pilots so they can fight in the war. And for every 8 girls, there's 1 guy at the table. Because men like me and you are at the battlefront. So if the United States continues to fund the war without coming out with some sort of plan, which Biden never did, he came out, he said he'd give funding, give aid to continue to fight the war, which means more people will die. What Trump has done so far is he's brought Zelensky to the table, he's offered him a deal, which would be the mineral deal, so the United States can recoup some of the money that they've given to Ukraine, and they'd have more of a presence inside of Ukraine, which would help support Ukraine. And also, it's not a bad thing that Donald Trump is a world leader that can get Putin on a phone call to actually talk about something. Okay. And so with Biden, there was no way, there was no deals that were brought about. At least Trump is coming up with plans to make peace, to make an agreement with Ukraine and with Russia. So that's my perspective.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Did you see that, the Zelensky, did you see that shit?
Yeah.
Just like questioning, I'm just, what's up TikTok? It's your boy. Yeah.
So do you have any other questions?
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
What do you think about that? What do you think about what I just said? Come here. Yeah, what do you think about that?
I'm just interested to see other perspectives. I think we should keep funding. I think absolutely there should be plans so that fewer people should die. I don't think people should die. But we also can't keep giving Putin what he wants. I mean, if America pulls funding from Ukraine and things go downhill and we stop the war by having Russia take over a lot or a large portion of Ukraine, things aren't going to get any better. He's going to start going into parts of Eastern Europe and it's going to get worse. And we shouldn't give Putin power or even let him get anywhere near that. And we have to do everything we can to combat Putin, I think.
Yeah.
Even though we aren't, Ukraine's not part of NATO or anything.
Yeah, so Ukraine isn't part of NATO.
I think it's America's duty to prevent Russia from taking as much as they can and preventing that.
And they have done that.
They have, yeah.
So, but now there needs to. If the war keeps continuing to go on for years, Zelensky said the war is not even close from being over.
Yeah,
if the war keeps going on for years, there's going to be no more young men to fight.
Yeah, that's true.
And so they're going to lose to Russia if they do not somehow come to an agreement.
I think that's a bad claim, just to say that they're just going to lose and we should just give up. Because fuck it.
We're not saying give up, but if there's no agreement made, which Trump is trying to do.
They are retarded, bro.
He's going. Have you actually seen
Zelensky and Trump
at the Oval Office?
Yes.
he goes and our allies, okay, he just goes and slanders them. He says all of this bullshit. He's like Trump is taking, Trump is fucking Putin's little bitch boy, okay? Like he's his little tiny, like, Putin is all the way 30 fucking feet up his anal cavity. Okay.
How you doing, ma'am?
Look, there's a pedophile
You're just stupid.
Look at
Utah.
this
Or-
lady. She's crazy. Hey, thank you for coming. Remember, we appreciate it. You guys, what I gotta here in the chat. What do you guys think about? Well, I think that kid, the one kid with the long hair, he's actually willing to learn, listen. So I appreciate him. All right, let's see. I met some kids at the gas station the other day. I told them there's gonna be a protest here. How you guys doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Save our big booty Latinas.
Yeah, we're here standing for Latinas. Yeah. We're here standing for Latinas.
Joe Biden, the top nonce.
Top nonce. And we're just representing the Latina crowd. We got our fellow people here.
Take off the beanie. Show. All right, so basically we have some posters here. Joe Biden is the top nonce. So, yeah, we just feel like Joe Biden is a big nonce. If you know, you know. We also have a Trump 2024.
You know, I just feel like Trump is a good soul, and he just wants what's best for our country. And, yeah, go Trump.
Awesome. I gotta say, I do love the big booty Latina sign. Who has the big booty Latina sign? We gotta keep them all.
Yeah, we're here.
Look, so these people have been extremely hostile. You guys want to see something crazy? Will you guys be my bodyguards?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going in. All right.
This is awesome.
Backstory here. I met these kids at the gas station yesterday. I said they watched the channel. I said, these are great guys right here. Come to the protest. Write whatever sign you want. Come to the protest. And
we're really just spreading the word. I mean,
we're here for.
Show them what we got handed. Show them the sign we got handed.
We were making our own poster. We were making a poster in the thing, and some lady thought we were on the great team, and she handed us this. Yeah, we're wolves in sheep clothing.
Oh my God.
Show them how we feel about this.
Right now?
Right now.
Right now?
Right now.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Some patriotic men right here. All right, you guys. It's gonna get hectic if you guys follow me.
Somebody made that, man.
Like this crowd right here. These three people.
Oh,
they're following me around
fuck.
nonstop. They're following me around nonstop. We also got some more
It's
people
about to get
inside.
reckless, dude.
They're saying they're saying you guys are crazy.
Yeah, Joe Biden, top nonce. Joe Biden's the top nonce.
Oh, yeah.
Nick Shirley's him. Yeah, Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley's him. You think you got enough cameras on you there, pal?
Child porn on the internet.
Nick Shirley does? Nick Shirley
These
does?
people are crazy.
Nick Shirley does. Nick Shirley's the GOAT. That's what he is. He spreads the word.
We know who you voted for.
I actually can't vote, Lil Nick.
We know. Oh,
Yeah.
we can't vote. Who's a pedophile? We just love big booty Latinas.
Who's she pointing at? Oh, me. I didn't know it was one like.
Hey, why are you pointing at the black guy?
Yeah.
Why are you pointing at the black guy? You singling out the black guy?
Problem with your mask?
It's starting.
All right, guys, let's go into the crowd.
All right, yeah.
Oh, we're getting deep into enemy territory.
What? You don't like the big booty Latinas?
Don't put me on that.
I'm here
All
to
right.
save them.
She's recording us.
We're here Nice fellas on YouTube. Nice fellas on YouTube.
All right, here we go. We're going in. All right, here we go. Some young patriots, you guys. If you guys cannot tell, these are young patriots.
I need you to know that I'm not
Here,
special.
come on, boys.
I'm not exceptional.
Oh man,
Have that fire.
this is about to get wild.
Ago. All I had was a few
This is live now,
smoldering
so.
embers. And those of you watching from wherever you are right now, I know that those same coals smolder inside
You got the
of you.
big booty Latina
And I
sign.
know that all
What
it
is
takes
nonce mean?
It means sex offender or child predator.
flame from another in order to light the inferno.
Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. Yeah, he's gonna follow us the whole time.
Why don't you fuck sticks, get out of here?
What's up?
I said, why don't you fuck sticks, get out of here?
We have every right to be here, sir.
Yeah, you do.
Thank you.
You're just a troublemaker, right?
We aren't causing any trouble. They're the ones following us.
Words. And I hope that I can be the spark that lights that fire in
You back up. You're the one who came to me, sir.
That I can stoke the flames in the hearts of
How
all
you doing, ma'am?
patriots gathered here today.
All right, you guys. Republicans, grow some onions. I love it. United, we stand. All right, here we go, everybody.
Because if you've been paying attention, You know
I
where
hate
all those
it.
billionaires
I
got
love that they hate it.
from. They got it from us.
How you guys doing?
Those robber barons stole
No one voted for Elon. Families over billionaires.
What are you talking
Let's
about?
see.
countless people.
How are you guys doing?
Thousands of
What does your sign say?
of emeralds. Thousands
Okay.
of workers building towers.
What's that?
Do you know what Citizens United is?
Building social
I do not.
media platforms.
It was the Supreme Court decision that decided that corporations have the same rights as what they call natural people, real people like you and me.
Yeah.
It's that decision that we are trying to overturn. Do you know why it matters to you?
They were born with.
Because if a corporation is a person, then a corporation can bribe a politician. A corporation can donate to a politician. And what ends up happening is that the politicians represent the corporations and not us.
Like lobbyists.
Yes, like lobbyists, yeah.
I don't support lobbyists.
That's wonderful. I don't either. We are on the same side, okay?
Yeah, we are.
We are on the same side.
We all want the best for our country.
Yeah, we all want the best for our country. I'm an ER doctor. I spoke here today about how greed in healthcare is robbing you and me blind.
I agree.
But we're on the same side. We are on the same side. We just talked about it. We are both against lobbyists. We both want Citizens United overturned. We're on the same side.
Thank you so much for being a nice civil person here. We
Oh,
appreciate
it's my
it.
pleasure. I really do appreciate you guys. You know, like I went into medicine because I care about people, and I want to make sure that nobody is getting screwed over by the healthcare system.
Yeah, I watched a TikTok yesterday. Some newlywed just had a kid and they had to pay $30,000 to have a child here in America.
I had to pay $20,000 to have my baby. $20,000.
Which is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and it's because of corporate greed in healthcare. And neither politician on either side of the aisle, right or left, none of them talk about it.
That's
None
your
of them talk
migrant.
about it. It's really something that unites the right and the left.
Well, and we know that these people, like for instance, Bernie Sanders, he openly admitted on mic that he received millions of dollars from these pharmaceutical companies.
Which is totally unacceptable. That is unacceptable from any politician. Nancy Pelosi.
The hungry and the thirsty.
Oh, watch out.
It might just be
Oh no, we're okay. We're on the same page. We're talking about lobbyists.
Do you know who he is?
No, but we're talking about lobbyists.
He's a man who went to El Salvadorian prisons and justified slave labor.
Oh, really? That's pretty bad. Did you really?
Yes. He's terrible.
What did I-
Lock him out.
What did I do?
She said you went to El Salvador and promoted slave labor.
No, I did not. I did not. I went to El Salvador. I didn't promote slave labor. What they have in El Salvador is all their prisoners are now able to work one day to get 2 days back on their life, as far as their sentence goes.
to our friends, our neighbors, and
He told immigrants on Saturday that he brought an ICE agent.
I didn't bring an ICE agent.
Kids.
You know, but I think that there are things that we have in common, that we can work together to.
I've seen his page.
I believe you. I haven't.
This bitch doesn't know what she's talking about. The way that ICE dude showed up on his own accord to give an interview, and he wasn't an agent. He just worked in the building. And like, dude, anyway, yeah. And the thing about the prison is those people work 2 days. No, they work 1 day. They get 2 days off their sentence. It's not slave labor. They fucked up in life, and now they're working to get some time out. They don't have to do it.
Seen your page. I don't know.
It's Nick Shirley, if you want to go look at it up. Yeah.
There is more that unites us than divides us, my friend.
100%. Thank you so much. Great lady right here.
Do be kind to the people that are here, okay?
I will be. I'm the one. I'm just asking people like I came to you, and then they're following me around.
I know, yeah. It can be
it's
so
a little crazy.
antagonistic.
They're
Yeah.
telling me I shouldn't be here, but I have every right to be here.
Love, okay? We're all on the same page.
There's
All
W's in
of
the
us-
chat for this lady.
All of us want money out of our politics, right and left, okay? We all want the same thing.
Absolutely. Look at people are loving you here in the chat.
Oh, that's so nice.
W's,
'Cause I'm
lots
not
of
really a
W's.
social work.
They're saying this lady is the
social
greatest of all time. Thank you so much,
I'm on
man.
your guys' side too, okay?
Thank you. Have a good one. Thank you very much.
An ER doctor, man.
Subscribe to the Nice Fellas. Yeah, subscribe to Nice Fellas and Nick Shirley.
Oh, I won't.
How you doing, sir?
Subscribe
Great.
to the Nice Fellas.
And then you got all these fucking plebs wandering around that probably, you know what I mean? They're not ER doctor level speakers that were up on the stage, and they think they know better than her. What the fuck is wrong with our world, man? Like, why didn't they take her lead? Like, oh man, she was on stage earlier. Remember her? She said some good things. Oh, she likes him? Oh, so she must be bad. Like, what do you... Bro.
All right, let's keep on moving through here.
What is going on? Why aren't they just...
That lady was so nice.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
That lady was so nice. That lady was so nice.
She's the educated one there, clearly, and they still don't... They don't care.
How you guys doing? Have a good day.
They'd rather just be hateful.
We could really...
That's all. That's...
No kings, no Nazis. We don't like kings or Nazis. Amen to that.
Just hateful people.
Like 100%.
That's the way to go.
That's the way to go. You think it's fair when people compare Donald Trump to a Nazi?
Yeah, I believe so.
Why so?
He associates with a lot of Nazis. Who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley. And this lady is Cruella DeVille.
Yeah, exactly.
Follow me again. Still here. Just like you. We're having a good day. What's your name? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for protecting us here. Thank you. We appreciate it. How are you guys doing? Good. Department of Greedy Elites. Handoffs. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. What do you guys think about Doge?
It's stupid. It doesn't work. It just creates chaos.
Yeah. Do you think it is wrong for the United States government to want to, like, see where some of the money is going? Why would you like?
Yeah, but that's the government. That's not government.
What?
That's illegal.
What?
And it's against the Constitution. The Congress is supposed to be doing that, not some asshole. Well, you go ahead and put me on Facebook all you want.
You just said I can put him on Facebook.
You want to see my?
I'm gonna put him on Facebook so you can watch it because so old people like you can watch it because we don't use Facebook these days.
You said it's
Because we don't use Facebook. We don't use Facebook.
You said it's like old people like me to
you're
use it. He said it's like old people like us
Oh my God.
to not use this. He doesn't want old people here.
You guys, Facebook is an old person organization, right? No one. Sorry, do you use Facebook? Do you use Facebook?
I don't use Facebook, bro.
YouTube's for the. You use Facebook?
I don't use Facebook, bro.
YouTube's for the youth, baby.
YouTube is for the youth, baby. Go follow us at Nice Souls on YouTube right now.
Yes, sir. These guys right here.
I think she
coming
does
up
too. She was on our TikTok a little bit ago.
Yeah, she actually was on our TikTok.
Down at the table.
Thanks for kickstarting our channel.
She did. You got us 800,000 views.
Hey, you assholes!
What's up?
I could see before you showed up. Why don't you move on? You're in my way. Go on.
We're not doing anything to you, sir.
Assholes, I can't see through you.
You can't see through that umbrella in your face, sir. Sir, there is an umbrella in your face, and that's causing your blindness.
You're causing my
We're not doing anything. We're not. I'm just standing right here. I'm not doing anything, sir.
We don't want to hear none of that. Come on.
We're not bothering anybody.
How are we doing? Stop for the camera. Subscribe to Nice Fellas.
You guys.
We talked to you earlier.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
I'm completely fine. Yeah.
Why is it that you continue to do what we asked you not to do?
No, I have every right to be here. You guys told me I have the right to be here, and I went up to people and I asked them, "Can I interview you?"
To incite other people.
I'm not inciting anybody. I'm asking them about their signs.
Multiple people contacting that.
These people are inciting me. Look at this lady.
But they're bothering you.
She's bothering me.
Don't grab anybody's stuff.
I'm not grabbing anything. I haven't touched anybody.
If people ask you to get out of their face, get out of their face.
I am.
Last protest.
Yeah, because you tried to take my camera.
It doesn't appear that you're actually doing what you just said.
What?
We asked you, what he just asked you about leaving people? It doesn't appear that you're doing that.
We're asking people if we can interview them.
Yeah, you're shaking.
But you seem to be sticking around when you're talking to them.
Because if they're engaged in a conversation, I can continue to talk with them.
You can do that, but if they've asked you to leave,
these are the ones that are following me. I went down to where they told me to go. They kept following me.
Where's the one that keeps following
you just want to do that, then just walk down there and make sure they don't follow you.
Okay, yeah. Make sure she doesn't follow me, please. She's harassing me. Make sure this guy doesn't follow me because he's also harassing me. This guy is a good guy. All right, let's keep going.
That's awesome. They actually blocked those fucking idiots from.
Nothing, I just don't like the look on your face.
Thank you.
Tried to trip him.
I don't give a fuck. Somewhere else.
Okay, then let me go.
Go!
Dude, are you kidding me?
Go!
Are you just trying to block where I'm going? Let me walk. Sure. Easy.
Oh, he's grabbing him.
See that, officer? See that?
You're right.
Let me go, sir.
What the fuck?
Real smart.
Tried to grab his microphone.
You guys, this is just beyond belief.
How did they get to just...
Jeez. Thank you. Dude. Hey, easy. Treat them with some respect, sir.
Fuck you, trash.
Thank you. Treat them with some respect. They're high schoolers, all right? They're men just learning.
Is us.
Jeez. Chat, we're cooked. Chat, we're cooked. We are cooked. At least you...
Our war
is the American.
All right, where shall we go?
And it is the same as it has always been.
Man, I really want to keep going with some of those people out there. We have every right to be here just like they do.
Not for their people, but for
Let's see.
gain.
How you doing?
They want us fractured and fighting.
Yes, we have every right to be here.
Bathrooms and pride
This is just absolutely chaotic. I want to, yes. Chat, what should we do? We are getting cooked. Chat, like that sign says. Chat, we're cooked. We got like 20 people. Let's see if they're stopping Bill from following me around.
Where we discuss the most personal, private decisions for ourselves or for our children. They are telling us our
I love the sign.
do not deserve to be conserved, and that the only value the earth
Thank you, Kevin.
what we can extract from it, regardless
Let's see.
of the environmental consequences.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, German. We appreciate it.
They are telling us our
Boys, did you expect to see this happen here?
No, this is crazy.
I got yanked.
Yeah,
I
we're
got yanked out of the
respectful. We're not even like getting into his faces, you know.
Oh, hello. They're just right behind you.
First they came for, and you are next.
I think there's some dyslexia.
Yeah. I don't think they can put together a sentence. Oh, right.
Oh, man.
Throw it up.
Black people for Trump.
Throw it up. You got the Trump 2024 sign.
take more and more.
Where's the we got Trump 2024.
There was real fear in all of them, nonpartisan.
Oh, man.
When they saw the solidarity.
I need to like stretch really quick. This is a long one.
Sparked by Luigi Mangione.
This is a long one.
Sparked by Luigi Mangione.
We're all applauding Luigi right now? Are you
Can you
serious?
expound on your sign, ma'am? We're live right now. We're just talking to people here.
And who are you with?
My name's Nick Shirley.
And who are you with?
With Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Name, dude.
We're live streaming right now.
Okay.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to
No
him.
matter how he could try to spin the fallout of his
What is your name?
My name's Nick Shirley.
People unified around the message of a broken system that
Yeah.
targets us all and destroys
I'll be the future governor of Utah one day.
I hope not. System.
Well, I hope so. Y'all gonna vote for me? Y'all gonna vote for me?
And instead of helping build a new, modern dream attainable for everyone, they are instead angry at
Smash
us
this
for
patriarchy.
this reality
Putin.
and demanding something better.
Bye, Nick.
Send the photo to the grandkids. They'll know who I am. How you doing?
Doing good.
But let me
Doing
be
great.
clear.
How's your day?
When you choose
Yeah.
to stand up and
You having a good day today at the protest?
I'm having a great day at the protest.
What made you want to come out here today? By the way, we're live right now. We're talking to people.
Immigrants,
For this.
unions, you name
Everything. It's a coup.
it. You must
It's Russia
stand for all rights
with-
because none of them
Russia
exist in
playing
a
with
vacuum.
Putin, playing with Trump, and using him as a puppet to dismantle our entire government so that they can do whatever they want.
And what
We
makes you
all
think
know
Donald
the
Trump is
famous
being
poem,
owned by
"First They
Putin?
came," and we all
He's
know how
known
that
him for
ends.
40 years. He's been
Those are
trying
not
to get
words
into
we take
Russia for
lightly.
40 years.
We are not all
Right now, he's
lesbian,
trying to
gay,
act like him.
trans,
Right now,
and
he's
yet
trying
here
to
we
pretend
stand.
like
We are
he
not all
can be
union
an
workers,
oligarch. He
and
can
yet
be
here
king,
we
and he
stand.
can be king of kings. And right now,
Solidarity
he's
means we show up
giving
for
up
one another,
all of our
regardless whether or not
allies.
We think we are a
Yeah.
part of
He's
that
going to our
community, because the
adversaries. He
reality
is going to Russia.
are.
He is going.
And I have a question for you.
Everything is dismantling
We
right
as a
now.
community are interconnected.
Would you rather have Donald Trump be an enemy of Putin or be an ally or be somebody that he can actually get on a phone call to talk with Putin about?
Nationally,
It's not going to happen. Putin's laughing over the entire thing.
Yeah.
Putin is laughing over the entire thing.
I agree.
And if we don't give them the government will continue.
I'm just saying.
We're having a good time. We're
That's
just
what I
talking.
believe is what's happening. That is what I believe is
I wouldn't
happening.
give this man his views. Separation of powers. Individual.
Don't stick your thing in that they have every right to video just as much as you guys have a
We
right to
need to
video,
make it
okay?
clear that Americans
So don't
I voted for Trump.
What is happening?
We must reject the attacks on our judicial branch.
Trump influencer.
I voted for Trump.
I am not for Trump. I am not for racism.
Yeah.
I am not for racism.
Last week
I got into Nazism when I got into Nazism when I was 15 to 17 years old.
Constitutional rulings.
15 to 17 years old, but I was a child. I was a child. I didn't know what I was doing.
I don't support racism either. Look, we got these guys right here. Two black young men right here. We're just fine. We're friends.
I'm proud of you guys for even being here right now.
Yes.
I don't care if you voted for Trump. I don't care who you voted for. I am proud of you for even being here right now and saying we are here.
Thank you.
We are
We're still
representing.
waiting for the
Right?
fair and non-gerrymandered maps.
We are representing our people.
That the Supreme Court
This is what we represent.
Amen. Amen. Can we
You
show?
guys, I would like to listen to her. I'd like to hear what she's saying.
Telling them we don't want
this makes sense to me.
Mexico, Canada.
All right, so I'd like to take a moment to listen to her.
Thank you. Can we break racism by giving a hug to this young man? Can you guys hug?
We don't want cuts to
Breaking racism out here.
We don't want
You're longer than I look.
There we go, everybody.
Billionaire to have access
Thank
to
you very
every
much.
citizen's personal information.
You guys. Did anybody else?
I knew she was cool.
Did anybody else see Cruella de Vil get owned by the police
They are
officers?
refusing to
You are
listen.
the man. We love that.
Let's go ahead and say one bad thing about her.
Cruella de Vil a few months ago. She's on our TikTok. You can go check out our TikTok. You can see the video.
Okay, I'm gonna put you guys.
Pretty down to earth.
Oh man, hey, give him his phone. Give him his phone. Give him his phone.
Leave them alone, okay?
Give him his phone.
They have every right to be here as well. Don't touch them. Hey.
We would like.
Whoa, what just happened? What just happened?
She scratched me! I want you all to start making your way.
Ma'am, they didn't do anything.
Hey! Run me that bus.
We're not.
Hey, we need our poster.
We needed a poster. She took their phone.
We don't want you being left.
Oh, we want our poster back.
Thank you. There you go.
We don't want anybody being
And she just cracked the phone. She cracked the phone.
She cracked my phone. She cracked my phone.
If you need help, reach out to us. We're here to help you. Reach out
She
to
really?
us.
No, did she crack the phone? She cracked the phone.
She cracked my phone.
Crack the screen on a $20 phone.
$20 phone.
It's an iPhone.
$20.
Wow.
All right, guys. If you're wondering what happened to the vlog, just got snatched.
Got mangled. We got mangled.
I also want to just remind you on this march, we have
like your
safety
outfit.
team.
Topia.
These people are fucking ridiculous, man.
Neon safety vests.
Now where should we go?
They're there to help guide people through the march.
Yeah, she came up to us. She came up to us.
In their direction.
We didn't actually approach her.
I'm standing right there.
We're trying to move.
Have a good day. Just move on.
Let's go this way.
Right there.
How you doing, ma'am? It's giving Nazi. What's giving Nazi? Here, watch out, brother.
It's unreal. We're definitely, dude. Republicans were never this crazy. Going like, if someone was walking, I don't remember them being this bad. If opposition was walking around. I just pulled a plug on a stream. Definitely down. It's down. Price change down.
Sec, sir. Okay, Scott. Oh, okay. Yo, sorry, chat. It just went down, everybody. We're back. We're back. 1 sec. Just gotta make sure we're good. We got attacked and the service went down. We're coming back. Signal jammers. Can I get a snack real quick?
Knock yourself out.
Really? Thank you.
Can I get a water?
Can I get a water, please?
It's free.
Thank you. A little parched.
Got a sidearm.
Get it.
Thanks for the water. We appreciate it. Walker, are we good? Yeah, we're good. Stream's back. Stream got shut down. They tried to put some signal blockers on us, you guys. Okay. They're putting signal blockers down here at the Capitol. How you doing,
I don't
sir?
know why the leftists are more aggressive.
You guys, we gotta reset real quick. Make sure the chat's good. Stream crashed for a sec. We should be back.
Because they're not known for being tougher people.
Can I get you guys to say Joe Biden the top nonsense?
I mean, they're known for being like city slickers.
How you doing? Good to see you again. Oh, the march is beginning.
Not rednecks and roughnecks and rodeo bull riders and cowboys and shit, which are known for being tough. So what are they doing?
Yeah.
Like,
the march has begun.
they know the cops will be there to protect them if they start getting their ass kicked.
Ma'am, we just left where you guys told us to leave from. Yeah, your camera slipped, by the way, if you want to get it on me. What's up, everybody? All right. Ma'am, can you please stop? We have just...
You need to leave them alone as well. They have every right to do their stuff also, okay? So don't get in their way either.
Officer, we appreciate you so much for what you do. Can I shake your hand? I'm good. Okay, no worries. Have a good one. Thank you, officer. We back the blue here on the channel. We back the blue. The march has began. We got a march going. Uh-oh. What are they? All right, we're.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Let's go.
What's going?
With these guys.
Joe Biden, the top nunce. You guys. Shout out to that cool officer.
Sure is.
Scared Cruella de Vil away. At an anti-Trump rally, these people attacked me the other day as I was. The chat's good. Okay, well let's get the officer. We and Van than Trump. Defends his people, fights tyranny, opposes becoming. I can't read what that says. Respects other cultures. He is more American than Trump and Vance combined.
Man.
Wow. What's up?
She said something about punching kids.
Yeah, these people are crazy. All right, let's join the march, boys.
You're very intriguing to me. What are you hoping to accomplish?
Oh, we're just talking to people out here today. What's going on?
I know, but like, I assume you're conservative,
I'm intriguing.
right?
I'm intriguing. I'm an intriguing guy. What can I say?
I assume you're
I'd rather be intriguing than boring.
Yes.
I voted for Trump.
Yeah. Okay. I'd rather. That's rather. Very interesting.
Yep.
What do you? I'm curious. What do you think about the fluoride bill?
The fluoride bill.
Just a question.
Can't tell you much about it. If I'm being
They're
honest.
gonna ban fluoride statewide in water supplies.
Isn't that a good thing? Like, isn't the fluoride bad?
Well, it depends on whether you're listening to medical doctors or politicians.
Interesting. I really can't tell you anything about it. Haven't looked into it.
Yeah. You're not that into local politics?
Into local politics? A little bit. I know China's got a lot of property here in Utah. What'd she do? Really?
Scare you?
I'm gonna run for governor one day here in Utah.
Oh.
Will you vote for me?
Well, I don't know your policy.
Wait,
I like your middle finger. But probably not.
Wait, why'd the live stream go down? 1 second. Okay, we're good. How are you? All right, we're still good. We're still good.
People the last time. Old white man brains.
Wait, say that again.
Young man with old white man brains.
Yep. My grandparents didn't have the problems we had today.
I love my grandpa.
I love my grandpa. He's a wise man.
I loved my grandmother, but she wasn't allowed to vote until she was in her 40s. And I loved my mother.
Oh, we're
wasn't
from
allowed.
different generations. I love my grandpa. He's a smart man.
Mother, who wasn't allowed
He's
to
completed the American
open
dream.
a checking account or own a credit card. She died before that law was passed. So think about those things.
Okay, I will. I will. Make Trump hate again. You're giving a lot to Trump hate today.
Sir,
Well,
what's her
you're bringing
point
hate.
though?
I like it though.
He's bringing
Dad?
Yeah.
Make Trump hate again.
You would misunderstand.
I would.
Hey, ladies, to see you. Hope you have a good day.
I'm a little. Oh man, if she wasn't a woman, she just called my mom the CUNT. She's about to get.
His mom is awesome.
I'm gonna have to get security at the house.
Yeah.
I actually got a degree, so you can. I actually got a degree, college degree.
I'm working on my high school
Man, these people
degree
are
right
just.
now.
Oh, that made me mad when she called my mom that. If she wasn't a woman, we'd been down on the dirt right now. What's that?
She's calling someone.
Who?
Cruella de Vil.
Oh, Cruella de Vil. She came back. Where'd she
She's
go?
yelling at my friends, and then she gets like everybody to yell something.
Okay, look at they're heading on the march, everybody.
Clear.
We're hitting the march. Here we go. How far shall we march to? Woo. How you doing, sir? Support the POS Nazi Elon. Last time I checked, Elon Musk didn't kill 6 million Jews. I want my kids to know I use my voice for their future. Hey, easy, back off, sir.
You're in my way.
Whoa. Look, you just pushed his old man. You all right? Yeah, fine. Right.
I'm not an old man.
You're young. Wise soul, better say. Thank you.
Not an old man. Come on, get out of here.
These people are so hostile. Yes, I can't wait to take the streets. Donald Trump has got to go. Where's the big booty Latina sign at? One of the kids has a big booty Latina sign.
Boom.
Hey, ho! Thank you very much. Boom, we appreciate it. Trump has got to go. Hey, ho! Donald Trump has got. I love how these people come up and they take photos of me. Like I'm not live streaming this for everyone else in the world to see. They're coming taking photos. It's amazing.
Get to us.
Ho, ho, ho! Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, ho!
I don't consent to being recorded.
Okay, then move. Because we're on public. We got every right. So
bring down the signs.
Bringing down the. Yeah, we gotta get all the boys together. Yeah. We love big booties. Bro, I met these kids at the gas station yesterday.
Dude,
Some stellar kids.
Videos, when you like the old ones in high school.
Oh yeah, back in the day, high school vlogger. That was me. Ho. All right, we gotta get some action. Let's see where some action's at. Let's go. Hey. Ho. Loud and proud. Let's make sure those kids are good. We're getting attacked back here, maybe. Oh, there they are. Okay.
If anyone needs to get to the front.
All right, let's get to the front of this thing. Let's get to the front. Guys, we're going to do a members-only live stream as well throughout this March. So go ahead, become a member. $5 a month. You guys get extended live streams every single week and 2 extended cuts for extra videos every month as well. You guys help support the channel, keep the show on the road so we can go everywhere, across America and across the world. You guys know that we are international here on the channel. All right, let's keep going. Here we go. Democracy takes courage. Here we go. Louder!
We can't hear you. Say it again.
Oh, someone's dog just got stepped on. All right, let's get to the front of this thing. But you guys might need to stay back. But bring the big booty Latina sign.
No.
We gotta merge.
Here, ask some of these people what they think about your big booty Latina sign.
Sorry. You like this one?
Save our big booty Latinas.
There you go.
Save them, right?
Hey, Lady Liberty. How you doing?
He's like a slinky.
He's a traitor committing treason.
Hey, y'all can follow along if you want, but you gotta stay inside the yellow lines.
Okay, we'll move in. All right, they told us that we have to stay in here. We're coming in. Why should? All right, let's see. Here we go. Where would you like Elon Musk to go?
I'm not gonna respond right now.
Oh, an old lady just fell. Watch, they're gonna blame me somehow.
Backwards.
What is it?
EGOD.
EGOD. What does that mean?
What do you think?
EGOD. So do you think it's bad that Elon Musk is finding out some government corruption? He saved over $100 billion so far.
You know how many defense contracts Elon Musk has?
Probably a lot.
Yeah.
He also launched a rocket into space.
You know what Elon Musk is? He's a manifestation of the deep state creating an entity that then went on to run the government. Elon Musk is an op. He's not just a person. There's no way he's running all those companies, dude. DARPA comes up with a project and says Elon Musk did it here, and they make him the front man. It's a joke.
Yeah, who should be in charge of the? Who would you like to see in charge of Doge? Or do you think Doge should?
I'm a yellow vest, man. You ever heard of the French yellow vest?
What does that mean?
It's an internationally recognized revolutionary movement. We don't have any leaders. Never heard of the yellow vest? Come on, man. We don't do left or right. We only do up and down.
Up and down. I like it.
Yeah, dude. Come on, man. Look, yellow vest proverb. Anybody punching down on regular
That's what she said.
Anybody punching down on regular folks while murderous billionaires still walk the earth needs to be slapped.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Trying to engineer a civil war, dude.
Yeah.
So you look up the 3 TACs. The first TAC, micro, decentralized, voluntary, direct democracy assemblies denying any outside authority because there is no legitimate authority.
Can you send me that photo after?
Yeah.
Right,
destroy surveillance apparatus. Number 3, publicly name, collectively locate and attack individual murderous billionaires one at a time.
So would you like to see Elon Musk be murdered?
He needs to be tried.
Really?
Oh, hell yeah. Along with don't get me wrong, there are a ton of Democrats who need to be tried too. It's so out of hand.
Let's get Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren.
How you doing? Yeah, good.
He agrees. Let's go. Look, there's more things that bring us us together than bring us apart.
Vote for. There's no one you can sue, bro. It's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. I tell all my American friends there are two things you have to do. One, review the Declaration of Independence. Two, Eisenhower's 1961 speech on the military-industrial complex. Okay, he nailed it. It's where we are today. There's no legitimate democracy in this country anymore. There are only two advantages left to the American system on paper.
Yeah.
One, freedom of speech. The other, we're the only country on earth that doesn't have a central bank independent from our Congress. The only country. We could undo the central bank in America. We're the only country that can do that. Other than that, there's really not much left.
Okay.
Go back
Thank
to
you
the
so much, sir. We got to
Declaration
keep
of
moving on.
Independence.
We got to keep moving on. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Anybody punching down
I don't understand why he left him. He was actually saying some smart shit, wasn't he?
They just watered out that Donald Trump.
I think he saw one
They watered
chat
him
that
down.
said that
What
he
the
was
F is
boring
happening?
and to
I think
move
we're all
on, so he
wondering
moved
that.
on. I seriously
How
think
was
he
your
saw
What's
one
on with
person
today,
say
man?
to move on and he moved on.
it's
Everybody else was
exhilarating.
saying he was speaking
Exhilarating.
back.
You feeling the vibes?
I guess he wants to have somebody that's pissed off and
What do you describe?
he wants to have the
He
drama.
called me a Nazi. I think that is like the most egregious thing you can call somebody is a Nazi. Nazis were horrible, and for people to call people Nazis is just like, are you kidding me? It's ridiculous, actually.
Are you gonna propose to her soon, Ted?
What's going on, ma'am? What's going on?
Got a thing for his mom?
I can't engage with them.
You want to see them? You want to see these young men get drafted?
Yes, I'd love to see them drafted. Take their automatic
really
weapons.
specific information,
Yep,
right?
they did, and we're following it, ma'am.
Yeah.
We're following it.
But she doesn't want you to talk to her.
She never said we couldn't talk to her.
Look at her body.
She just.
Inform yourself.
What's
buddy.
up? I am informed.
Inform yourself. Come on.
What would you like? What would you like me to inform myself
Your
about?
ignorance is sickening.
How? I could argue your guys' ignorance is
Go
sickening.
home. Go home. You're just young.
Prices
You
are so
don't
high, I can't even afford a home.
He's taking away my Social Security. You know that? You're
I-
young. You don't inform yourself. Okay?
They haven't taken away Social Security.
Unless you're a billionaire, he's not for you, pal.
Trump's for American people.
No, he's not
for the Americans.
He's just not.
All right, here we go.
He's scared. But you're trying to be in the wrong area. But you can't be in the wrong area.
We don't have any argument except for it just is.
Easy, easy. They're 17 years old. He's the one who called him.
17 years old.
Whoa. What's going on?
Y'all better get all over Instagram. You guys keep going, I'm gonna get a cop down here. This is not what this is about.
Bring a cop down here. Bring a cop down here. Because these guys are going after 17-year-olds. These guys are 17 years old. Keep them safe.
Don't be here pushing.
Lady Liberty, we love you. Shout at Statue of Liberty.
Do not engage with them.
Captain America, let's go.
Get the fuck out of my face.
I'm not in your face, buddy.
He's got a speaker!
Got a speaker. This is a speaker, everybody. You guys, we're going to move this over to members only. Become a member right now. Go ahead and become a member. We're going to move it over to members only in just a sec. Become a member. How are you guys doing? What fears you most about young men supporting Donald Trump? All right. Become a member.
Flaggers only.
All right, become a member. It's this simple. Here we go, everybody. I love the Zelda outfit. Hey, easy there. Guys, we gotta go protect our young men right here.
They want your attention. Just record them.
You're recording them. You got the maze out here. That's pretty smart. Have you ever heard of Shirley Defense? Easy.
What am I doing? What am I doing? Read my sign.
These bums,
I don't think you've still read my sign yet. I don't think you still read my sign.
You're on the other
I don't
side.
think.
Over. Why would she ever get married?
guardians, and they have not been back yet. And before I knew there was a baby inside, I heard one of the dads say, "Oh, just put a chair right there to block that side off." And yeah, now this is they calling them people.
Interesting. But oh man, dude, he's for night eating. Just want to sit here, let sleep all day. I just want to eat, man. Go eat, eat, go eat. Or late. Oh, Simon. Oh. Oh. Don't you do it. Now go, go, go. Keep going. Keep pushing.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm proud to be joined by Senators Durbin, Klobuchar, and Booker's on his way. Now, tonight, Donald Trump will address the nation in a joint session of Congress. But the American people already know what to expect: a deluge of mistruths and falsehoods. We know what Donald Trump won't do. He seems incapable of doing: being straight with the American people about the mess he's created in his short time in office. I can't think of another new president who's created more chaos, hurt more people, and created more of a mess than Donald Trump. What can Donald Trump say that the American people can take seriously? Well, he has nothing to brag about. He's already made a mess of our country. In 1 month, inflation has gone up. In 1 month, unemployment has gone up. In 1 month, grocery prices, housing costs, measles cases, Vladimir, we're adding a new one. Sewage in your water is going up.
Really?
After the Supreme Court
There's
decision
shit in my water?
this afternoon.
That's a problem. I'm looking
That's
into
not what
that
the American
later.
people asked for. This is the president who said he'd start lowering costs on day one, and he sure as heck hasn't done that. By the way, another thing that he's just done is start a trade war with Canada and Mexico. I have never seen such an important policy that affects so many people and their costs come into effect with so little thought, so little analysis. It's amazing. Huge industries in every state are going to be hurt. It is now estimated that the average American family in 1 year will pay $2,700 more because of the Trump tariffs. And they don't even know what the heck they're doing. He gets an idea in his head, he thinks, oh, that's a good idea.
Hey, it'll be worth it in the long run. You just hold it out, fellas. You know what I'm saying? Like, no pain, no gain.
Without any thinking of the consequence.
The thing is, the left doesn't want people to ever feel pain. Right? I see most, like, when I think of right-wing occupations, I think of tough occupations. I think of blue left leaning occupations. I think of like office work in cities and shit. It's just where my mind goes with it, right? So who can take more pain? Someone working in an office? Yeah, I mean, they might go to the gym, work out and shit. Or the guy that's working on a farm, having weird work, crazy hours. I don't know. I feel like a blue collar worker can take more pain, possibly. Yeah, the office worker might go to the gym, get his pain that way, but they can pick and choose when they want to do that. The worker, they got to do that every day at work. They're gonna feel the pain. They got a painful job. They got to get out there and rough it. They're gonna like be able to take a couple years, or maybe it's sucking if it's got to happen, and then for it to actually start popping off. But they got trust, dude. The people that voted for Trump trust that he knows what he's doing. Right? It's gonna work. It might suck at first, though.
So after the tariffs,
and they're gonna take all of it sucking and use it against him, and man, they're gonna try to get midterms. Man, they're gonna try to cinch midterms with it. You best believe it. Hopefully it turns around before then.
Goods are going to become more expensive, from the price of gas and cars to cheese and dairy and everything in between. Devastating.
If it doesn't turn around before then, they might get a
American
dominance.
According to the CEO of Target this morning
Congress
on
or
CNBC,
the Senate again.
Consumers could see these
Both
higher
again.
prices within a few days. The average household, as I said, $2,700 now. It was $2,000 this morning. They now estimated it would be a little higher.
I can't believe I know about fucking politics now at all.
Tax cuts
I didn't 4 years
for his
ago.
billionaire buddies. Tax cuts for his billionaire buddies. Raising American families' costs. Firing people. Just want to mention one by there's so many people, but we're all bringing guests tonight. There's a lady from Buffalo. She served her country valiantly in Iraq, got toxic exposure to burn pits, had serious illnesses in her lungs that were cured. She's working for the Veterans Administration, helping other veterans. And guess what? She's just told leave. She's not told what she did wrong, why she is
What's her
inefficient.
job?
Doge shouldn't be.
I need to do that one. Did it say her specific job?
People, billionaire buddies. One by there's so many people, but we served her country valiantly. There's a lady from Buffalo. She served her country valiantly in Iraq, got toxic exposure to burn pits.
You never say her job.
Had serious illnesses in her lungs that were cured. She's working for the Veterans Administration, helping other veterans.
That's all fine and dandy.
She's just told leave.
That's the thing for me, right? This is what they do. This is what they do. Like any non-veteran right now that doesn't use the VA might be like, oh, the poor veteran. But check this out, man. There are a lot of veterans that work at the VA, dude. They're actually giving consideration before a non-veteran for the same position. You have automatic points because of it. So I don't know what her job was. Maybe whatever position she was filling wasn't very. Was it a DEI bullshit? Was some LGBT fucking DEI bullshit? We need to know that part, because if it was, that wasn't a needed position, and she's probably still getting service-connected disability. She was actually getting service-connected disability probably 100% because she's got that burn pit shit, so she's able to not work and was just working for the hell of it, actually. More than likely, that's what was going on. So that was just extra money for that person. And they can get another position somewhere else. They're still going to have that ability to get a job before a civilian. Now, especially now since they're getting let go, like as long as it wasn't for anything like unruly or like they didn't do anything to get fired, it's just we can't put you in this position anymore. They're going to have preferential treatment to try to get another position. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world for that person, dude. And this is one person. They're acting like it's happening to thousands of them.
She's not told what she did wrong, why she is inefficient. Doge shouldn't be Department for Efficiency.
I can't trust everything that they say because I don't know how paraphrased it is. I don't know if they actually told her that she was inefficient or that she did something wrong. I don't know that. You know, he don't even know if he knows that.
of government cruelty. The way these people are being treated is just nasty. All for tax cuts for billionaires. So, whatever Donald Trump wants to spew tonight will be just that, lies. The pain, the costs, he's not going to talk about those. And he's going to try to delude the American people. We're not going to let him. Senator Durbin.
That was New York. Who's Durbin? What state?
It's the #1 cancer cause of death among children. Neuroblastoma. We know it. We've seen it. We've heard about it. Elizabeth Sokol works at Children's Hospital in Chicago. She's been researching it for 10 years, trying to find ways to bring a cure to this terrible scourge that kills these infants and toddlers. But she hasn't been able to work for the last 7 weeks. Why? Because the Trump administration has basically shut down the National Institutes of Health. The research grants, which they are supposed to award and give on a regular weekly basis, have been suspended while Elon Musk and his chainsaw go through this agency. Who did they go after first? The young researchers who are being brought into NIH in the hopes that this will be something that they want to dedicate their lives to. The next generation of medical researchers. As far as the Trump people and Elon Musk are concerned, they're all just numbers on pages. I can't agree more with what Chuck Schumer just said.
DEI hires, probably.
It is cruel to these researchers who've given their lives for this purpose. It's cruel to the families who are praying to God every night that somebody's going to find a cure. That's what's at stake here. This isn't a political victory. This is a human issue, a very human issue. So why cut the people?
Because why the fuck would they? I don't think that they would just get rid of highly trained, highly qualified individuals. I don't see Elon Musk doing that. He's the only one in the world that can fucking land a rocket on chopsticks. The Chinese can't even do that yet, man. They're trying their ass off. It's funny. You know? So, like, he's not gonna let go people that can further our advancement in science. I don't see that happening, dude. I just don't. I don't believe him. I don't believe you, motherfucker. Those people were DEI hires. They had to have been.
Hundreds, if not thousands, of people at the National Institutes of Health so that we can have more money to give tax breaks to millionaires.
I don't believe that.
That's a disgrace.
I don't believe Elon would fall for that because he's so fucking rich. He doesn't even need more money at this point. You know what I mean? Once you're as rich as Elon, it's just like I don't know. I can't. Like, what do you need more money for? Come on, man.
Let us focus on the reality.
He's going to keep making it, but
that really brought us
I don't think he's like fiending for it.
Life. Let us make sure that we give people like Elizabeth Sokol, who will be my guest tonight, cancer researcher, the kind of resources she needs to succeed.
Elon cares way more about his legacy, as does Trump, than he does about the money. It's the legacy because they know that they're smart enough to realize. The legacy is what's going to live on for who knows how long. 100 years? Maybe 1,000 years? Depending on what they do. Do they want to be known for being an asshole? I don't think so. I just don't see that, really. That'd be kind of crazy.
Senator Klobuchar.
I don't think they're wanting to be super villains.
What is the State of the Union? That's a big question today. And I can tell you this, that chaos is up. Corruption is up,
man.
And costs are up. Just ask anyone in the egg aisle. 25% up wholesale prices of eggs. That's a fact. And by the way, the threats of the tariffs and now the actual tariffs are actually already having their effect. Coffee prices today up 23%, lumber prices up 14%. And these tariffs, once they take the full-fledged effect, once we see the retaliatory tariffs from what were some of our best friends and allies, it's only going to get worse. This is not what people signed up for. I get that people wanted change. I get that they wanted someone to shake things up to work on bringing healthcare costs down and doing something about housing.
Why do they keep doing this? They act like they're speaking for the people, Republicans now, even though they're talking to Democrats primarily. Like they're preaching to the choir right now. Like there's some Republicans like me and you guys that are watching this to see what kind of dumb shit they're gonna say. But for the most part, it's Democrats that want to hear what they have to say. So I don't think that the people that are watching them voted for him. So it's weird that she's referring to them like this as if they did.
But they didn't want this. That is not what they wanted. So Democrats are fighting this in the courts and winning so many of these cases. We're fighting this in Congress to hold them accountable.
It's gonna get
and
fixed.
We're fighting it with our constituents by our
measles
side.
is y'all's
and
fault.
Those are the people that I hope you focus on today.
Too many migrants.
Our guests. You heard about some of them today when we were out on the Senate steps. I give you a few more examples. Senator Shaheen is bringing a small business owner who is going to focus on Trump's tariffs and what they have, the effect they're going to have on small businesses. Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Smith are bringing laid off Forest Service employees. Who lays off Forest Service employees right when we are dealing with everything from the summer season coming upon us? That's what a lot of families do that don't.
Were they some weird DEI training employee that has to get in and teach the fellow Rangers how to be better DEIers? Or some shit? I don't know. Tell me more. Tell me what actual positions were let go. Were they the ones that were supposed to tender the forest to make sure that the leaves are not gathered up or trimming the trees? Is those people? It's a little bit different, but you're not telling me. So I think it's the previous or the
don't have a lot of money. That's where they go for their vacations. Or why would we lay them off when we're dealing with threats of wildfires right now? Senator Cantwell has brought a researcher from Washington State that I got to talk to last night. Veterans, Senator Gallego, a veteran himself, is bringing a veteran from New Mexico who relies on the VA for the health care. I'm bringing a third-generation farmer from Minnesota. So I hope you join us at 4:15 in the LBJ room, where we're not going to talk for a change. I know that's exciting. We're going to actually have the real people that are affected by Donald Trump and by Elon Musk and by the Republicans who refuse to stand up. All it would take is 3 of them in the House of Representatives or 4 of them in the United States Senate to stand up to all of this, but they're not. And it's important that you hear the real people's stories, not just the people that is laid off, as bad as that is, and fired, but also the people that are getting affected already, with more to come. Why? They're looking for money. They're looking for money for these $2 trillion of tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy people. They're looking at it by cutting Medicaid. They're looking at it by cutting cancer research. They're looking at it by cutting avian flu workers on the front line. They said that was a mistake, and now they can't rehire all of them back. One of my mentors in politics, Paul Wellstone, who rode his green bus into this town and was quite a character walking around the halls of this Senate. Some of you may remember him. He once said that politics is about improving people's life. What they're doing, and what we're going to hear from President Trump tonight, that's not about improving people's life. That's about good TV, grandstanding, and the Oval Office was one of our best allies, a man who stood up against a dictator. It's about grandstanding in terms of taking on our allies when it comes to tariffs, and it is not helping the American people. That's our case. People are listening. The latest CBS poll, 52% of Americans say that Donald Trump's policies are making grocery prices go up, and only 14% think his policies are making grocery prices go down. That's a number to remember.
Yeah, I don't think it is yet.
This is really simple. We live in a country right now where we're seeing...
Maybe we'll start growing more produce here, actually. It might force us to start... It might force our farmers to start growing more produce here, because Canada won't be buying our produce. Mexico won't be buying whatever produce they might buy. If they buy, they probably buy corn from us. Actually, yeah, we have really good land for corn apparently. So they love corn. In 2023 to 2024 marketing year, Mexico imported 23.4 million metric tons of corn from the United States, which is more than double the amount imported by Japan, the second largest market. This is a record-breaking amount for Mexico. Oh, you want your corn, Mexico? Oh, you want your fucking corn? It's going to cost 25 cents more now. 25%, right, of it. Look at this. Mexico shatters U.S. corn import record. In 2024. See, Trump knows all of this, dude. You know what I'm saying? October 17, 2024. Shatters U.S. corn import record. The past year, Mexico raised the bar even higher, importing over 23.4 metric tons, an outstanding 924 million bushels, breaking their own record by 7.3 metric tons. These record-breaking imports are vital to Illinois farmers, who export nearly 50% of the corn grown in Illinois out of state. Mexico's strong demand ensures continued opportunities for Illinois corn, driving economic growth for the state's agriculture. As the numbers show, Mexico remains a powerhouse market for U.S. corn. So, yeah, man. What can grow in Illinois is the thing. What can, like, that we get from Mexico that Illinois can grow, maybe. That's pretty far up north.
Seeing prices for groceries going up and people's confidence in this economy going down. This is very simple. We live in a nation right now where the public health threats are going up, from measles outbreaks to the challenge we're having with bird flu, and people's confidence in this president handling those things is going down. This is very simple. We're seeing tariffs going up and people's pension funds and 401ks, the values of them going down. This is very obvious what's happening. We see frustration with this president going up and his approval rating continue to go down. And so tonight we're going to have history happen. The most unpopular president in modern American history, with the exception of the first time he was in office, is going to give a speech to the American people and have zero to report about what he did to address the issues he said he would address in his campaign. He said clearly and unequivocally, on day one, I will drive down the cost of living for Americans. Well, rent is up, eggs are up, and people's confidence in his ability to handle the economy has gone way down. By his own measure, so far, we are going to hear from a president who will stand before the American people, by his own measure, as a failure.
Thank you, Corey. Okay. Yes, Manu.
I was threatened today with eggs. Should he resign?
I'm not getting involved in the mayoral race.
Schumer, are you recommending that Senate Democrats support the clean continuing resolution that Speaker Johnson is putting forward next
Look,
week?
here's the bottom line. Republicans are responsible for funding the government. They have all three branches. They haven't engaged in discussions with us yet, either me or Hakeem, so we have to wait to see what their plan is. We've always believed the only solution is a bipartisan solution. Nope.
Leader Schumer, your friend Sherrod Brown wrote a long post on Twitter. He wrote in the New Republic, the Democratic Party has strayed too far from its New Deal roots, isn't really the party of the workers. He's suggesting maybe a recalibration on trade, talking about problems stemming from NAFTA. Do you think Democrats need to recalibrate position on trade?
The bottom line is, all you have to do is look at Donald Trump's position, and you know that we have to fight it. These tariffs are going to cost huge amounts to the American people. They're not thought out. They're willy-nilly. They're against some of our closest allies and not against people we need. So the trade policies have to be improved because Donald Trump's screwing them up so badly. Yes.
Democrats last year said that it would require legislation to secure the border after executive action by President Biden, and then Trump last month's border numbers were down significantly. Was that true? Was legislation necessary?
Well, President Biden's numbers went down the month before as well. They've been down the last few months, and he implemented on his own when we couldn't pass it some of the things we proposed in that bipartisan legislation, which was bipartisan. Thanks, everybody.
USMCA, if they're going to want to negotiate.
Ben Shapiro made some news when he called for the pardon of Derek Chauvin.
President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges. The evidence demonstrates that Derek Chauvin did not, in fact, commit murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was high on fentanyl. He had a significant pre-existing heart condition. Right now, you should go to pardonderek.com and sign our petition asking President Trump to grant justice to Officer
that would
Derek
cause
Chauvin.
riots.
Now, if we go to that website, there's a big letter calling for his pardon where you can sign at the bottom. By clicking here, you consent to receive emails featuring news and special offers from Daily Wire and our sponsors. So is Ben really doing this out of the goodness of his heart? Regardless, I think he's right. A lot of people have a lot of opinions on this, but most of them have never watched the body cam footage. It's available online. You know the gist. George Floyd buys a banana, then tries to use a fake $20 bill. The police are called, and a maniacal George Floyd gives officers a hard time.
Step out and face away. Step out and face away.
Okay, please don't shoot me. Please, man.
I'm not going to shoot you. Step out and face away.
I'm going to get out of here, man. Stop resisting, man. I'm not. Yes, you are.
Okay.
Please, man. Please don't do that. Take a seat. I'm going in, Mr. Officer. I'm going in. No, you're not. I got to go in. Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
Mind, y'all don't believe me, Mr. Officer. Take a seat. I'm not that kind of guy. Y'all, I'm going to die in here. Take a seat. I'm going to die, man. You need to take a seat right now. And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to go back to that.
The key to remember is that the autopsy showed no life-threatening injuries, but deadly traces of fentanyl, norfentanyl, methamphetamine, and morphine. My God, no wonder he was dancing around like this. Your biggest clue that this didn't kill George Floyd was him yelling, "I can't breathe," before he ever touched the ground.
Man, I'm scared as fuck, man. Okay. You made me take somebody. When I start breathing, it's gonna go off on me, man. Please, take a seat. Please, man. Please. No, take a seat. I can't choke. I can't breathe, please. Fine. My wrist, man. My wrist, man, please. I can't take that, man. I'm only on the ground. I'm not breathing. Bro, you look down a heart attack shit, man. Get in the car. I know I can't breathe. I should have breathed. Take my oxygen there. I can't COVID, man. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please, man.
I didn't know they were going to play this whole thing. What's happening?
I can't fucking breathe. Come on out. Look at you. Thank you.
And the conviction? Maxine Waters basically threatened for it.
I hope that we're going to get a verdict that say guilty, guilty, guilty. And if we don't, we cannot go away. We got to stay on the street, and we've got to get more active. We've got to get more confrontational.
And Joe Biden certainly encouraged it.
I'm praying the verdict is the right verdict, which is, I think it's overwhelming in my view.
This is just the tip of the iceberg. Derek Chauvin should not be in prison. Also, wouldn't it be worth it just to watch the left react? It would be a meltdown for the ages.
And there would definitely be riots over that. Well, the president could just let anybody out of jail.
There is a movement underway to recall Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass over her handling of the Palisades fire. The LA Times is reporting paperwork was filed yesterday with the city's Ethics Commission. The filing now allows those who are involved to raise money to place a recall on the ballot. Now, to trigger a recall election, opponents would need to collect approximately 330,000 signatures, or 15% of the city's registered voters, within the next 4 months. The mayor is being criticized for not being in the city during the fire. Bass says she was not told about the severity of fire weather conditions before she left for a diplomatic mission to Ghana. One of the reasons she cited for firing LAFD Chief Kristen Crowley. As we've reported, the mayor's staff was briefed by the National Weather Service prior to her trip. A political strategist for Bass says the recall is nothing more than an extreme right-wing stunt designed to divide the city when we need to move forward. His words.
Oh yes, just move forward with you as the leader. Happened.
Дорогі українці, українки, сьогодні у багатьох одне питання – що буде далі з допомогою від Америки? Я доручив міністру оборони України, керівникам наших розвідок, дипломатам зв'язатись зі своїми відповідниками в Сполучених Штатах Америки і отримати офіційну інформацію. Люди не повинні здогадуватись. Україна і Америка заслуговують на поважний діалог, на чітку позицію одне одного. Тим більше, коли йдеться про захист життів у час повномасштабної війни. Звісно, ми в Україні не один тиждень отримували різні сигнали, і вже був прецедент зупинки допомоги, була зупинка гуманітарної допомоги, енергетичної, також була вже і зупинка військової допомоги наприкінці січня, але тоді все вдалося швидко відновити. Ми бачили ризики. Тому наші служби, і військові, і спеціальні служби встигли напрацювати алгоритм дій за будь-якого розвитку ситуації. Зараз не 22-й рік, зараз наша стійкість вища, ми маємо засоби захисту, але для нас важливі нормальні партнерські відносини з Америкою для реального закінчення війни. Ніхто з нас не хоче нескінченної війни. Україна завжди буде вдячною Америці за всю ту підтримку, яка надавалась, яка надається і яка працює на збереження на сьогодні вже доволі крихких основ безпеки в Європі. Це ж не просто про нашу країну, це про всіх в Європі. Ми прагнемо конструктивної співпраці, партнерських відносин. Про те, що відбулось у Білому домі замість наших перемовин, можна тільки шкодувати. Але треба знаходити силу, йти далі, поважати одне одного, як ми завжди поважаємо Америку, Європу, всіх партнерів і разом робити все, щоб наблизити мир. Я дякую всім, хто Україну в цьому підтримує. Сьогодні говорив вже з президентом Фінляндії, з прем'єр-міністром Британії, з прем'єр-міністром Греції, з прем'єр-міністром Хорватії, з генсеком НАТО, з лідером німецької партії ХДС. Фрідріхом Мерцем. Саме ця партія перемогла на нещодавних виборах в Бундестаг. Чітка підтримка України. Дякую. Є дуже важливі новини від Європейської комісії щодо суттєвих коштів на захист Європи. Для нас це передусім додаткове ППО. Додаткові системи, додаткові ракети, додаткова можливість захищати наші міста і села, наші позиції. І все це створює хорошу додаткову основу для роботи заради закінчення війни. Продовжимо консультації, будуть нові спільні кроки. Україна заслуговує на мир. Українці заслуговують на повагу. І останнє. Нам відомо, що росіяни не змінили своїх позицій та вимог щодо України. Вони будуть вимагати скорочення нашої армії, будуть хотіти юридичну відмову від наших територій, також суттєвої політичної деформації України з послабленням української Конституції. І скажу, що насправді, поки ми всі в Україні будемо стояти разом і міцно, поки ми тут, ні в кого це не вийде. Мир буде достойним. Слава Україні!
Слава Україна! Слава Україна! I'm gonna get off here for a little while, y'all. On without me here. Like his cat comes at the bowl. Alright. Bill, thanks. I'm dead. I guess it's just bungled. Everybody else.
Another one.